everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shadow Power, The Beginning of the Path to Godhood, Novel Summary. Crossover anime plus Invincible plus Multiple Worlds plus Partial Fusion plus Primarily Courtyard Themed plus Naruto plus One Piece and Other Worlds. Yusheng, an orphan, made a grand vow on the rooftop, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. As a result, I was transported to a world with the power of shadows, and I even managed to log into the account. Heh heh heh, what else can I say? Just become Lord Shadow. But why does it seem a little different from before? Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. What the heck? How come there are Naruto ninjutsu? Super tier magic, the sky falls. Holy crap, even Overlord is here. Let's sign a contract and become a magical boy. Ah, this art style is off. Stop pretending, become the God King. Currently, the works connecting various worlds are mainly based on magic, or are crossover anime where magic can be used, and there may even be doujinshi. Chapter 1 to 50, Transmigrating Again and Again. Brain Storage Area. Transmigration Queue. All characters in the book are adults. Guguji Claire, this is your little brother. A beautiful woman lying on the bed holding a newborn baby, speaking with a voice somewhat like my Nakahara, was talking to a black-haired girl whose hair just reached her shoulders. The genes were undeniably strong. Although Claire was only 3 years old, she was already a beauty in the making, and would surely grow up to be stunning. Right now, her red eyes were sparkling like stars. Is this my little brother? A bald man on the side was gesticulating wildly, my dear wife. How about we name him Sid Kajanu? The beautiful woman stared blankly for a moment, looked at the baby whose eyes were darting around, and shook her head. I feel like that name doesn't suit him. Let's call him Yushin Kajanu. Eh? The woman glared at the bald man, and his momentum instantly withered. All right, whatever my dear wife says. Yushin? Isn't that the name I gave myself back on Earth? Once his consciousness stabilized and he opened his eyes, Yushing spent his time piecing together what had happened. He remembered very clearly that he was first on the balcony of his rental apartment, drinking a few bottles of Old Pearl River beer, watching the overcast sky and the lightning, and with the alcohol going to his head, he mimicked the primordial odes from novels. May the great Tao bear witness. After saying that, a thick bolt of lightning struck Yusheng. He didn't feel pain, but his consciousness felt like it was being violently stirred with a spoon. Bang! Ouch! Heavens, you're for real! Yusheng pressed his exploding head with his right hand while his left hand propped himself up on a naked, muscular man. After the headache receded, he opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding wilderness. Damn it, where did you send me? Is this still domestic, huh? His left hand felt around, feeling something fleshy yet firm. Looking down, he realized he was sitting on a muscular man, which scared Yusheng into jumping up. Holy crap! Brother, my bad. Yusheng flipped the muscular man over and placed his finger under the nostrils to see if he was still breathing. Phew, luckily he's not dead. Hang in there, brother, I'll go find help. Without a second thought, Yusheng ran toward the light. Just as he was about to reach the main road, he didn't notice a rock under his feet, tripped, and went flying. At that moment, a truck came driving by, and the driver didn't have time to brake. Holy crap, am I going to die again? When he woke up again, he had become a baby. Damn it, I transmigrated again. But Kajanu, Claire. Hiss. Isn't this the world of the eminence in shadow? That means that muscular man was Minoru Kajino, and I happened to sit right on him, and then I intercepted his spot. Thinking up to this point, Yusheng excitedly waved his cute little hands and feet. Look, he's so happy with the name I gave him. The beautiful woman looked at the baby version of Yusheng with a doting face. Mama, can I hold him? Claire could no longer suppress her excitement at becoming an older sister. You can, but you have to be careful, this child is quite energetic. Wait, Claire's eyes aren't right. She looks like she's going to eat me. In the blink of an eye, 8 years passed. Ouch. Sister, you're too amazing. Yusheng played his usual role of the hype man. With Claire being a brothercon and slightly Yandere, if Yusheng didn't spoil her, who would? Stupid little brother. What are you saying? Hurry up and practice your swordplay. Do you expect your sister to take care of you for the rest of your life? That wouldn't be so bad. Claire said that, but every time she sparred with Yusheng, she could learn different moves from him. Claire loved her little brother Yusheng too much. She wanted to take good care of him forever. Of course, all of this was because Yusheng was feeding her moves, and even the magic cultivation methods were things he accidentally revealed. Since he was an infant, Yusheng had been thinking about how to cultivate and become stronger. After all, he wasn't like the original protagonist who started learning various martial arts during his time on Earth to prepare for becoming Shadow. In his past life, Yusheng was an orphan who spent all his energy just trying to survive. He didn't have the luxury to learn piano or military combat arts. Perhaps it was a transmigration perk, but Yusheng's memory was unprecedentedly enhanced. Even novels he had read in his past life could be recited backward, and he could clearly sense magic from the moment he was born. During his infancy, he followed the common tropes in novels to condense and compress magic. Then, using the theory of the body's 5 elements, he used his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys as a cycle to circulate and fuse magic, constantly tempering his physical body. From absorbing magic to generating magic. This allowed his small frame to lift rocks several times his weight. With the help of his memory, Yusheng could learn things he had seen in videos in his past life, such as Wing Chun, Tai Chi swordplay, the Marine 6 styles from anime, and even replicate moves from some games. As a side note, Eye enhancement was also a daily mandatory course for Yusheng, which allowed him to clearly see the opponent's every move, the flow of magic, and even their weaknesses. Even though Claire's talent manifested as she grew older, and even their bald father was no longer her match, in Yusheng's eyes, she was too slow, and had too many openings. Fortunately, she had Yusheng's guidance. Again. All right. In Yusheng's heart, this remote frontier barony would eventually be inherited by Claire, and with the help of Shadow Garden later on, it would eventually become prosperous. So Claire being strong was a must, while Yusheng himself intended to become the king of the world. Jia. After a round of sparring, unsurprisingly, it was another draw. Brother, tell me honestly, did you secretly find a master somewhere? Claire asked Yusheng with a complex expression. She had a feeling that every time they sparred, she was always just a tiny bit away from winning against Yusheng. How could I, sister? You know me, I just like living a leisurely life. Hearing Yusheng's nonchalant answer, Claire could only suppress her doubts, thinking to herself that she must become even stronger to take care of her brother. Let's go take a bath. You go ahead then, I'll wash after you're done. Claire walked over and hooked her arm around Yusheng's neck. What are you still shy about? We've bathed together since we were little. If it were a maid in the house, Yusheng would have certainly bathed. After all, only a fool wouldn't take advantage of such a situation. No, we're not young anymore, there's a difference between men and women. It'll be bad for your reputation if word gets out. What, was this going to be Akisora, or Swing Out Sisters? It couldn't be Ain Summer, right? Whoever has an opinion, I'll kill them with one strike. Despite Yusheng's resistance, due to the suppression of bloodline, he couldn't move and was dragged away. After settling the bathroom incident, Yusheng returned to his room, and lay on the bed, thinking about the future. Phew, ever since I was 6 and finished making the slime equipment, I've been constantly sweeping the bandits near the territory and saving quite a few people. I wonder if I've saved any plot characters. Mainly because the original work mentioned too little, Yusheng didn't know where to go to save them. It's not time for Alpha yet, but the fox and Sherry must be saved, their lives must be reversed. It seems. I need to expand the search range. Wait. Yusheng sat up abruptly. I remember there's a plot point where a passage is open to travel back to Earth. will the original owner of this account transmigrate over again? Yusheng had once taken advantage of his young age to ask his parents if they were having more kids, and the answer was no. This is tricky. It seems I must become even stronger. Once there's any sign of it, I can only nip it in the bud. At this time, Yusheng didn't yet know that because he had taken over the account, the world had changed slightly, and this would become the beginning of his and Shadow Garden's conquest across the heavens. Chapter 2, Isn't This Freaking Ninjutsu? A few more weeks passed. One day after dinner, Claire interrupted Yusheng as he was preparing to transform into a dashing bandit slayer. Stinky little brother. Let's sneak out tonight to kill bandits. No one in the territory is a match for me anymore. Is it that time already? Yusheng just remembered a plot point where the siblings sneak out to fight bandits, and Claire ends up getting knocked unconscious. What? With your big sister here, I will definitely protect you. All right. Yusheng also wanted to see if his sister would still get knocked out like before. After all, Yusheng had taught her the 6 styles and methods for mana cultivation. Late at night, the moon was obscured by clouds. Most of the servants in the Lord's manor were ordinary people, and as for the knights, it was impossible for them to sense the siblings. Little brother. This movement technique called shave is truly amazing. It doesn't waste mana, and I can even use the moonwalk from the scroll now. Yusheng had written the 6 styles into a scroll, and then pretended to have bought it while wandering around the territory. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Wow! Sis, you're freaking badass. Yusheng played the straight man, pretending to barely keep up with Claire. Of course. As your big sister, I must be strong so I can protect a troublesome little brother like you. Right. Although Yusheng's reply was perfunctory, his heart felt warm. This was the familial affection he had once sought in vain. It would be even better if Claire's brother-complex trait were a bit milder. The siblings searched for a long time but found nothing. Strange. I heard my bald dad say before that bandits were rampant in the territory, so why can't we find any now? Nonsense, I've almost turned this place into a forbidden zone. I have to travel quite far myself just to find any camps. Maybe this territory is too remote and poor, so those bandits moved away seeing there was no profit to be made. Claire thought for a moment. Then let's go further out. This isn't a good idea. If our parents find out, they'll scold us to death. What's there to fear? My bald dad can't beat me. Yusheng's lips twitched. Have you forgotten the tigress at home? Sis, you're awesome. As Claire expanded her search range, they finally found a bandit camp. Ha ha ha. Finally, a harvest tonight. Damn it, I don't know where that bandit slayer came from, forcing us brothers to tighten our belts. In the distance, the siblings crouched low, listening to the bandits' laughter and chatter. Little brother, let's go. Stay behind me and don't push yourself. Without waiting for Yusheng's reaction, Claire walked straight out. Wait, you're just walking out like that. Why are you so reckless? Wouldn't it be better to use your speed advantage to ambush them? Life isn't easy, Yusheng sighed. He had no choice but to follow Claire. Yo! What's a bunch of trash like you doing gathered here? Claire didn't hide her mana at all. Who is it? Who dares to provoke your grandpa? The bandits picked up their weapons and pointed them toward the voice. Upon seeing 2 children, they burst into laughter again. The ones who are here to kill you. Ha ha ha. The bandits acted as if they had heard something hilarious, some bent over clutching their stomachs, while others threw their heads back. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you say you want to kill us. Have you even been weaned? Since you're here, don't dream of leaving. I hope you're worth something. Claire ignored the bandits' disdain. She drew the sword specially forged for her by the territory's blacksmith and pointed it at them. She bent her knees slightly. Swish. Clang. Cling. Using the speed advantage of shave, Claire first decapitated several bandits. But ultimately limited by age and experience, the reacting bandits fully activated their mana perception and managed to block Claire. Yusheng yawned on the side, casually parrying the bandits' attacks while keeping his full attention on Claire. Claire didn't have a very deep understanding of Yusheng's cultivation theories, and having only trained for 3 years, being able to strike first with instant kills, and move like a swimming dragon among over 30 bandits was already a very good achievement. Moreover, Claire hadn't experienced the demon possession yet. Well, let's just let Sis temper herself in actual combat. If the bandit leader heard this, he would surely curse Yusheng, treating us as whetstones. In fact, the leader was sweating profusely. Damn it. How can this little girl be so strong? After several rounds, Claire began to show signs of fatigue. She condensed her mana while using mana perception to sense attacks from different directions. This was the cultivation method from the parchment scroll Yusheng had brought back. Just then, seeing his subordinates dwindling, the leader had no choice but to use his final trump card. Hey, use our hidden trump card. We can't go on like this. Understood. Hearing the command, another vice leader retreated to the leader's side. The two stabbed their swords into the ground, raised their hands to their chests, and began to form hand seals. Z. The two chanted what sounded like an incantation before casting a spell. They crouched down and clapped their hands together. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Suddenly, dragon heads surged from the ground in front of the two, rushing toward Yusheng and Claire respectively. The bandits besieging Claire had already retreated to a safe distance. She was stunned by the dragon condensed from sand and soil before her. How is this possible? Isn't mana supposed to dissipate when released externally? As a magic swordsman, the knowledge she had learned from books was overturned for the first time. With her heavy brother complex, she first looked at Yusheng and saw that her little brother was also frightened. Claire rushed toward Yusheng's position. Yusheng. Previously, Yusheng had been perfunctorily dealing with the bandits' attacks, his attention entirely on Claire. In his view, though these bandits were numerous, they were nothing more than a ragtag bunch. When his gaze fell on the two finishing their hand seals, clapping their hands, and shouting the technique's name, Yusheng froze. The hand seal techniques and the mention of earth release were so familiar to him that his DNA even reacted. In his past life, while binge-watching shows, Yusheng had even imitated how to form hand seals. It was a piece of dark history. Holy crap. Isn't this freaking ninjutsu? Why would it appear here? An urgent shout interrupted Yusheng's contemplation and embarrassment. He had intended to split the Earth Dragon bullet directly with his sword. After all, his eyes could see the flow and wavelength of the mana perfectly clearly. It's just that Claire was faster. This was the explosive power of a brother complex. In an instant, she arrived in front of Yusheng, blocking him, and being submerged by the Earth Dragon. Phew ha! The leader and his partner panted heavily. This earth release technique not only consumed a massive amount of mana, but also required significant mental energy to condense the Earth Dragon shape and control it. Damn those two brats. To think they forced me to use this move. You're lucky to have witnessed it. In his terrible state, he didn't notice the chilling sword light, nor did he realize the surroundings had suddenly gone silent. No, it should be said that even in peak condition, this leader wouldn't have noticed. The law of no damage within the smoke was activated. As the dust settled, Yusheng stood tall, holding a sword, and wearing a black robe transformed from slime. Behind him lay Claire, who had fainted. No, who are you? You aren't that brat. No, you are that brat, just who are you? My name is Shadow. I lurk in the shadows and hunt those in the shadows. Chapter 3, Butterfly Effect. Yusheng's response was filled with a mix of posturing and anger. The invisible hand would inevitably cause Claire to faint, even though she hadn't suffered any actual harm. How is this possible? You took that hit, and you're actually fine. Impossible. Attack, hurry up, minions, slaughter him. Oh? His tone carried disdain and contempt. Take a look around you. Are they still alive? Only after being reminded did the leader finally realize how quiet it was around him. Usually, when he unleashed this move, his minions would be cheering, but this time, it was too quiet. He turned his head in terror, only to see the vice leader and his minions standing motionless, their faces filled with fear. Suddenly, their bodies began to fall apart piece by piece, and blood sprayed all over his face. He turned his head back again to see Yusheng standing before him, looking down at him from above. Meeting those crimson pupils felt like being looked at as nothing more than an ant to be crushed at will. Ah! Extreme fear triggered his body's instincts, causing him to crawl backward on all fours, ignoring the sticky blood mixed with urine. Don't come over here. Yusheng frowned, showing extreme disgust at the sudden stench of urine. He asked in a flat tone, "Tell me, what's going on with this ninjutsu? You actually know about ninjutsu?" It was as if the origin of the ninjutsu gave the leader a bit of courage. "I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. This is..." Before he could finish his sentence, the leader's head suddenly exploded. And that wasn't all, his heart exploded, too. A restriction. Yusheng thought about it. Having such means was clearly the work of the cult of Diablos. However, his tone remained somewhat uncertain. In his past life, he had read the book and manga several times, and he was certain that ninjutsu could not possibly appear here. Could it be that the butterfly effect from me taking over this account has created a new organization? Forget it, I'll gather information on this once Shadow Garden is established. Yusheng stopped thinking about things he couldn't understand. The only thing he could be certain of was that he needed to become stronger. Yusheng understood the principle that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. It was only because the Kajanu territory was so remote and barren that neither the mysterious new organization nor the cult of Diablos had reached out their hands here yet. Once Claire's demonic possession curse flared up, the cult would come sniffing around like hyenas. I need to get back quickly. Mother is probably going to be furious. Yusheng picked up Claire and looked at her sleeping face, smiling dotingly. It's really nice to have family. At this moment, the Kajanu territory's manor was in complete chaos. The night patrol servants, having discovered that both the young master and the young lady were not in their rooms, turned pale and sounded the alarm. Oh no! The young master and the young lady, they're gone. This shout terrified both the lord and his wife. One was Claire, who was gifted and expected to inherit the territory, and the other was Yusheng, who was mediocre but still the apple of their eye. They had been laughing and talking during dinner, and now they were suddenly gone. Quick! Get moving. You and the territory guards go out and search. If you can't find them in town, expand the search area. The lady of the manor was directing everyone, sending out everyone she could mobilize. She turned to look at her husband, who was playing detective, her hands clenched tight. Staring at his shiny bald head, she asked with suppressed anger, "What are you doing?" I'm analyzing the situation at the scene. And what is your analysis result? First, I'll rule out the possibility of kidnapping. There are no signs of a struggle, no magic fluctuations, and the bedding is neatly folded. In conclusion, the siblings snuck out. His shiny bald head gleamed as he proudly stated his conclusion. Then get your ass out there and find them. The lady of the manor kicked him in the butt. She had already reached this conclusion when she first came to check the siblings' room. She didn't believe her husband hadn't realized it too, he just had to play detective first. Not long after, with Yusheng sprinting at full speed, he carried Claire back to the manor in half the time it took to get there. After confirming that both siblings were unharmed, their parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, the siblings knelt, preparing to welcome their mother's love. Tell me, where did you go instead of sleeping in the middle of the night? Their mother crossed her arms over her chest and interrogated the siblings. We went to kill magical beasts. There have been more attacks on the territory lately, and I was just trying to help alleviate the burden. It was no wonder Claire had her mother's genes, she still looked defiant. This was the unified story they had agreed upon under Yushing's insistence. If they had told them they were clearing out bandits, their parents would likely be even more worried and forbid them from going out. That wouldn't do. If they couldn't leave the house, how could they save people? If they missed a plot character, it would be a huge loss. So you got knocked out by a magical beast, and had to be carried back by your younger brother. I was training him. Their mother was so furious at Claire's words that her face turned red. Bring me the rattan whip, it's time for family punishment. Afterward, Claire dragged Yushing back to their room. You brat. What happened last night? Those bandits wouldn't be kind enough to let us return. Oh, you mean that? Last night, a mysterious person appeared. He was super strong, just as handsome as me, though not quite as handsome as the readers, and he saved us. Yushing answered sincerely. Claire looked at him suspiciously. When she was about to pass out, she had seen someone in a black robe slice the earth dragon in two. Why didn't he appear sooner or later? Why did he have to appear right when she was knocked out? Although she still had other questions, she had to let it go. The most important thing now was the sudden appearance of the earth dragon. Brother, what do you think about the earth dragon that appeared last night? What do I think? I think about it sitting down or lying down, that's how. Was I supposed to say that the earth dragon was ninjutsu, requiring chakra and hand seals to activate, and needing extremely high control? If he kept going, given Claire's personality, she would surely get to the bottom of it and never stop, especially since even Yushing himself didn't fully understand what was going on. Logically speaking, a magic swordsman shouldn't be able to achieve that level. Releasing magic power externally and preventing it from dissipating is a major challenge. Yushing had to give an answer that was essentially nonsense, following the common knowledge of this world. Could this be power brought about by an ancient relic? Claire had to search through records to find an answer that seemed plausible. Ancient relics had many uses in the original work. They could create anti-magic circles and even grant humans incomparable power. Once someone obtained one, through research, that person might even dare to dream of becoming one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. The 12 Knights of the Round Table held supreme status within the cult, and many people coveted that position. Forget it, let's not talk about that anymore. Come on, let's start today's sparring. Let's not, let's rest today. Ignoring Yushing's protest, Claire dragged him to the training ground. Yushing actually wanted to go somewhere deserted today to see if he could cast ninjutsu. Even bandits could perform hand seals to cast ninjutsu. There was no way he couldn't do it too, right? He wasn't just messing around with dark history, was he? In Yushing's view, ninjutsu was also a form of magic. Wasn't chakra just another name for magic power? And hand seals were just the process of incantation used to construct magic. Chapter 4, Alpha. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Yushing stood by the river, looking at the water dragon condensed from the water before him, feeling very satisfied. For the past 2 years, Yushing had tirelessly practiced ninjutsu. No, in his eyes, it was more like magic. Due to the nature of dissipation, it could only be achieved by taking his magic refinement to the next level. Initially, he carefully recalled the hand seals from the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. There was a close-up in the anime, though he didn't know if it was correct. He still remembered when he first performed hand seals by the river, a crow was cawing caw-caw-caw above his head. Was the posture wrong? Did he chant the wrong incantation? Having lived 2 lives, it still made him feel a bit embarrassed. Through constant exploration, he found it necessary to first construct the shape in his mind, and then use magic to control the water to form the water dragon. By now, Yushing was already able to cast it instantly without the need for hand seals. Go! Yushing controlled the water dragon to charge toward an irregular rock about 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter thick. Boom! With a loud bang, the rock was shattered into pieces. That wasn't all, the large rocks became small rocks, and the small rocks were washed into even smaller stones. Not bad, this path works too. Yusheng had already organized a complete cultivation system to be taught once Shadow Garden was established. Although they were all demon-possessed, it would still depend on their individual talent. Speaking of which, since I can pull off ninjutsu, is there a chance for things like Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and Chibaku Tensei? Yusheng carefully recalled memories from his past life. Although these ninjutsu required a bloodline limit to perform, it didn't seem difficult to figure out the underlying principles. Like the two moves Pain commonly used, weren't they essentially just gravity and repulsion? Gravity, the attractive force between any two objects or particles related to the product of their masses and the distance between them, is a universal force in nature. Repulsion refers to the force that pushes objects away from each other, the opposite of gravity. Simply put, like poles repel and opposites attract. In Yusheng's view, magic could be seen as a type of particle. To control gravity and repulsion, one had to work at the microscopic level. This is a novel, please don't take it seriously. The author's knowledge is limited, just treat it as a setting. No sooner said than done. Yusheng extended his right hand toward a small rock nearby and carefully sensed his own magic and the magic around him. After 10 years of cultivation, he considered his control over magic to be extremely delicate. As time passed, Yusheng's breathing grew heavy, and the magic particles in his palm constantly condensed and restructured, aiming to adjust the electrical charge. Ban. Before he could finish his sentence, or rather, before it was enough, the strength in Yusheng's entire body seemed to be drained. He fell to his knees, propping himself up with his arms to keep from collapsing. Drip, drip. Yusheng gasped for air, not even having time to wipe his nosebleed. Had he not stopped in time, he would have passed out completely. Ho! Holy shit! As expected of the four fundamental forces of the universe, the magic and mental energy consumed are far beyond what I can easily use right now. Once his breathing evened out a bit, he wiped his nosebleed and lay on the ground in a comfortable position. The river gurgled and birds chirped, seemingly curious about the two-legged beast lying on the ground. Might as well go to the Hokage and just gouge out a Rinnegan, it's plug and play anyway. Yusheng was just complaining, he wouldn't give up. Just think about it, while other magic swordsmen are still showing off their superb swordsmanship, if he just used a Shinra Tensei to blow the opponent away, how cool would that be? It wasn't until dusk that Claire hurriedly found Yusheng. Having not seen him all day, she was still worried even though she knew he was slacking off. Under Claire's gaze, Yusheng kipped up and followed her back obediently. Late the next night, as if woken by the urge to urinate, his bladder reminded him to hurry to the bathroom. Yusheng opened his eyes and sat up. Of course, he wasn't woken by the urge to pee, rather he felt a premonition, it was time to go rescue Alpha. He quietly left the Lord's Manor and headed in the direction he felt guided toward. After some time, Yusheng arrived at an abandoned village. At this time, a group of bandits stationed there was holding a victory feast. Ha ha ha. Tonight's haul is truly bountiful. All right, after eating and drinking our fill, have some brothers deliver the cult's cargo. They're probably getting impatient. They didn't notice at all that someone was listening to their conversation in the darkness. It wasn't that they were too weak, but that Yusheng had merged with the darkness, as if he were a part of the night itself. About 20 people. Whatever, just a bunch of rabble. Yusheng walked step by step without making a sound. The black robe formed from the slime was just that practical. Hee, trash. It's time to go. The sudden voice interrupted them in their excitement, sobering them up quite a bit. Who's there? Who dares to interrupt your granddaddy? Do you have the strength to fight the Black Beast mercenary group? Although the words Black Beast caught his attention slightly, it only made his killing intent surge even more. After all, a mercenary group that would take such a name was even more heinous than bandits. Where did this kid come from, trying to play hero? Ah. No, don't kill me. Amidst the wails of the mercenary group, Yusheng's blade rose and fell without the slightest hesitation. Now that some things had changed, who knew if they had any more tricks up their sleeves? The looted money would naturally be used as the initial funding for Shadow Garden. After clearing everything out, Yuxing came to an iron cage covered by a canvas. Jia, is this my first woman, my first garden member? After pulling back the canvas, even Yuxing, who was fully prepared, couldn't help but be startled. It was a mass of foul-smelling, black blood-oozing sarcomas. The whole thing was squirming, with only a pair of numb, despairing, and hollow ice-blue pupils telling the story that this mountain of flesh had once been a human. It was even more exaggerated than in the anime, which made Yuxing admire the protagonist of Song of Saya. Though Saya seemed a bit more special. Of course, this was just a special bloodline magic rampage. Yuxing took it away in a carriage to a secret base he had already selected, not far from the Lord's manor. Half a month later, Yuxing came to the secret base to begin today's treatment. Since the first day of treatment, she had fallen into a deep sleep. By today, she had recovered her human form, a blonde elf girl. Some of the sarcomas had not yet receded, but after today, she would be completely healed. While treating her, Yuxing also used magic to open up the girl's entire circulatory system. Although a magic rampage could transform these demon-possessed into bodies that could control magic more smoothly, Yuxing needed to further strengthen their foundation to deal with future variables. After an unknown amount of time, the sarcomas completely receded. A snow-white body was fully revealed before Yuxing's eyes, but he didn't have time to admire it. Because she was about to wake up, Yuxing had to strike a cool pose. There's no table, so I can't do Commander Ikari's classic pose. The Terminator, a bit silly. After thinking about it, he leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, lowered his head slightly, and tightened his hood. Yo! You're awake. From today on, you shall be called Alpha. Chapter 5, Hexagon. When Alpha woke up, she simply couldn't believe that her curse had been completely cured. This was an unprecedented occurrence. From the day she became one of the demon-possessed, her life had changed. First, her fellow elves showed her deep loathing, and those former friends took up swords to hunt her down. Immediately following that, the high officials of the Elf Kingdom issued a death sentence, declaring she would be purified by fire. Her aunt Beatrix, hailed as the sword saint of the elf race, was not in the tribe at the time. She wondered, would her aunt have killed her too? Constantly running, constantly dodging pursuit. The world no longer had a place for her. I am cured. How is this possible? She kept touching herself, first her face, then her hands, then her body. She was confirming whether she was dreaming. You're awake. From today on, your name shall be Alpha. I have cured your curse, abandon your past, and join me in seeking the truth of the world. Alpha looked up, her beautiful face turning toward Yuxing, and only then did she realize this wasn't a dream. Because that ball of light was so dazzling. Curse. Truth. Alpha was somewhat confused. She had thought all of this was simply her misfortune. In fairy tales, in the distant past, the demon Diabolos rampaged across this continent, and was later killed by 3 heroes. You've heard of this, right? Yes, the knowledge I studied says as much. What the fairy tales don't say is that before the demon died, he used his remaining power to place a curse on the heroes. Their magic power went berserk, turning them into something neither human nor ghost. Even their descendants are affected, and you are a descendant of a hero. Alpha's eyes widened. I am a descendant of an elven hero. However, an organization discovered some of Demon Diabolos' secrets. To that end, this organization has gone to great lengths to twist the facts, hiding the descendants of the hero bloodlines and branding them as demon-possessed. Their goal is to use the descendants of hero bloodlines to achieve their hidden secrets. This organization directly used the demon's name to found the cult of Diablos. Yuxing walked up to Alpha and reached out his hand. He still had to go through the necessary procedures. The cult is a group of rats hiding in the shadows, and I founded Shadow Garden to oppose them and seek more of the truth. Are you willing? Alpha naturally believed the truth Yuxing spoke. She herself was the best proof, and he was the one who had granted her rebirth. Her angry gaze turned into one of determination. Without hesitation, she took Yusheng's outstretched hand and stood up, being slightly taller than him. I am willing. From now on, I am Alpha. Wherever your sword points is the direction I shall advance. Yusheng was momentarily overwhelmed by her momentum, ignoring the fact that Alpha wasn't wearing any clothes. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. It must be said that Alpha was practically a hexagon overachiever. Yusheng himself was almost out of things to teach her. Cultivation methods, various schools of swordsmanship from his memory, the 6 styles, and he even taught her ninjutsu. All that remained was some physics knowledge and the like. Alpha, who had received an elite education, could even infer 3 points from 1. For instance, when Yusheng just explained what gravity was, Alpha could talk about universal gravitation. Ever since Alpha learned some of the truth, she had filled her daily schedule to the brim. When Yusheng wasn't around, she would cultivate her magic power while practicing swordsmanship. When he was there, she would spar with him and ask questions about difficult problems encountered during her cultivation. What Alpha loved most was mealtime during the day. Not only could she eat the wonderful food Yusheng made himself, but she could also hear all sorts of interesting anecdotes and stories from Yusheng's past life. Incidentally, under Yusheng's clever guidance, the servants of the Lord's Manor had mastered various cooking techniques, no longer limited to monotonous boiling or steaming. As a person from his previous world, only fine food could not be let down. If Alpha had one flaw, it was that her skills in the kitchen were unsatisfactory, and she could only act as an assistant. Lord Yusheng, I want to go out with you to save more people like me who are suffering from the twisted curse. May I? In private, Yusheng often asked Alpha not to be too formal or restrained. He didn't want future garden members to view him with a sense of pure adoration. Otherwise, how could he? Jia. Of course. This is also a way for you to practice how to control magic power. This will be quite difficult, you must observe and perceive carefully. Now that Alpha had been saved, he believed the other members would follow soon, especially the cat beastmen whose experiences were so bitter they led her to extreme thoughts later on. Furthermore, in a few years, Yusheng would have to leave the territory to study at the Midgar Royal Capital Academy. He had a premonition that the changes in this world might have already become significant. After dinner, Alpha manipulated the slime to form her combat attire. Per Yusheng's preferences, it was first a black lady's shirt, then tight-fitting western trousers for the pants, long boots, and finally a cloak. Her swelling chest indicated that Alpha had entered a stage of rapid development. Perfect. Lastly was the mask. How could that be missing? With black on the left and white on the right as the base colors, the pattern was the character Sheng, with the 2 dots of the bamboo radical serving as eye holes. To distinguish her during future operations, Alpha's mask had an extra Alpha letter. Only those who practiced the methods provided by Yusheng could perceive the special letter on the mask. Let's go. Traveling was boring. The people they encountered were either bandits or slave hunters, all of whom Yusheng left to Alpha for practice. They happened upon another slave hunting party, mostly consisting of elves or beast men. I'll leave it to you, Alpha. As you command. Yusheng leaned against a tree trunk to watch, his magic perception covering 100 miles. TSK, this level of comprehension is truly heaven-defying. If she were in a cultivation world, she'd likely be a genius of a holy land. She's much stronger than my sister Claire. Unlike Yusheng, who liked to talk trash and act cool before a fight, Alpha was much cleaner and more efficient against enemies with no intelligence value. The poor slave hunters didn't even have time to react. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This was the combat principle Yusheng had taught her. Lord Yusheng, the enemies have all been killed, and the captured slaves have been released. Regarding these ordinary people, Yusheng would save them if he saw them, but he wouldn't take them in. Shadow Garden only took in those abandoned by the world. These ordinary people who hadn't experienced the curse would not identify with Shadow Garden's ideals. Alpha, you've grown stronger. Thanks to you. Different from her decisive killing just now, although she tried hard to appear calm, the twisting of her fingers behind her back betrayed her joy. This was the happiness of being recognized by Yuxing for the first time. It was like a child getting a perfect score on an exam for the first time, eagerly reporting to their parents, and looking forward to a reward. It was a pity her hood covered her, or else Yuxing would have seen the tips of Alpha's ears turning red. I can finally start to catch up to Lord Yuxing's footsteps. Alpha was cultivating at all times, even refining and circulating magic power while eating and sleeping. She didn't seek to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuxing, only to be able to stand behind him and fight against the world and the cult. Chapter 6: The Seven Shadows Assemble. Searching here and there like this, 2.5 years passed. Sometimes Yuxing was held back by Claire, so Alpha had to go alone. The seven shadows were finally assembled, and Shadow Garden was much livelier than before. Dinner is served. Wow, we get to eat the delicious food made by the boss again. Delta, that beastkin, really lived up to her name. She sat on the chair like a dog, wagging her tail. Born into a canine tribe in an environment where the strong preyed on the weak, she was not well regarded by her clansmen, and even her father, the chieftain, did not like this daughter. When Yuxing first met Delta, her demonic possession had already manifested, yet she followed her instincts to hunt, believing that she would get better if she just ate. The food made by Lord Shadow is the most delicious in the world. Epsilon's board-like figure was as flat as ever. Perhaps this was a case of God closing one door while opening a window for her. Her level of magic control was second only to Alpha among the seven shadows, and in some aspects, it was extremely detailed and precise. But for Yuxing, how could this do? What would happen if the child went hungry in the future? So Yuxing tried dietary therapy. If that didn't work, he would have to consider genetics and estrogen. Epsilon's flatness couldn't even compare to a muscular man in a gym. There wasn't even a small bump. Lord Shadow is the minced garlic in this dish called garlic chicken pot specially prepared. I need to learn this. Gamma, who had deep purple hair and a small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, was a strange person who could trip on flat ground, despite having surprisingly poor motor skills. But to Yuxing's surprise, Gamma was an excellent cook. She had mastered cooking techniques from her previous life, and her ability to control heat was comparable to a state banquet chef, if one ignored the fact that she always managed to break a few plates while cooking. Ah! Lord Yuxing cooking is really too handsome. Record it. It must be recorded. I have more material for the Lord Shadow Secret Chronicles. Beta, who was holding a small notebook and sketching quickly to the side, was a silver-haired, blue-eyed elf who had been very timid and shy in the beginning. Because she knew Alpha, she often hid behind her, and during her first mission, she couldn't even hold her sword steady upon seeing blood. Under Alpha's strict requirements, and with Yuxing telling stories from the 4 great classical novels and some fairy tales every night, Beta also completed her transformation and found her own path of battle. The food made by Lord Shadow is delicious. I really want to study why his brain knows so much. Ada, with her brownish-red long hair, looked like an airhead and didn't speak much, but she was dark on the inside. It could be said that her scientific research ability was the strongest among the 7 shadows. Often, when Yuxing brought up his half-baked knowledge, Ada would think for a moment and then come up with a complete theory and implement it. Just like how a kettle lid gets pushed open, Alpha understood the principle, but Ada tinkered and built a steam engine. She could even describe a power machine that converted the thermal energy of steam into mechanical work. It was terrifyingly strong. It made Yuxing, a modern person, feel ashamed. But once he thought about how he was the one who prompted her, Yuxing felt confident again. Meow, it's steamed fish. I like the fish Lord Shadow makes the most. Unlike her original experience, Yuxing appeared in time and saved her whole family. Do you want power? Do you want revenge? When the members of the cult were preparing to chop off the heads of her parents and brother, Yuxing appeared with his coolness and drove the cult back. Later, Yuxing made special human skin masks and used magic to conceal her parents and brother. They were now hidden in the Kajana territory, living as ordinary people. Although the clansmen united with the cult to force the chieftain to abdicate, the hatred of the clan extermination and the fact that her family almost died, Lily, no, now Zeta, would never forget the sins of the cult. All right, everyone go wash your hands and eat. Whoever dares not to listen won't get to eat tonight. Alpha, the big sister, had even become their mother hen. Listening to the girls chattering and praising him, Yusheng's mouth curled up wildly, and his heart was filled with pride. Unlike the brother-obsessed Claire, who said that cooking for her brother was natural, then secretly learned to cook, only to serve up dark cuisine. After dinner, the 7 shadows cleaned up the tableware and threw themselves back into training. Yusheng, on the other hand, provided targeted guidance to the girls. He wouldn't slack off. He circulated his magic power in his body according to the theory of the 5 elements, trying his best to run it through every blood vessel in his body. This was also a required subject for future members of Shadow Garden, followed by targeted training. Alpha was in a league of her own, followed closely by Zeta and Delta, who were evenly matched. Zeta had maxed out agility, while Delta had the instincts of a beast. The remaining 4 were in another tier. It wasn't that they weren't strong, they just had different strengths. Growing up according to Yusheng's teachings, they were worthy of the 7 shadows' throne. After all, Yusheng had personally healed them and opened up the meridians throughout their bodies. Like Epsilon, who could unleash several sword beams while simultaneously causing spikes to grow from the ground to pierce the enemy. As for Gamma, there was nothing much to say. She used brute force to overpower everything, maxing out her own defense. As for the issue with her motor skills, Yusheng was thinking of ways to solve it. For now, it was better to max out her intelligence. Ada just needed to shine in scientific research. She really wasn't interested in training, as long as it was enough, it was fine. She cared more about the truths Yusheng spoke of and dissecting his brain. Beta could also be considered an all-rounder. She understood everything, but wasn't proficient in anything. This wasn't a problem, as long as she kept growing. In time, she could also become an existence like Alpha. Yusheng had to work a bit harder, running from here to there. He wasn't without gains. In the process of teaching, he could discover problems he couldn't see himself. Finally, everyone sat together to learn Chinese characters. Since he was young, Yusheng had also been learning the language and script of this other world at the Lord's mansion. For him, it was too painful. Clearly, a few Chinese characters could express something clearly, but the other world's script required a long sentence to express it clearly. The stretches of worm-like text made Yusheng dizzy, and since Chinese characters were his native language, he didn't want to forget them. So Yusheng decided to use Chinese characters as the communication language for Shadow Garden. Supplemented with specific codebooks, it could largely prevent information leaks. Chinese characters were simple if you said they were simple, and very difficult if you said they were difficult. You might know one part but not the other. Lord Shadow, Chinese characters are truly elegant and wonderful. A single character can express the current social situation. Halfway through the lesson, Alpha suddenly sighed with emotion. Oh? How so? Yusheng was actually a bit curious. With Alpha's comprehension, she must have a different perspective. The other 6 shadows also looked at Alpha, looking forward to her opinion. Look at this character eat eat, it is composed of a mouth mouth and beg beg. Nowadays, under the control of the cult, the lords exploit the lower classes, and their own labor cannot satisfy their basic needs. So they can only open their mouths to beg the lord or tax collector to collect less tax, to leave some food to survive. How could those fat pigs lower taxes? So what are the common people at the bottom to do? They cannot wield their blades against the lords, so they wield them against other common people. It is the same opening of the mouth, but with more chewing and more expectation. Thus it becomes that only by eating people can one become a person above others. Ha! Is this right? After hearing Alpha's opinion, Yusheng broke out in a cold sweat. He even suspected that Alpha had studied on Tieba. What next? Was she going to add that the word freedom itself is full of constraints, but there is always one stroke that breaks out of the cage? Ahem, Alpha's perspective is a bit unique. Let's continue with the lesson. Yuxing had no choice but to change the subject and not discuss it further. Chapter 7, Sherry. After some time, the Seven Shadows, having achieved success in their cultivation, began to venture out to gather more intelligence on the cult of Diablos and rescue more women who had suffered similar experiences. As expected of the cult of Diablos, which has been active for nearly 1,000 years, they are hidden extremely deep, and most of the intelligence gathered was worthless. It seemed the cult had also confirmed that another organization was hostile toward them. Fortunately, thanks to Yuxing's guidance, the cult currently only knows that this organization is called Shadow Garden, and aside from that, there is no other information. One night, in his room, Yuxing sat on a leather sofa, one hand supporting his temple, legs crossed, gazing at the moon, looking like the king of the dark night. The leather sofa was bought with gold coins taken from thieves. It wasn't excessive to improve the living conditions at home, right? Yuxing wasn't just posing on a whim. There was no one around to watch him, after all. He had already sensed the Seven Shadows approaching to report. Wow! So handsome. Must record this. But there is something more important to report now. The person who arrived was Beta. The moonlight shone on Yuxing's face, causing Beta to swoon for a moment, and drool flowed down involuntarily. Beta wiped away her drool, came to Yuxing's side, and knelt on one knee. Lord Shadow. We have tracked a cult member. The current vice principal of the Midgar Royal Academy, Ruslan Barnett, is holding an ancient artifact, and intends to find a scholar to research it. Oh? Interesting. It seems as I expected. Beta looked up at Yuxing, her eyes turning into stars. As expected of Lord Yuxing. Everything is under control. Yuxing did not know what Beta was thinking. He stood up and put his hands in his pockets. Beta, don't you think tonight's moon is too monotonous? Why don't we dye it with a touch of red together? In his past life as an orphan, survival was the top priority. Now, with his youthful nature completely liberated, one isn't a youth without being a bit chinibu. Although when he recalls this moment in the future, he will be incredibly embarrassed. Yes. Lord Shadow, let us dye the moon. Her star-shaped eyes turned into heart-shaped eyes. She took out a small notebook and quickly sketched the beautiful scene before her. After saying this, the two disappeared into the night. On the other side, Ruslan took the Eye of Avarice and found Lucretia, who was little Sherry's mother. Years ago, her husband died for unknown reasons. Both of them were passionate about researching ancient artifacts, and in terms of knowledge, they were second to none. After her husband died, Lucretia was immediately ostracized by the academic community. Unable to support herself alone, she had no choice but to take her daughter and move to a remote area to live. Ruslan, who had been forced to withdraw from the cult's upper echelons due to injuries, found Lucretia, and expressed his willingness to fund her continued research into ancient artifacts. Lucretia, I need your help to research this. I really need it. Ruslan spoke in a gentle tone, and took out the Eye of Avarice. Lucretia only took one look and recognized it. Mr. Vice Principal, where did you get this ancient artifact? This thing is very dangerous. Yes, Lucretia, I know it is dangerous, but I really need it. Ruslan remained patient. If it weren't for the fact that this ancient artifact could help him return to his peak, and if it weren't for the fact that he needed Lucretia, he would have attacked and killed her long ago. No. I can't. This thing is too dangerous. I cannot research it. This item needs to be handed over to the kingdom for safekeeping. Upon hearing that it needed to be handed over to the kingdom, Ruslan's expression turned gloomy, and his eyes revealed killing intent. Lucretia, it is my funding that allows you to continue your research. It is what keeps you and your daughter from not even being able to afford bread. I will ask you one more time, will you research it or not? Ruslan suppressed his anger. Vice Principal, thank you for your support. But this Eye of Avarice is truly too dangerous. Forgive me, but I cannot research it. Please hand it over to the kingdom. It must be said that Lucretia was indeed a scholar buried in her research, completely failing to notice the change in Ruslin's tone and his killing intent. Then go to hell. Ruslin drew his sword, the gentle and kind demeanor of the vice principal gone, revealing his true, cruel, and ruthless nature. He planned to pierce Lucretia slowly, sword by sword, from her limbs to her torso, finally piercing her heart and twisting the blade. He loved watching his prey slowly march toward death. As for the research, under her mother's tutelage, Sherry was also a promising student. Adopting Sherry and letting her research it slowly, he could afford to wait. No. You can't do this. The eye of avarice has a backlash effect itself. At this moment, Ruslin didn't care about all that and pierced her limbs in order. Ah! Her mother's scream woke up little Sherry, who hurriedly scrambled up to see what had happened. This sound is truly beautiful. Just like your husband's. What are you saying? Hee hee. Your husband was also killed by me. Just like you, first the limbs, then the heart. Ha ha ha. How similar you two are. No. Why would you do this? You devil. You will die a horrible death. Lucretia was filled with grief and indignation. It was as if her adrenaline was surging, and she used all her strength to curse Ruslin. But none of this was of any use. On the contrary, this desperate curse was, to Ruslin, a beautiful melody. Ruslin walked toward Lucretia step by step, smiling, preparing to strike the final blow. Mama! At that very moment, the 6 shadows appeared and deflected Ruslin's sword. The force was so great that he staggered back a few steps. Lucretia was still alive, holding on to her last breath with resentment and anger. Little Sherry hurried to her side. Mama! Are you okay? Don't scare me. Woo-woo. The 6 shadows stood before the mother and daughter, separating them from Ruslin, yet leaving enough space for Sherry to clearly see Ruslin's true face. Who are you? Ruslin looked at the 6 people who had suddenly appeared with an unhappy expression. They were wearing black robes and masks with strange totems. Ruslin Barnett, as a member of the cult, you should know quite a bit of intelligence. The one who spoke was naturally Alpha. Ruslin widened his eyes, then smiled coldly. Having stepped down from the upper echelons, he naturally hadn't received any intelligence regarding Shadow Garden. Where did these nobodies come from, daring to oppose the cult of Diablos? Fine, let you be the credit for my return to the upper echelons. Clang! Clang! After a few rounds, Ruslin, a master of swordsmanship with rich combat experience, couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, the 6 shadows were parrying his moves and learning more swordsmanship in actual combat. If they weren't wearing masks, Ruslin would have been able to see the 6 people's pupils glowing slightly. This was the result of magic power constantly tempering their pupils, which Yuxing named fiery eyes. After a few more rounds, Ruslin, who already had physical injuries, gradually fell into a disadvantage. He panted, discovering a fact he found hard to accept. Damn it! You are using me to practice your swordsmanship. I cannot fall. I haven't returned to the cult's upper echelons yet. That is where the power I dream of lies. The power of eternal life. Thinking of this, Ruslin began to harbor thoughts of retreat. He decided to use his ultimate trump card, a one-time trump card bestowed upon him by the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Chapter 8, Another Variable Appears. Ruslin, you are too weak. The cult is nothing more than this. Zeta had already gathered intelligence on Ruslin, including his personality. What Alpha needed to do was tear through Ruslin's arrogance and shatter the filter of the cult, forcing him to spit out more information. Ha ha ha. The foundations of the cult are beyond your imagination. Teleport. After speaking, Ruslin's body became illusory and transparent, his vicious eyes staring intently at the 6 of them. A flash of light passed, and Ruslin vanished, leaving only his mana fluctuations behind. In their eyes, Ruslin's entire being had turned into mana particles and was then sucked away. Just then, Yuxing finally arrived at the scene with Beta. Panic appeared on the faces of the 6 shadows, and they all knelt on one knee. Lord Shadow. It was our incompetence that allowed Ruslan to escape. Oh? Escaped? How did he escape from your hands? Yusheng was quite curious. Logically, the strength of 6 people shouldn't be insufficient to defeat a wounded middle-aged man. Delta and Zeta were no pushovers either, it didn't make sense. Even Epsilon standing aside firing sword key should have been able to wear him down. Lord Shadow, he seemed to know, he definitely teleported away. Gamma quickly added. Teleportation. Having read novels, manga, and anime several times in his past life, Yusheng was certain that the cult couldn't possibly possess teleportation magic. Yusheng quickly sensed the scene. He discovered that there was indeed a mana vacuum zone. It seems a variable has appeared within the cult. Since ninjutsu had appeared before, having teleportation now didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Rise, all of you. I do not blame you. If it were me, I likely would have been caught off guard as well. Yusheng said this with complete sincerity. With the variables brought about by his presence, it wouldn't be surprising if the cult suddenly unleashed super-tier magic one day. However, from the perspective of the 7 shadows, this wasn't the case. How could Lord Shadow be caught off guard? It could only be that they themselves weren't strong enough, and had failed to resolve troubles for Lord Shadow. For a moment, the 6 shadows fell into deep self-reproach, except for that heartless dog Delta, who still hadn't figured out what was going on. Lord Shadow. From now on, we will conduct targeted training against teleportation. Not only that, we will consider even more scenarios. All right then. When time does not appear, space is king. Space-type magic, that's going to be difficult to deal with. Sora was just high-speed movement, it didn't count as space-type magic. Yusheng stopped worrying about the variable and looked at the mother and daughter, Sherry and Lucretia. Only then did Sherry, who had been watching all along, snap out of it. She hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, pleading for mercy. My lords. I beg of you, please save my mother. I am willing to give everything, even become a slave. I beg of you. Sherry sobbed. She had lost her father and seen Ruslan's true face. She didn't want to lose her only remaining family. Yusheng looked at Lucretia, who still had a breath left, and understood that Alpha had intentionally appeared at the very last moment. Yusheng didn't blame Alpha, on the contrary, he quite agreed with this approach. If they had saved her before the first sword strike, it would have only earned them a negligible amount of gratitude. When someone makes a decision that is about to lead to severe consequences, if someone steps in to save them, they will never realize where they went wrong. But as long as she could be saved, it was fine. Yusheng didn't like the melodramatic plot where an adoptive father is the killer, the protagonist experiences fake familial love, and is then misunderstood as the culprit. Granted. Yusheng extended his right hand, purple mana condensing in his palm, and waved it toward Lucretia. Once the purple mana mass merged into her body, her wounds miraculously healed. Exaggerated? Not at all. In the anime, even severed arms could regrow, there was no reason Yusheng couldn't do this. They've all healed. Lucretia looked at the masked Yusheng and quickly scrambled up, pulling her daughter Sherry down to kneel again. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. If you ever have a use for me, I will give my utmost effort. Continue your research on the artifacts. Yusheng informed Lucretia about the cult, and also told her about Ruslan's true goals. Shadow Garden does not care for artifacts, but we need to know how they are formed, what their power is, and how to counter them. All of this requires your research. Hearing the whole story, Lucretia felt nothing but shock and rage. Her husband had been killed by the cult, and she herself had walked the line between life and death, not to mention the cult had been causing harm for 1,000 years. She wanted to atone for the fact that her and her husband's research had been used by the cult to persecute innocent lives. She wanted revenge for her husband's tragic death, and for the hatred of her daughter almost being used. I understand. My daughter and I will dedicate our lives to Shadow Garden. Good. This place is no longer suitable for you to live. Come with us. Ada, I leave them to you. As you command, Lord Shadow. We will follow all of Lord Shadow's arrangements. After packing their luggage and everything that could be taken, they were ready. Finally, Alpha used a blast of light to completely erase the place. Even if Ruslan wanted to investigate later, he wouldn't find anything. Back at the Kajana territory, after arranging living quarters for Lucretia and her daughter, Yusheng thought about the next steps. As for the fox girl Yuki, Yusheng had already arranged for merchants in the territory to inquire about her tribe. It seems I need to speed up the arrangements for the base. The ancient capital, Alexandria, located deep within the territory's mountain range, shrouded in toxic mist year-round. Lucretia's research will only be safe if placed inside there. It wasn't that Yusheng hadn't looked for it before, but it would be much safer with the help of that guardian dragon. And the current problem was, Yusheng couldn't find that dragon. The next day, Yusheng went to the secret base, intending to ask if they had any information on this. At this time, the Seven Shadows were discussing how to deal with teleportation, except for Delta, who was snoring loudly. Lord Alpha, at the moment of teleportation, we can see the target person turn into mana particles. If we can confine those mana particles, can we achieve an interruption of the teleportation? The wise Gamma could always pinpoint a solution with sharp insight. Her theory gained the approval of the other 5 shadows. In other words, the key lies in how to confine them. Epsilon raised this core issue. Can we try to approach this from the gravity within Lord Shadow's wisdom? In that instant, I saw the mana particles Ruslan turned into being sucked away. If our own mass is greater than the opponent's and we attract the target, could we achieve the goal of confinement? Ada attempted to solve the problem using the wisdom imparted by Yusheng. Before they could reach a conclusion, they were interrupted by Yusheng's arrival. Yo, everyone's here. Delta was the fastest. Although she had been sleeping, the moment she sensed Yusheng's arrival, her ears perked up, and she charged at him on all fours. Boss. Yusheng took a solid face full of her affection. Zeta followed immediately after. Meow. Zeta rubbed against Yusheng, trying to cover Delta's scent with her own. All right, you two really are. Leopards are felines and Zeta and Delta were naturally like cats and dogs. After pulling Delta off him, Yusheng finally managed to catch his breath. Although he wanted to enjoy it a bit more, he couldn't help but notice the supreme deity Shinha watching. By the way, do you have any information regarding the lost ancient capital, Alexandria? As soon as he said this, the girls were startled. Chapter 9, The Mist Dragon. As expected of Lord Shadow. He even sees through our site selection so clearly. Beta took out her notebook and quickly recorded it. I know. Legend has it that Alexandria was an extremely prosperous nation in ancient times, but it vanished into the torrent of history overnight. Some say the king indulged in prosperity and excessive ease, so the demon dragon couldn't stand it and decided to destroy it. Others say the expansion brought by prosperity led the king to try and destroy the demon dragon, but instead, it brought about a national disaster. But no matter what, all the theories are inseparable from the shadow of the demon dragon. Zeta informed Yusheng of all the intelligence she had gathered. Are there any detailed records about the demon dragon? For example, its daily routine, or how it appeared? Regrettably, we don't have very detailed information about the demon dragon. Epsilon added. I see. Yusheng pondered, he then planned to try his luck alone later. The current 7 shadows would just be easy prey before the demon dragon. The 7 shadows looked at Yusheng's reaction, their hearts tightening. After last night's failure, and now failing to gather sufficient intelligence, they still hadn't been able to help Yusheng. Would they be loathed? Would he say they were useless? They thought so, feeling afraid. Yusheng had no such thoughts, after all, they were all his wings. Just as he was about to say something, Yusheng suddenly sensed his sister Claire looking for him. He had promised to bake her a cake today. Sister is looking for me, I'll head back first. You all must train hard. Before the seven shadows could react, Yusheng vanished. He would use all his strength to flash back, the Brocon Claire was no joke. Only at this moment, the temperature in the secret base plummeted, becoming extremely cold. Sisters. Lord Yusheng saved us, gave us warmth, gave us hope, and gave us strength. Are we going to remain useless ornaments under his protection? Alpha spoke first, breaking the silence. Even Delta became serious. We can't. Beta was the first to respond, followed by Gamma. Lord Yusheng gave us a stage, we are not the audience below but the performers. Epsilon's response certainly matched her artistic temperament. Since Lord Yusheng already knows about the site selection, then we should complete his goal. Ada pointed out what needed to be done now, rather than discussing how to deal with the teleportation. Though that was also important. Shadow Garden, move out. Soon, the secret base was empty. At this time, Yusheng, who was being pestered by Claire, didn't know that his pondering had struck fear into Alpha and the others. By the time he managed to get away and return to the secret base, it was already dusk. Where are they? Yusheng looked at the empty house. Usually, even if they went out to gather intelligence on the cult, they would leave a message. Could they have gone ahead to find Alexandria? Only this could explain why they all moved out together. Suddenly, Yusheng remembered the plot from the mobile game. The demon dragon guarding Alexandria was first found by them. Holy crap! Is this the power of the plot? With that, Yusheng used his flash again. Just as Yusheng guessed, as the seven shadows passed through the abyss forest, the mist dragon was awakened. This abyss forest, just as recorded, is filled with poisonous mist everywhere. Beta looked at the sunless surroundings. It seems this poisonous mist wasn't naturally produced, woof. Delta's IQ suddenly went online. Oh my, Delta, your brain is actually working for once. Your guess is likely correct. Gamma teased. It seems this poisonous mist must have been intentionally created by the demon dragon. Zeta chimed in, whenever it involved Delta, she would surely join in. A poisonous mist that can cover such a large area, it seems Alexandria is perfect for the Shadow Garden's base. The meticulous Epsilon carefully sensed the surroundings, but they still hadn't reached the end. Wait. Something feels wrong. Epsilon, what's the matter? Beta, who was recording, asked what was happening. I have that feeling too. How should I describe it? It's like space is being distorted. Epsilon, can you feel anything more? Alpha, who had been silent, finally voiced her feelings. Space. What does it feel like? Please describe it in detail. Ada's scientific interest was piqued. It seems a powerful magical barrier is disrupting our sense of direction. Epsilon carefully chose her words to express her feelings. This means we are approaching the core area. Zeta and Gamma reached the conclusion together. If that's the case, it means something is blocking our path. And that thing is very likely the demon dragon. Alpha stated her view. A powerful presence is coming from this direction, woof. Stupid dog, watch the formation. Stinky cat, can't you feel it? Ugh, there really is something ahead. Roar. As if confirming Delta and Zeta's beastly intuition, a voice full of age and majesty rang out. Then, a massive body emerged from the poisonous mist. White scales all over, 3 pairs of dragon wings, and 2 pairs of whiskers on the dragon's head. The 7 shadows were all amazed that the legendary dragon race actually existed. Who disturbs my slumber? The dragon's head looked at the 7 shadows, questioning them in a heavy, draconic voice. If Yusheng were here, he would definitely give this dragon a couple of slaps. What? I wander around your territory every day setting off firecrackers and you don't wake up, but as soon as my wings arrive you wake up. Yusheng, who was rushing there, also felt this powerful presence and had to speed up. Mist Dragon. Oh. In the past, humans used to call me that. The demon dragon showed a look of nostalgia. However, all of that has vanished into the torrent of time, and the thick mist. Was the ancient royal capital Alexandria the same? Beta looked at the demon dragon with a face full of curiosity. This was one of her few hobbies, exploring the unknown. Do you care more about the truth of the ancient capital buried in history than your own precarious life? The dragon's head looked at Beta with interest. However, even if you know the truth, you won't leave here alive. You will be buried here along with history. The demon dragon did not restrain its dragon pressure at all, making it hard for the seven shadows to breathe. Yes, even so, I want to know the truth. It's here, the Beta wiggle. Fists clenched, held at the waist, swinging slightly up and down, while her hips swayed left and right with the movement of her waist. Ha ha ha. Facing death and still so interesting. Fine, while I tell the story, try to come up with a strategy to defeat me. The demon dragon, lonely for hundreds of years, would naturally satisfy the wish of these little ones who didn't fear death. For a long dragon life, it was just another interesting memory. Yusheng, just you wait, I'm rushing there with my sword. Don't you dare hurt my wings. Chapter 10, Alexandria. What the turns out this dragon likes to chat with people. Delta remained as carefree as ever. Shoo. You silly dog. Zeta hurriedly covered Delta's mouth. Meanwhile, Alpha and the others were discussing how to defeat the demon dragon. At this point, it was unrealistic to say they didn't want Alexandria. The most important thing was to escape from the demon dragon and convey the intelligence to Yusheng. Legend has it that the mist demon dragon invaded the once thriving ancient capital Alexandria and destroyed it overnight. Another legend records that the demon dragon concluded a covenant with the king of Alexandria and was the guardian deity of the ancient capital, but it broke the covenant, allowing the ancient capital to be swallowed by poisonous mist. It must be said, Beta's thirst for knowledge regarding things that interested her, even surpassing her own fear, was one of her strengths. The demon dragon propped its dragon head up with its forepaws, seemingly recalling the past in earnest, or perhaps giving them more time to deliberate. You have stated part of the truth, but that does not represent the whole fact. As it turned out, in ancient times, the demon dragon had indeed concluded a covenant with the king of Alexandria, a covenant between the strong, promising that the city built by the king would flourish and prosper. In fact, the demon dragon did honor the covenant, and the ancient capital was extremely prosperous. However, history once again proved the principle that prosperity leads to decline. The mist, controlled by the demon dragon, guarded it from generation to generation. Beneath the facade of prosperity, it was a stagnant pool. The descendant rulers, standing upon the covenant, had long since lost the enterprising spirit of the original king. From top to bottom, they became lazy and comfortable, without any ambition, even showing signs of regression. If any strong enemy or natural disaster appeared, they would only pray for the demon dragon to solve it, as if it were the demon dragon's duty to do so. This made the demon dragon very angry. It believed that those who ignored the spirit of the covenant and coveted the comfort brought by prosperity were not qualified to enjoy the blessings brought by powerful strength. What the demon dragon expected was the wisdom the king bestowed upon the new city, capable of changing this world and all things. And it hoped that they would rely on their own will to cultivate the strength of the strong and explore the spiritual realm, elevating life to a higher state. In other words, because Alexandria stopped seeking strength, became greedy for comfort, and rotted away, you destroyed it. After listening, Beta reached this conclusion. Not wrong at all. The demon dragon roared suddenly. I merely changed the flow of the thick fog slightly. If they had just tried a little harder, they could have found a countermeasure with some time. Yet, the once thriving city perished just like that. This sudden plot twist caught the seven shadows off guard. Born in adversity, die in ease, was the philosophical thought Yusheng often taught them. And didn't the ancient capital just happen to prove this principle? As expected of Lord Yusheng. The seven shadows admired Yusheng even more. having completely predicted the process of the ancient capital's demise. All right, my story is finished, now it is your turn. Are you ready? To step into this forest is to be prepared to have your life taken away. If Alpha and the others had any countermeasure, it was for the demon dragon to let its guard down, for the mist to tear open a gap, and then to use high-speed movement to leave this place. But let alone letting its guard down, while telling the story, the demon dragon had actually thickened the fog, so thick that the surrounding trees and grass were no longer visible, and only the area where Alpha and the others were remained unaffected. Lord Alpha, this thick fog is getting deeper and deeper. We have no choice but to fight head-on. Everyone, let's win through strength together. It's not a hunt, but a head-on confrontation. I'm starting to get excited. Delta was, as always, enlivening the tense atmosphere. Ha ha ha. It seems my legend will have a new episode added. The moral is curiosity kills the elves and beastkin. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The seven shadows unleashed all their magic power. They all charged at the demon dragon. 7 powerful streams of magic, even the demon dragon could not underestimate them. This was the first time in its long dragon life that it had seen such a thing. Interesting. Truly interesting. Your magic power can actually be condensed to this extent, and it can flow through your entire body with your blood. What's most special is inside your bodies, it's as if there are 5 furnaces providing you with magic power. It's just like our dragon race. The demon dragon casually commented on the 7 shadows' magic power, but the 7 shadows were in no mood to listen to its yapping. Clang! The demon dragon's scales were too hard and special. Alpha and the others failed to inflict effective damage. Fortunately, it was a high-conductivity magic sword formed from slime. If it had been a sword made of anything else, it would have been shattered long ago. With one strike failing, the 7 shadows continued their assault. Alpha and Delta focused on the eyes, Beta and Eta attacked from behind, Gamma observed for openings from the sidelines, Epsilon launched sword chi from a distance, and Zeta used her agility advantage to attack weak points like the heart. However, relying on its brutal physique, the 6 shadows could not gain any advantage. But the 6 shadows would not stop, they kept up their fierce assault, drawing the demon dragon's attention to themselves. An opening. Zeta noticed a split-second opportunity. She concentrated her magic power into her feet, and like a leopard, she arrived at the demon dragon's heart in an instant. Just as she was about to strike, the demon dragon spun around, knocking the 7 shadows away, and then flew into the air. Trying to stab my heart, unfortunately, what the F? It was no wonder the demon dragon was surprised. When the 7 shadows were knocked away, they quickly adjusted their posture and used moonwalk to approach the demon dragon. Before the demon dragon could react, Alpha managed to slash a wound onto the demon dragon's wing. This forced the demon dragon to sweep with its tail, and then ascend to a higher altitude again. You truly surprise me. To think you could fly up here. Before the demon dragon could finish, it suddenly sensed a powerful source of magic power above its head. It hurriedly tilted its dragon head up. It was Alpha. She avoided the dragon tail sweep and used moonwalk to fly higher, flying even higher than the demon dragon. Although she couldn't use that move of Yusheng's yet, she could still fire a light cannon. Likewise, the name of the light cannon was also given by Yusheng. Alpha held her sword over her head in the air, Excalibur. The demon dragon's calm vertical pupils changed for the first time, dilating into round pupils. While excited, it also carried a hint of solemnity. Although this move could not kill it for now, if given time to grow, there would be a chance. However, the demon dragon felt it was a pity now. Facing this move, it could only respond by breathing dragon breath, which might kill the opponent. Fine, when facing the strong, only by using equal power can one show respect for the opponent. It can only be said that the demon dragon was overthinking it. It opened its dragon mouth, gathering magic power, and as the light cannon approached, it spat out dragon breath to clash with the beam. And Alpha's eyes, the moment she sensed the dragon breath was stronger than her light cannon, had already returned to the ground. Now, receiving the order, Epsilon, with her hands placed on the ground, began to channel a large amount of magic power. Dragon catcher. A giant hand suddenly protruded from the ground, rushing towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon, having just finished the beam clash, suddenly felt its lower body tighten, and before it could react, it was pulled down by the giant hand. It crashed heavily onto the ground. It wasn't over yet. Eta, Zeta, Gamma, and Beta, the foreshadows, were waiting for it to fall. Clapping their hands, 8 chains instantly shot out from the surrounding ground, tightly binding the demon dragon. Finally, Alpha cast an earth cage to trap the demon dragon, concluding the sequence. They also knew that with their current strength, they couldn't kill it, they could only trap it. If the demon dragon was distracted and the mist tore open a gap, they could use their speed advantage to leave the thick fog. Unfortunately, the demon dragon controlling the mist was like breathing, not to mention its bottomless magic power. The demon dragon spat out dragon breath again, blowing the cage apart in an instant. The violent shockwave caused the 7 shadows to lose focus for a moment, thereby allowing the demon dragon to break free from the chains. Of course, the demon dragon wasn't doing much better. The close-range dragon breath explosion had truly made it suffer. However, with its super-strong regenerative recovery ability, in just a while, the demon dragon would be able to return to its original state. Ha ha ha. Interesting, truly interesting. You have really given me too many surprises. Chapter 11, Dragon's Roar. The demon dragon flapped its wings, hovering in the air as it looked down at the 7 shadows. Is this elemental magic? No, you are using magic to control the earth to restrain me. I must say, your magic control far exceeds any race I have ever seen. And you? The blonde elf girl. The demon dragon looked at Alpha, showing extreme admiration for that attack which resembled dragon breath. I am very pleased with that move of yours. The 7 shadows did not take the demon dragon's praise to heart. The fog was still very thick, and it was useless to say anything if they couldn't get out. They certainly wouldn't expect the demon dragon to show mercy and let them go voluntarily. You are very powerful. Ordinary creatures cannot compare. However, in this world, there is always a higher mountain. And that mountain is... Ha ha ha. You are right, that mountain is me. Shadow is here. The demon dragon, still in the middle of its sentence, was interrupted by a very pretentious voice. The demon dragon looked toward the source of the voice. Another expert. This voice is... The 7 shadows looked toward the source together. It's Shadow-sama. Boss. I want to have puppies with you. The 7 shadows' cries were mixed with an ill-timed voice. First, a light cannon, stronger and more precise than Alpha's, shot out from the thick fog. Wherever it passed, the thick fog dissipated, forcibly opening a path. He was here. Yusheng had arrived with style. He was walking slowly in the air toward the demon dragon, stepping on the moonwalk. As expected of Yusheng-sama. To be able to cultivate moonwalk to such a level. Record it. It must be recorded. This is a legendary scene. Beta took out her little notebook and quickly sketched it down. There is always a higher mountain, and that applies to you too. You pathetic demon dragon. Who goes there? My name is Shadow. I lurk in the shadows and hunt those who dwell in them. A pathetic dragon tired of a long life passing time with boring games. Watch as I cut you in two. Although Yusheng hadn't heard their conversation, he had read the novels and played the game's story. Shadow, did you come all this way just to help us? Alpha was very happy but also very ashamed. As expected, she had still disturbed him. All right, leave the rest of the battle to me. With that, Yusheng flicked his cloak. Shadow-sama, as you command. Ah. Shadow-sama is so cool. At a time like this, you still have the heart to be love-struck, but I have no right to talk either. Shadow-sama's arrival makes me so happy I could sing a song right now. The demon dragon on the side was quite sensible, and did not interrupt. It had seen this kind of drama many times in its life, they would rush over shouting about bonds, friendship, or love, only to be slapped to death. Pfft! Ha ha ha! The demon dragon suddenly laughed. Yusheng and the 7 shadows rolled their eyes. What was this demon dragon doing? It was acting like a fool. Sorry, I just thought of something funny. But when the demon dragon sensed Yusheng again, it couldn't laugh anymore, and its expression became involuntarily serious. When it sensed him the first time, it thought it was an illusion. But now, it discovered that this human who had suddenly appeared was like an abyss. Its perception was delayed in receiving any feedback. There was only one possibility. Kid, your magic power is bottomless. If the magic flow of elves and beastkin is like the thick branches of a tree, then you have countless twigs. They were all taught by you. It must be said that the demon dragon was experienced, seeing through their relationship at a glance. Yo! If you want to learn, I'll teach you. What an interesting human. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Roar! The demon dragon opened its mouth, and a super high-density golden light orb condensed within, constantly expanding. Then, closing its mouth, the golden light orb split into several rays, shooting at Yusheng from multiple angles, sealing off his retreat. As expected, the demon dragon wasn't using its full strength just now. Alpha felt that terrifying magic power. Although she trusted that Yusheng would have a way to deal with it, she couldn't help but feel worried. It had nothing to do with trust, but rather the purest of feelings. The other 6 of the 7 shadows felt the same. Yusheng saw this and just smiled slightly. I've learned this move of yours too. Yusheng, in the air, raised his hand and condensed a dark purple light orb in his palm. Then, with a squeeze, the light orb also split into rays, flying along the trajectory of the golden light. Although the dark purple rays were very thin in terms of thickness, the power they contained was the same as the golden light. Boom! After the 2 rays made contact, an explosion occurred. The storm formed by the shockwave spread outward, and even those trees as thick as 5 people were blown down by the storm. The 7 shadows used a shield formed by magic to resist, but they were also pushed back a few steps. The dust settled, but Yusheng's figure was no longer in the air. The demon dragon opened its perception fully, but couldn't find him. It simply used its dragon eyes to look around, left and right. Suddenly, the aura of death surged up uncontrollably. On its back, the dragon head turned to its own back, and saw Yusheng standing steadily. Yusheng's left hand had already condensed another dark purple light orb, ready to strike. You are indeed not an ordinary human. No, I am just an ordinary human who far exceeds your imagination. After speaking, Yusheng deployed a shield, just enough to exclude the 7 shadows. He was going to detonate it inside the shield. Dragon's Roar, 50,000-ton equivalent version. The moment it detonated, Yusheng retreated outside the shield. Boom! A mushroom cloud bloomed inside the shield, emitting a blinding light like a sun. Yusheng and the 7 shadows covered their eyes. Following this was an earthquake. The birds in the forest flew into the sky one after another, and the magical beasts scrambled to escape, running to areas they considered safe, where they couldn't feel that violent power. Because it was a nuclear explosion inside the shield, the violent energy was well controlled inside, but precisely because of that, the flames inside were churning constantly, as if they wanted to break through the shield. A scene of destruction was playing out inside the shield at this moment. Wow! Boss is super strong, why not come back to the tribe and be our leader? The demon dragon that left us helpless, Shadow-sama he. Epsilon excitedly squeezed her planes. Alpha didn't say anything, just patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Gamma wanted to rush over to hug Yusheng, but ended up tripping on flat ground. Ada was analyzing the scene before her, but the look of adoration couldn't be hidden at all. Beta was still recording Yusheng's glorious deeds. Incidentally, she had already switched to another little notebook. Is this the powerful strength of Shadow-sama? Zeta was thinking about something. Yuxing enjoyed the adoration of the seven shadows while observing the demon dragon. He knew the demon dragon wouldn't die so easily, and his goal was never to kill the demon dragon. Only by signing a covenant with the demon dragon would the Shadow Garden base be safer. As for the demon dragon being tired of living and wanting to be killed. Learn about Chinese cuisine, learn about poker, mahjong, and chess. There were plenty of ways to make the demon dragon feel the beauty of being alive. After a long time, the energy inside the shield gradually calmed down. Or rather, the demon dragon had absorbed all this energy to be reborn. Human. I am willing to call you the strongest, not because of how strong your power is, but because you still have room to grow. Chapter 12, Establishing the Base. How could this be possible? He is still alive. No. Elf maiden, I did indeed die, but due to the uniqueness of the dragon race, I have lived again. The magic dragon spread its dragon wings and flew into the air. This feeling of fear of death. It brings me joy. The ancient covenant has been forsaken, yet the world has brought me before you once again. It's happening, it's finally happening. Yuxing knew that this move of his had beaten the magic dragon into submission. As long as you are willing to sign the covenant, then you can work hard for Shadow Garden. He. Yuxing kept a calm expression on his face, simply watching the magic dragon perform. My dragon race has been cursed by the world since ancient times. The agreement I made with the king back then was, if someone possesses the power to overturn the world, I shall submit to the person who possesses that power, and after the world is overturned, they must kill me. I do not understand what counts as the power to overturn the world, or why it must be overturned. This is the curse of the dragon race's birth, and it is also our fate. Yuxing listened to the magic dragon's mumbling and felt completely confused, but he couldn't show it. He carefully recalled the mobile game's plot, and he was certain it didn't match up. Could this also be one of the variables? Forget it, no point in thinking about it. The most important thing is to recruit the magic dragon as a worker dragon. The seven shadows standing nearby listened carefully to the magic dragon's self-narration, wondering if overturning the world had anything to do with the cult. The cult had existed for thousands of years, and everything related or unrelated to it had been twisted to its advantage. Could there be some connection between overturning the world and the cult? But in terms of time, it didn't add up. The ancient era the magic dragon spoke of must be far older than the cult. But was that certain? The six shadows pondered for a long time but couldn't find any more clues. They needed more intelligence, and if given the chance, they needed to have a talk with the magic dragon. If it is you, perhaps there really is a chance for you to kill me. Are you willing to enter into a covenant with me? I am willing. Ha. Good. How refreshing. The magic dragon spat out a small ball of light, which flew toward Yuxing and merged into his body. Holy crap. That smell is heavy. Did you brush your teeth? Do I have to say thank you? The covenant is established. My power shall be with you. The magic dragon split off a portion of its essence, completely failing to notice the slightly disgusted expression on Yuxing's face. The covenant is mutual. Oh, the one who will one day end my life. Speak, what is your wish? I've been waiting for you to say that, worker dragon. The Shadow Garden I founded has an unavoidable goal. To achieve this goal, we need a base to build up our strength. Ancient capital Alexandria is the best base, and I need you to guard it. These are members of Shadow Garden, and they will be the ones in charge of the base from now on. Yuxing pointed to the members of the Seven Shadows. It seems your ambitions are not small. I understand. From now on, my power and the ancient capital Alexandria shall both belong to Shadow Garden. Oh. As expected of Lord Yuxing. Afterwards, under the guidance of the magic dragon, Yuxing and the Seven Shadows arrived at the ancient capital. So this is the ancient capital. Although it was already night, one could still feel an atmosphere of vibrant life. Stone houses that had stood for who knows how long were lined up in rows, and the fields were crisscrossed with paths. Delta and Zeta were having the most fun. They were originally from tribes, so they couldn't resist the fields. After the Seven Shadows finished their tour, they already had preliminary plans in mind. Lord Alpha, Shadow's wisdom can now be realized. Establishing a merchant guild brooks no delay. The Shadow's wisdom, Gamma spoke of referred to cash crops such as tea leaves, cocoa beans, coffee, cotton, etc., as well as some other agricultural crops. You are right. Let the name of the merchant guild be the Mitsugoshi Merchant Guild, as Yushing named it. After finishing their tour, Beta and Epsilon also joined the discussion on dividing the base into various functional areas. Ada's research was the core, so she personally went to select and designate the areas. Yushing took a few looks and lost interest, so he simply went to chat with the magic dragon. By the way, it's not good to keep calling you Magic Dragon. Do you have a name? A name? I have forgotten. Then I'll call you Chenlong. Naming it was a whim of Yushing's. Since there were variables here, he wanted to see if naming it would cause mutations like in some works. Unfortunately, it didn't. Chenlong. Not bad. It pleases me greatly. The man and the dragon chatted idly like this. He had intended to ask Chenlong about information regarding this world. But Chenlong had lived for too long, so long that he himself had forgotten many things, and even the ancient capital was mostly forgotten. How about it, do you want to learn my cultivation method? Do I need to learn it too? Yes. Chenlong was quite interested in Yushing's magic cultivation method. He was, after all, the embodiment of power. But he was afraid that he would become too strong, so strong that Yushing would be unable to kill him. Seeing Chenlong fall silent, Yushing naturally knew what he was thinking. You think that move of mine has reached its limit? Then you are sorely mistaken. The Tsar Bomba test exploded by a certain country in his past life had a yield of about 50 megatons, and Yushing had only used 1,000th of that. Moreover, wanting you to increase your power is related to the world variables I mentioned earlier. As a member of Shadow Garden, you can check intelligence at any time. Seeing Yushing's confident appearance, Chenlong agreed. Yushing found Alpha to explain the situation regarding Chenlong and some arrangements, then rushed back to the Lord's mansion. He wanted to sneak back, but he was caught red-handed by Claire. Little brother, where did you run off to again? His sister, Claire, asked Yushing with a harmonious expression. Taking a walk to digest. Taking a walk for that long? What a coincidence, on the way I helped an old lady cross the street. After crossing, I heard a farmer's cow had gone missing, so I went to help look for it. It turned out the cow ran into someone else's field to plow. Guess what? The owner of that field went to peep at someone bathing. Speaking of bathing, I haven't bathed yet. I'm going to take a bath. Yushing wanted to use this opportunity to shake off Claire, but he was grabbed by his collar. Suppressed by bloodline, Yushing couldn't break free. What are you blabbering about? I'll help you wash. Huh? That's not good, we're both grown up now, there's a distinction between men and women. What's there to be afraid of? We've been bathing together since we were little, I don't mind. I mind. Thus, under Claire's pestering, Yushing had to compromise and let her scrub his back. Little brother, in a while, I'm going to the Royal Capital Academy for advanced studies. Yushing was overjoyed, advanced studies are great. This way, he could have some peace and quiet for a while. Work hard, good luck. Yushing could only squeeze out this generic line. Hearing such a perfunctory response, Claire went on, chattering away. Yushing wasn't listening, he was thinking about the plot before Claire's departure. Demon possession, Yushing had already cured Claire when some symptoms appeared. Then that only left the kidnapping plot. But now Claire's strength, under Yushing's intentional guidance, was stronger than in the original work. Originally, Sid only fed her moves without teaching her cultivation methods. The kidnapping probably won't happen, right? I'm just afraid of the hand of plot. What did you say? Nothing. Hurry up and get out after you're done scrubbing. Yuxing chased Claire out, such a grown girl, and she had no shame. Chapter 13, The Fox Girl Yuki. Nothing to do, stealing half a day of leisure amidst the floating clouds. Yuxing hummed a little tune on the lounge chair, his internal magic power still circulating and condensing. If it were usual times, his sister Claire would definitely have dragged him up to spar or do other things. But today, his parents dragged Claire to the territory to continue familiarizing herself with various situations. With Yuxing explicitly expressing his strong desire not to serve as the Lord, Claire had no choice but to take over, adding that she would return it to Yuxing's descendants in the future. Green tea is still the best. Thanks to Yuxing having seen the complete production process of tea leaves in his previous life, he was able to reproduce it, and the ceramic tea set as well. Young master. There is a merchant outside who says he has something to discuss with you. Should I let him in? Just as Yuxing was sipping his tea, a servant came to report. Let him in. It was likely that there was news from the tribe where Yuki was. My lord, there is news regarding the matter you ordered. Just keep walking along the mountain range. Once you are about to reach the abyss forest, head west, and you will be there. Although the merchant was reporting, his eyes remained fixed on the tea set and the tea leaves. Ever since he approached Yuxing, he had smelled a delicate fragrance, a scent he had never encountered before, not to mention the exquisite tea set. It wasn't a silver cup, nor was it any container he had ever seen. The merchant's sense of smell immediately made him perceive the commercial value. Yuxing saw it all, but since this commercial aspect was handled by Gamma, it should be negotiated by her. He only needed to sit back and count the money happily. This beverage called tea, and the ceramic tea set, were also bought by me from a merchant guild at a high price. As long as Yuxing spoke, Shadow Garden would immediately present better tea leaves and tea sets. The merchant bowed, waiting for Yuxing to continue. I heard these things are also the merchant guild's first attempt, so they are not yet for sale on the market. The merchant's breathing grew heavy, his eyes shining. As a reward, I will bridge the connection for you. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you yourself. This one understands. If cooperation is possible, I am willing to offer 20% of the profits as a tribute to you. I humbly ask the Lord to put in a good word for me. He certainly knows how to play the game. Yuxing smiled and waved his hand, signaling that he could withdraw. If you still need this humble one's help, please feel free to order, my lord. I shall take my leave first. After the merchant left, Yuxing also disappeared. On the other side, the fox people of the fox tribe had been completely slaughtered. Ah! Mother! Why did you do this? Dan. The fox girl Yuki was lying on her mother's corpse, gasping for breath. Her back, which originally had skin like ice and snow, was now covered with several hideous wounds. Those were caused by her resisting the great wolf tribe's Yudan in order to protect her clansmen and her mother. Her tears had run dry, leaving only bright red blood flowing out steadily. Yudan. I hate you so much. The pain was like scorching flames, constantly telling her how insignificant her own strength was, and how foolish she had been back then. The demon fox tribe had no combat capability, and often served as cannon fodder in the conflicts between major tribes. Even though her mother possessed 3 tails, it was simply not enough in the Beastkin kingdom. To survive, the demon fox tribe had no choice but to form alliances with powerful tribes, and the best way to form an alliance was through marriage. At the time, only the great wolf tribe was willing to form an alliance, so Yudan, as the son of the chieftain, became betrothed to Yuki. This was an arrangement by the chieftains of both tribes. Coupled with the demon fox tribe's precarious living environment, even if Yuki did not like him, she had to accept. Since it was a done deal, Yuki naturally had to play the role of a good wife. Using the long-standing survival wisdom of the demon fox tribe, she began to do her best to devise strategies for both tribes. Due to the customs of both tribes, the two could only live together after holding a formal ceremony. During her monthly visits, Yuki would share her thoughts and plans with Yudan, and the Great Wolf tribe did indeed gain tangible benefits because of Yuki's strategies. Just when Yuki thought such days could continue, several tribes clashed again due to the interference of the cult of Diablos. Even the Great Wolf tribe and the Demon Fox tribe were not spared. The conflict lasted for several months. Yudan came into contact with the cult and learned some secrets, which caused his personality to change drastically. He became a member of the cult, and was reduced to a test subject for the pills produced by the cult. But this also greatly increased his strength, and he enjoyed the pleasure and supreme glory that came with great power. Yudan found the chieftain of the Demon Fox tribe, hoping that the other party would agree to the cult's protection. The Three Tails chieftain refused, which made Yudan very angry. Since you won't accept, according to the cult's principles, he had to kill everyone who knew the cult's secrets. Thus, Yudan swung his sword at the Demon Fox tribe that had once helped the Great Wolf tribe with all its might. Yuki, who had been out collecting herbs, returned just in time to see Yudan stabbing her mother with his sword. Yuki tried frantically to stop Yudan. She tried to resist, but she was no match for Yudan. She tried to plead, but the cold-hearted Yudan ignored her completely. Yuki, don't blame me. Without power, one is ultimately just an ant. The Demon Fox tribe, which had already suffered heavy casualties due to being involved in the conflict, now had only Yuki left, hanging on by a thread. Unwillingness. Remorse. Vengeance. But the injuries were too severe, even that last breath was about to dissipate. M.O. They're in the next life. I will avenge you all. Just at this moment, her dilated pupils suddenly felt a powerful yet gentle magic power being injected into her body. While the magic power repaired Yuki's wounds, it constantly traveled throughout her body. Feeling her vitality recovering, Yuki really wanted to see who was saving her. She wanted to remember the other party's face. Before she could see clearly, Yuki fell into a deep sleep. The one infusing the magic power was none other than Yusheng. The mastermind is finally making a move. While treating Yuki, Yusheng looked at the hellish scene around him. Rivers of blood flowed, scattered here and there, with limbs visible everywhere. Sigh, that bastard Yudan. After finishing treating Yuki, Yusheng thought about seeing if he could save her mother, but unfortunately, she was dead beyond saving. Yusheng carried Yuki to a clean spot nearby to wait for her to wake up. He did not like tragedies, and naturally, he would not let Yuki live the life of displacement she would have otherwise had. It was mainly because of Yuki's fox attributes. No one could refuse a white-haired fox. Open as a lane and go check the Sakura Empire lineup. Mother. About an hour later, Yuki was startled awake. She felt a magic power inside her body that did not belong to her, and only then did she confirm that it was not a dream, but a fact that had already happened. For Yuki, she had cried enough. The next step was to live, to become stronger, and to take revenge. She looked at Yusheng, who was posing in a strange posture. Although she didn't understand it, she understood that this person was her benefactor. Yuki hurriedly got up and came before Yusheng, kneeling respectfully. Yuki thanks my benefactor for saving my life. I implore my benefactor to take me in. Yuki is willing to serve as a slave or made to serve my benefactor. Because waiting was too boring, Yusheng started thinking about more moves. Wearing the slime combat suit and a mask, he happened to be performing the signature pose of Ultraman Tiga, hands crossed in an L shape, one arm horizontal, the other vertical. He was too absorbed, so he didn't notice that Yuki had woken up, and thus he remained in that pose. As the saying goes, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who will be. Hearing Yuki's request, Yusheng naturally lowered his hands, turned around, and looked down at her from above. Are you satisfied with just being a slave or a maid? Don't you want revenge? Yusheng unleashed his magic power to the fullest, blowing up the hem of his robe, while the surrounding woods rustled. Chapter 14, The Dragon Turns into a Mature Woman. The powerful aura and pressure made Yukiim unable to breathe. But this only made Yukiim more excited. Yukiim lifted her head with effort and shouted with a firm look. I want to. I've dreamed of revenge every day. Are you afraid? The enemy behind this is not simple. I am not afraid. Even if it means being an enemy to the world. Then I will cut through the world. Yuxing did not reply, the two of them just stared at each other. Very good. My name is Shadow, one who lurks in the shadows and hunts the shadows. Come with me. After saying that, Yuxing turned around dashingly, flicked his robe with his hand, and vanished in an instant. The movement was so smooth, so cool. If one ignored the fact that he walked halfway, remembered Yukaim couldn't keep up, and turned back. Leading Yukaim to the ancient capital Alexandria, the changes in the base were truly startling. First was the towering statue in the center, about 15 meters high. It was unknown how they managed to erect it. Next was the number of people, excluding the 7 shadows, there were over 30 people who had arrived quietly. It was unknown where Alpha had hidden them before. There was the dark-skinned elf instructor, 2 elves who liked wearing men's clothing, and Nu was also there, she was the first human in Shadow Garden. Some were training, some were reclaiming farmland, and some were assisting in research. But without exception, when they sensed Yuxing's arrival, they all put down their work and, led by Alpha, knelt on one knee before Yuxing. The king of Shadow Garden, Lord Yuxing, we pay our respects. The leaders present were only Alpha, Beta, Epsilon, and Eta. Gamma had taken Delta out to establish a trading company. Originally, Delta was unwilling, but under Alpha's forceful education, she had to follow. It wasn't that Gamma wasn't strong, but having Delta would get things done faster. Zeta continued to work on gathering intelligence. This whole scene almost made Yuxing's mouth water with pride, but he still maintained his solemn expression. Everyone rise. Keep working hard. As a reward, Yuxing condensed a ball of dark purple magic in his hand, then crushed it, and it flew toward the members of Shadow Garden present, including the newly arrived Yukaim. Only one person gently swatted it away when the magic flew over. As for the effect, it was nothing more than strengthening the body and opening up acupoints, helping them become stronger. As you wish. After receiving the reward, the women all developed heart-shaped eyes. If Alpha weren't there, they probably would have rushed over to hug Yuxing. All right, you may all go. Alpha spoke, and except for the 3 shadows, everyone returned to their posts. After everyone had walked far away, Alpha looked at Yukaim beside Yuxing. Yuxing, is this a new companion? The moment Alpha spoke, she implied that she was the closest person to him. Yuxing didn't understand the nuances. The sole survivor of the fox spirit race, she has ties to the cult. I passed by and saved her. At the mention of the cult, the faces of the foreshadows sank, and the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Wherever the cult appeared, there was never anything good. Greetings, sisters. I am Yukaim. I am indebted to my benefactor for saving me, please take care of me. Yukaim was also very tactful, although she was a bit older than them, she kept a low profile. She is handed over to you, teach her the methods of cultivation. The lawless city. I need to stick a foot in there, and she is just right for it. As expected of Lord Yuxing. Beta twisted her delicate body. Lord Yuxing's deep consideration truly makes us admire him. Epsilon straightened her body, feeling honored. Genetics was a very deep subject, Yuxing still hadn't been able to solve her flat-chested problem. Consideration my foot. Yuxing complained in his heart. Although Yukaim had already deviated from her original path, Yuxing still arranged for her to become one of the 3 towers of the lawless city. It was mainly because it would be easier to obtain more intelligence in the lawless city. At the same time, the source of Shadow Garden's goods in the future would need a fake target, which would better cover their tracks when facing the pursuit of other trading companies later. And this plan just happened to solve the worries of Beta and Epsilon. They were planning to establish an intelligence agency in the lawless city, but were hindered by the small number of people and the risk of exposure. The members of Shadow Garden had all experienced being demon-possessed, and they couldn't confirm if the cult had means to identify them. Remember, I don't need vases. Shadow Garden does not need the weak. Understood. Benefactor. The three shadows led Yukheim to join the training, but Alpha stayed behind, wanting to spend some time alone with Yusheng. Yusheng. You haven't come for a long time. Alpha was like a little lover who had been separated for a long time, asking with courage, but she didn't have the courage to say she missed him. She was afraid this would make Yusheng dislike her. She clearly knew Yusheng had a great goal, and she clearly knew she needed to become stronger to be qualified to stand by his side. Heh! Alpha has finally figured it out. This was exactly the result of Yusheng's training all along. He always intentionally or unintentionally said that if there was something, one should speak it out bravely. Longing and misunderstandings would only make them drift further apart. It wasn't just Alpha, even the other members were the same. He didn't want Shadow Garden to develop into two extremes in the future. Ada probably listened to it, and went her own way, even wanting to dissect Yusheng's brain. Delta was carefree. He was just worried about Zeta. Although Yusheng saved her family, he could see that the hatred was still the strongest among everyone. Now with the addition of Yukheim and other new members, he estimated that an incredible chemical reaction would occur. Well, recently, there have been some things in the territory. Yusheng answered with a guilty conscience. What kind of lame excuse was this? Without waiting for Alpha to respond, Yusheng quickly changed the subject. By the way, Alpha, who is the woman sitting not far from the statue, lying on her side? Why does she have a familiar feeling? The person Yusheng was referring to was the woman who had swatted away his magic. She seemed out of place among the members. Snow-white long hair formed a strong contrast with the black and gold cheongsam she wore. Her figure was slender, and she had a voluptuous chest. She was closing her eyes and resting with the appearance of a mature woman, playing with her hair out of boredom. She is the dragon after taking human form. Seeing the magic dragon take human form for the first time, the members of the garden were also very surprised. According to her, the human form was more suitable for the cultivation methods provided by Yusheng, and she had very high comprehension, even having unique insights. Under the dragon's guidance, not only did the Seven Shadows' strength improve another level, but even other members found it easier to understand Yusheng's path of cultivation. Simply put, it was localizing the methods so they could quickly circulate magic. This. What surprised Yusheng was that in the original work, it was never said that the magic dragon could take human form, and she was a mature woman. He thought it would be an old man. Forget it, never mind her, take me around here. Under Alpha's introduction, she took Yusheng to see the fields and Ada's latest scientific research achievements. Their fields could be said to have already entered mechanization. Walking to the training area, Yusheng told the instructors his latest cultivation experience. However, they were confused, so they had to wait for the Seven Shadows or the dragon to digest it before teaching. Coming to the work area of Sherry and Lucretia, their research on the artifacts was progressing slowly. Sherry suggested wanting to go to the academy, perhaps there would be more knowledge there. Yusheng agreed, on the condition that she must disguise herself, otherwise she would be killed by Ruslin. With Nu's devilish disguise techniques, Yusheng was quite reassured. Before he finished looking, he was dragged away by Ada, the goal naturally being Yusheng's shadow wisdom. Yusheng was helpless and had to search for the knowledge he had seen in his previous life in his mind. He couldn't say too much, otherwise there would be nothing left to teach Ada in the future. Chapter 15, Betrayal. That doesn't exist. Only by letting Ada digest the shadow wisdom was Yusheng able to escape. Otherwise, with her inquisitive personality, Yusheng's junior college education wouldn't be enough. He didn't even know physics-related knowledge himself. He originally wanted to leave, but was stopped by Long Yi to play Go. Go was something Yusheng had introduced to look cool, but they treated it as a part of their cultivation. It was only because he had once said, within Go, one sees the universe. Every piece placed represents a subtle balance in the cosmos. It is also like the journey of life, one must strategize to win 1,000 miles away. He usually could only rely on chess records from his previous life to act cool, but his actual skill level wasn't even amateur. So he could only play when he had time, and play selectively. After understanding the rules, the strongest among the 7 shadows was Alpha, plus a Geo. Delta went without saying, and Zeta lacked concentration. Facing Alpha, Yuxing still had to squeeze out effort, but dealing with Long Yi, a novice who had just started, meant just going for it. Something is wrong, something is 12 points wrong. Is this a damn novice? Halfway through the game, Yuxing had to switch to serious mode and dig out the chess records to fight. Haha. No wonder Alpha said your level is above hers. Unlike the vicissitudes of her voice in dragon form, in human form, Long Ye's voice carried a mature charm. You were just one move short. Yuxing was also curious about who won more between Alpha and Long Yi. The defeated Long Yi did not say to play another round, but looked at the people training. Shadow, you have brought back another new member. Aren't you afraid that they will betray you one day? In my time, betrayal is the norm. It wasn't that Yuxing hadn't thought about it, he had experienced it in his previous life. The most important thing was whether he had the ability to solve the problems caused by betrayal. Now he did. The members of Shadow Garden were all cultivating the methods provided by Yuxing, and combined with the magic power he had bestowed upon them, once they had that thought, his magic would explode inside their bodies. But Yuxing believed from the bottom of his heart that they wouldn't have that thought. After all, they had long been betrayed by the world, and if they abandoned this only place of refuge, the world would have even less room for them. They won't. In their lives, betrayal is not an option. Humph. How is that possible? It's just that the chips aren't enough to choose betrayal. Long Yi scoffed at Yuxing's inexplicable confidence. You're right, it's just here, they have no chips large enough for them to choose betrayal. Even if the world is the stake, it's just barely enough. Oh? How so? They are all people abandoned by the world. Isn't this kind of despair only balanced by a chip called the world? So cool. This slightly Chinibu line has finally been said. Long Yi fell into deep thought after hearing this, so long that Yuxing thought she had fallen asleep. Does this have to do with your and Shadow Garden's goal? Yuxing just smiled without answering. Hee hee. It seems I don't know them well enough yet. And what about you? If there are enough chips, would you betray? Humph. As a member of the dragon race, how can I be compared to fickle races? The covenant is made, either you die or I perish. They stopped playing Go and switched to playing poker and mahjong. If it weren't for him holding back, Long Yi could probably play for a lifetime. In September, the season for school to start across all worlds, his sister Claire was finally about to set off for the Royal Academy. Perhaps because she was about to leave, Claire had been clinging to Yuxing more during this period. She wanted to sit together when eating, and wanted Yuxing to feed her. They had to go out together, arm in arm with Yuxing. Even when sleeping, they had to be together. As a brothercon, she didn't even pretend anymore, saying that since she was leaving for a long time, she needed to recharge on Yuxing energy. As the person involved, Yuxing could only endure it. As an orphan in his previous life, he had never experienced such family affection, and didn't know if this was normal. Since school was starting, it meant that the plot belonging to Claire was also about to happen. So, under Yuxing's orders, Shadow Garden had been monitoring Viscount Alba's situation. However, in their view, this was because Yuxing had caught the tale of Alba's connection with the cult, so the 7 shadows also attached great importance to it. Not only was it 24/7 surveillance, but they also infiltrated the Viscount's castle to collect relevant information. Late at night, the Shadow Garden trio, after receiving information that Alba had left the castle in a carriage, immediately infiltrated the castle to search for relevant information. Number 43. I found it. These are the letters of correspondence with the cult. As expected of Lord Shadow. Everything is as he predicted. All right. Save the exclamations for later. Immediately copy the letters and submit them to Lady Beta. Understood. Number 42. After number 40 for finished copying, they returned the letters to their original places and eliminated all traces. If Alba could communicate with the shadows, perhaps he would know his study had been visited, but clearly, he didn't have that ability. On the other side, after Beta received the copied letters, she immediately found Alpha. It seems Alba is hiding very deep, and he holds a certain position within the cult. As one of the 12 apostles, his codename is Matthew. After Alpha finished reading, she handed it to another member to take a photo with a camera for preservation and archiving, then burned the copy. Yes, under Yuxing's shadow wisdom, Ada had tinkered with a camera, that kind of big square box, and was currently working towards making it portable. As expected of Lord Yuxing. Finally caught a big fish. Beta wiggled again. Currently, we don't know what status apostles have within the cult, or what roles they play, so we cannot relax. Alpha was always so calm and composed. I think it's not that simple that Yuxing wants us to monitor Alba. Have you found out where Alba went? Information from the tracking team says that Alba is heading to another territory. It's unclear what he is going to do specifically. Investigate. I want to know what he did, who he came into contact with, and whether the people he contacted have any connection to the cult. Understood. Under Alpha's orders, more teams were dispatched to monitor, and even Epsilon was sent. This shows how much the entire Shadow Garden values Yuxing's orders. Alba, please feed me peanuts. For several consecutive days, Shadow Garden followed Alba closely, recording everything from when he ate to what he bought. But the more this happened, the more Alpha felt something was strange. According to past investigations, no matter where Alba went, he would bring his daughter, or in Yuxing's words, he was a daughter slave. The strange thing was that his daughter seemed not to have appeared in public for a long time, and even the castle couldn't find her existence. For Alba, this was simply a disaster. Could his daughter be in the hands of the cult? If Yuxing were here, he would definitely praise Alpha for using hacks. She deduced it from just a trace of clues. It's just that Yuxing was currently being pestered by Claire. Rather than being pestered, it was more like Yuxing was protecting her. He had thought about taking the initiative to eliminate this hidden danger in advance, but he was afraid of the uncontrollability caused by variables. The variable did indeed appear. Claire had been kidnapped. While Yuxing was in the bathroom, Claire disappeared, untraceable, and her magic power was suddenly cut off. Chapter 16, All Hands on Deck. In the middle of peeing, he forced it back in, and Yuxing instantly returned to the place where Claire had disappeared. Damn it. Does Claire really have to be kidnapped? Although Claire's brother-complex tendencies sometimes made Yuxing feel suffocated, the kindness she showed him was genuine, and this made Yuxing extremely furious. I can't sense any magical paths or traces. This meant that when Claire was kidnapped, she was alone. Another point was that some kind of teleportation item had been used. Yuxing didn't believe Claire possessed a teleportation item, so it must have been that someone had slipped it to her, and then triggered it remotely. Who? Yuxing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think. According to the original trajectory, Claire was kidnapped while sleeping at night, since the plot of being kidnapped was bound to happen. Then Claire certainly won't suffer any harm. Her demon possession has already been cured by me. With things as they were, Yuxing told the servants he was going out with his sister, and then he rushed to the base. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Alba was sitting in front of his study, caressing a gift his daughter had given him. Milia, what should I do? But I really cannot accept losing you. Why must the cult do this? Alba's expression shifted from doting to self-reproach, then transformed into paranoia, and finally coalesced into agony. For a moment, his face was twisted and ferocious. Knock, knock. A knocking sound rang out, but without waiting for Alba's response, the person entered directly and walked straight to his side. My lord, the person has been captured and is at the usual spot. Alba wiped his face, did not respond, but simply nodded and took his guards toward a direction he hadn't visited in the past few days. These actions were naturally seen by Shadow Garden. Number 47, you are faster than us, report the news immediately. I'm afraid we've hit the jackpot this time. Understood, you guys be careful. In the ancient capital Alexandria, Yusheng descended directly from the sky onto a small platform on the statue. He unleashed his full magical power, controlling it to form a spiral effect around his body, with the goal of creating a very furious entrance. The four shadows and the members, upon sensing this magical power unique to Yusheng, quickly assembled in front of the statue. They could see that Yusheng was very angry now. They all knelt on one knee in unison, and Alpha asked, King of Shadow Garden, may I ask what has caused your anger? We shall become your strength. It is the cult. Their people have kidnapped Claire for her hero's bloodline. Upon hearing this, everyone exploded with energy. In an instant, the concentration of magical power in the entire base rose by 500%, and ripples were stirred up on the calm water surface. They all knew that Claire was Yusheng's sister, and since Yusheng was their king, she was effectively their sister too. Furthermore, Claire possessed the hero's bloodline, which made them unable to suppress their anger. King, please give the order. Everyone shouted in unison. Just then, number 47 also rushed back and was stunned for a moment upon seeing this scene. But she still braced herself to report to Yusheng. This was the highest principle of Shadow Garden. When Yusheng is present, report directly to Yusheng. Lord Shadow. The surveillance target you ordered, Alba, is making a big move. He has taken over a dozen people toward a previously unrecorded direction. What a coincidence. Very well, it seems this matter is definitely related to him. Listen up. Move out. With the order given, everyone put on their slime combat suits, donned their masks with the character Sheng, and led by number 47, they headed toward Alba to kill. Everyone left. Am I still a member of Shadow Garden? Forget it, I'll watch the house. Chenlong had no choice but to read a book on the recliner. On the other side, in a hidden valley, Claire had been teleported here. The cult underlings locked Claire in a cell using the cult's specially made anti-magic chains, waiting for Alba to come and interrogate her. Experiencing forced teleportation for the first time, although Claire had woken up, she felt terrible, dizzy and nauseous. It was like someone who gets carsick for the first time, having ridden for 3 or 4 hours. After getting off, she didn't want to move at all, only wanting to lie down. Ugh, where is this, so nauseating, I feel like vomiting. Claire looked around, her hands were fixed to the wall by chains. Is my brother okay? He shouldn't be scared, right? He really doesn't let me worry less. As always, the first thing Claire thought of upon waking up was Yusheng. Magical power, is it sealed? No. It's still circulating inside me, just very chaotic right now. As long as I spend some time, I can break free from the chains. As expected, my brother's method is quite useful. Tap, tap. A rhythmic sound of footsteps approached. Claire tried hard to lift her head to look at the person approaching, who appeared to be about 35 years old, with gray hair styled into a neat, slick-back look. My lord, the daughter of the Baron Kajanov family has been captured. The guards on both sides of the cell door reported to Alba. With her smooth, silk-like black hair, neatly trimmed at the ends, draped behind her, Claire glared up at Alba with 2 rebellious eyes. I've seen you in the royal capital, you must be Viscount Alba, right? Oh? Then you must have seen me at the Bushin Festival tournament. It was indeed the Bushin Festival. You were slashed by Princess Iris's sword in a way that was too painful to watch. Alba did not pay attention to Claire's words, he was looking at the young girl before him, which reminded him of his own daughter. Why can she live well, while Milia has to suffer such pain? Enough small talk, Claire Kajanov. Have you ever felt discomfort before? Unable to smoothly use or stably control your magical power, experiencing pain when using magical power, or parts of your body starting to turn black and rot? Have you had these symptoms? You kidnapped me to this place by some means just to play doctor. Claire curled her moist lips in a sneer. I am also a father. I do not wish to treat you in a ruder manner. Answer me. Alba and Claire stared at each other for a moment. The first person to break the silence was Claire. It's not some big deal anyway, so I'll answer you generously. You asked me if I had them. I did have them before, but not anymore. Alba looked as if he had heard some incredible statement, his brow furrowing deeply. Had them before but not anymore. What does that mean? Are you deaf, or did you get water in your brain? I did have the symptoms you mentioned a year ago, but they got better afterward. What? You mean those symptoms are cured now? Naturally cured. As far as Alba knew, there had never been a case of natural recovery from demon possession. It wouldn't be considered natural recovery. My brother helped me with a massage, and then those symptoms got better. Speaking of her brother, Claire's face softened significantly, and there was even a sense of pride. Impossible. Just a massage cannot cure it. Those who show these symptoms can only become demon-possessed. Alba suddenly roared. He couldn't believe it. As a noble and a member of the cult, he knew something about demon possession. It was impossible to cure it through massage alone. Demon-possessed? What is that? You don't need to know. You'll be an experimental subject soon anyway. It seems necessary to investigate your brother. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Alba's nose suddenly suffered an impact. He stumbled back a few steps, clutching his bleeding nose as he glared at Claire. You wretch. She, who was supposed to have both hands bound by the anti-magic chains, somehow had only the chain on her right wrist broken free, and she was bleeding as well. Chapter 17, The Cult's Organizational Structure. You ripped out the chains fixed to the wall using only your physical strength. Those locked up by magic sealing chains are completely unable to use their magic, not to mention that the chains were fixed into the stone wall and reinforced with the cult's special methods. Yet, Claire had ripped the chains out with her physical strength, and then punched Alba. The fact left him stunned. But this also gave him hope. If my younger brother loses even a single hair, I will never forgive you. I will kill you, your family, and your friends, leaving no one alive. Go, don't hurt her, just knock her out. Her experimental value is very high. The guards who had been guarding in front of Alba obeyed the order and knocked Claire out. Unable to recover and still in a chaotic state, Claire's brother-complex nature had flared up, but she was ultimately no match for the three of them. Watch her and knock her out again if she wakes up. Alba instructed the guards and wiped away his nosebleed. At this moment, a panting guard ran over. Lord Alba. Intruders have appeared. They are very strong, and there are many of them. We are completely unable to hold them off. A short while earlier, Yusheng and a group of Shadow Garden members arrived at the valley, led by number 47. Number 45 and other squads monitoring the perimeter saw Shadow Garden assembling, and, realizing the severity of the situation, rushed forward to report. Lord Shadow. Alba went in a long time ago, and hasn't come out yet. After number 47's explanation, they learned that Claire had been kidnapped by Alba. Please give the order. Yusheng raised his sword high. Attack. Control your strength, do not let the valley collapse. As Yusheng swung his sword down, Alpha commanded the members. Some cleared the hidden sentries around the valley, some searched for other entrances and exits to guard, and the rest charged into the valley as the vanguard. How could these guards be any match for Shadow Garden? Most of them were killed with a single slash to the throat before they could even see who the intruders were. Clearance complete. As the members cleared the enemies in the valley, Yusheng began to enter, with Alpha standing behind him, followed by Beta, Epsilon, and Eta. Arriving at the main hall, the members had already cleared the guards here, and stood on both sides to welcome their king. In the middle of the hall, Nu was fighting Alba. Upon Yusheng's arrival, she proactively ended the fight and stepped aside. At this moment, Alba was leaning on his sword, kneeling on one knee, with several obvious wounds on his body. The main hall had become a sea of blood. Those capable of guarding this facility must have possessed a certain level of strength, but now dozens of corpses lay there. The lucky ones remained intact, while the unlucky ones couldn't even be pieced back together. The overwhelming power gap, the black attire, the masks with strange patterns, this made Alba feel fear, just like when he saw the high-ranking members of the cult. Who are you? Do I have some kind of grudge against you? We are all Shadow Garden. Yusheng started. Those who lurk in the shadows and hunt the shadows. All the members chanted along. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, Yusheng would have been unable to stop himself from trembling. Awesome. They are so good at this. Have they been rehearsing in private? How are they so synchronized? Upon hearing the name Shadow Garden, Alba was shocked. As one of the 12 disciples, he naturally knew that this organization, which had suddenly appeared, was opposing the cult at every turn. But unfortunately, they were too clean, and their traces were erased too thoroughly. He had never been able to find them to eliminate them. Now that they had come to his doorstep, had he been exposed? Alba maintained a calm expression on his face, while also appropriately showing curiosity and anger. Then what business does Shadow Garden have with me, killing all my subordinates? Yusheng ignored Alba's acting because he sensed number 30 coming to report. Although he had long sensed that Claire was unharmed, save for a minor wrist injury, he didn't even need to think to know it was definitely a flare-up of her brother complex. Number 30 reported in Chinese, so Alba naturally had no idea what was being said. Since that was the case, Yusheng followed his internal plan to turn Alba into a double agent, so he could better understand the cult. As for what bargaining chip to use, it was naturally his daughter. As a lackey of the cult of Diablos, do you really believe your daughter Milia is beyond saving? It is merely a deception by the cult. I can cure the possessed. What did you say? Can you really cure her? Alba widened his bloodshot eyes, and his hand, which had intended to pull out the pill developed by the cult for a desperate escape attempt, involuntarily stopped. Didn't the girl you were interrogating just now make it very clear? You don't have to believe it, but your daughter is currently suffering unprecedented pain under the cult's experiments. This sentence sent Alba into a struggle. His heart felt like it was being pulled by two forces, hope on one side, cowardice on the other, tearing him apart with pain. The power of the cult made him fearful, clutching tightly at his heart, making every breath feel incredibly difficult. Daddy. Milia wants to become a magic swordsman as strong as Daddy. His daughter's smile and her words ultimately allowed Alba to overcome his fear. Alba put down his sword, took out the red pill, and placed it in front of him, and dropped from one knee to both knees. As if trying to express that sliver of hope and humility as much as possible, please, please save my daughter. I will do anything, even if it means opposing the cult. Alba kowtowed repeatedly. Taking this opportunity, Yusheng flicked a compressed orb of magic toward Alba. If he ever acted against Shadow Garden, Alba would turn into a small nuclear bomb. In any case, since a hole had already been torn open, having Alba as a double agent wouldn't hurt. Very well. If you can provide more detailed intelligence, your daughter will be freed from the cult's experiments that much sooner. I will cooperate. I will tell you everything I know. According to Alba's understanding, the highest ruler of the cult of Diablos is called the Supreme Throne. Their numbers are unknown, and they call themselves gods. Next are the 12 Knights of the Round Table, the core rulers of the cult who are responsible for deciding all of the cult's affairs, and they call themselves demigods. Following that are the 12 sins, with each sin corresponding to one seat of the Knights of the Round Table. They are the executive force of the cult. Finally, there are the 12 disciples, where Alba belongs. They are regional managers who lead the children of the cult and the cultists. As the 8th disciple, codenamed Matthew, Alba is responsible for recruiting nobles with the rank of Viscount to become cultists, and collecting half of their territory's tax revenue to hand over to the cult. Due to the cult's confidentiality protocols, Alba only knows information about 2 other disciples and his superior, the sin of greed, let alone the 12 Knights of the Round Table. The difference is just too huge. Hearing this intelligence, Yusheng complained in his heart. Alba also stated the locations of the strongholds he had collected. Please, you must save my daughter. We will naturally investigate the locations you mentioned, but you cannot just wait around. Become an inside agent and actively collect more intelligence. If necessary, Shadow Garden will assist you in attaining a higher position within the cult. Chapter 18, Is Shadow Garden disbanding? After resolving the matter of Alba, Yusheng carried Claire back to the territory. He intended to let the servants take care of her, but unexpectedly, Claire held onto his sleeve tightly, so he had to go to the base the next day to discuss matters. Unlike the usual atmosphere, the entire base was now filled with sorrow and urgency, even a hint of despair. The cult, hidden for thousands of years, had finally had a corner of its iceberg revealed. But a more important reason was a single incomplete sentence from Yusheng. Alpha, having returned to the base, ordered the remaining 3 shadows to return immediately. The next day, having comforted Claire, Yusheng finally found time to go to Alexandria. At this moment, the conference hall of the ancient capital's castle was already filled with 20 people, besides the 7 shadows and Qianlong, the rest were members with high serial numbers. These were all ranked at the top based on their strength. Like Yukheim, because she had only just started cultivating, despite her high talent and rapid progress, she could not take a seat at this moment. However, no matter how strong they could not defeat the 7 shadows, let alone Qianlong. Is everyone here? Yes, Lord Alpha. After Beta finished speaking, the conference hall returned to silence, and even Qianlong remained quiet. Since that day's conversation, she had been actively learning about the past of every member of Shadow Garden. No one found it strange, all because their king, Yusheng, had not yet arrived at the head seat. The usually lively Delta had her tail curled up at this moment. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire conference hall. After a while, Yusheng appeared in the conference hall with his special effects, and the garden members outside the door saw this and closed the door. At this time, the remaining garden members were not training or farming, but sitting quietly in the plaza outside the castle. They looked just like students at home waiting for their parents to return from a parent-teacher meeting, feeling anxious and uneasy. What's wrong? What happened? Why does everyone look like they've been dumped by a scumbag? Arriving at the conference hall, Yusheng was watched by all the young women present. He was completely unaware that the scumbag he was thinking of was himself. This was all because of an inadvertent sentence Yusheng said while evacuating yesterday. It seems Shadow Garden. At that time, he said it halfway, picked up his sister Claire, was startled by her weight, and then didn't continue. But to Alpha and the others who heard it, it wasn't that simple. Is it because Shadow Garden isn't doing well enough? Is it because we've become too lax? Is it because our intelligence gathering isn't up to par? Is it because Lord Yusheng doesn't need us anymore? So when speaking, either finish the sentence or don't say it at all. Saying half of it just creates a misunderstanding. Yusheng meant that they needed to respond and adjust the structure. But to Alpha and the others, Yusheng was their light, their hope. Shadow Garden was their only home, their place of refuge. Yusheng sat in the main seat, and seeing their sorrowful expressions, he didn't know how to start for a moment. Speak up. My clumsy mouth, aren't I usually very good at talking? As luck would have it, Yusheng even put on a serious look. This made the already sorrowful crowd turn pale. As the backbone, Alpha knew she couldn't let this continue, so she had to muster the courage to ask. Lord Shadow. Is Shadow Garden? Is it? Alpha asked cautiously, not daring to ask the final, no longer needed. Great, Alpha is still the best. But is your sorrow related to Shadow Garden? Could it be that there were casualties? That shouldn't be. Yes. In that case, let's hold a memorial service. Damn it, who is it? Daring to break my flower. I want to use a megaton-class nuclear bomb for revenge. Fighting fire with fire. Hearing this, everyone fell into despair. Some had dull eyes. Some tried their best to hold back tears. Some wiped away tears desperately, their sleeves soaked. But without exception, they were all preparing to commit suicide. Saying half a sentence is truly harmful. Qianlong couldn't bear to watch any longer. She felt Yuxing was being too cruel. The people of the garden all viewed Yuxing as light, yet he wanted to extinguish it with his own hands. Then why give them light in the first place? Kid, do you really intend to disband Shadow Garden? Qianlong stood up, her pupils turning into slits, glaring at Yuxing, exuding a dangerous aura. Although Qianlong had made a covenant with Yuxing himself, she would not sit idly by regarding Shadow Garden. What? Harm Shadow Garden, and spread rumors of disbanding. Who is it? Is it Alba? Yuxing slammed the table, stood up, and asked Qianlong angrily. It has nothing to do with that person. What are you thinking yourself? I founded Shadow Garden with my own hands to give them a home. How could I possibly disband it, even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, even if the world is destroyed? I will never let Shadow Garden disband. This was indeed Yuxing's true sentiment. It's not Alba, then who on earth did it? I'm Ms. Wait, you said you won't disband? Qianlong scratched her head awkwardly, wanting to say something, but didn't know how, so she had to sit down. Hearing Yuxing's "even if the sky falls and the world is destroyed" statement, they first looked at each other, almost jumping up to celebrate. This time they no longer suppressed their tears, letting joy flow down. The garden member sitting at the very back couldn't control herself and jumped up. Yay! Only realizing the occasion wasn't appropriate, she immediately knelt on one knee again. But no one would blame her. I'm sorry, Lord Shadow. I couldn't control myself for a moment. Please allow me to pass this news to the sisters. Yuxing was dumbfounded. Weren't they quite sad just a moment ago? Why are they so happy now? All right. The permitted number 19 hurried to push open the gate and closed it carefully. Pass it on. Even if the sky falls and the world is destroyed, Shadow Garden will not disband. These are Lord Shadow's exact words. The group of garden members waiting anxiously for news, upon hearing the message, shouted one after another, as expected of Lord Shadow. And Yuxing in the conference hall was completely unaware. He was still struggling with who had harmed Shadow Garden. Alpha, tell me, who exactly harmed Shadow Garden? Alpha, who was still wiping tears and feeling relieved, was named and knelt on one knee, and the other members followed suit. Lord Yuxing, Shadow Garden has not suffered any casualties. This is because... Alpha thought quickly, deciding to hide this truth deep in the shadows forever. It is because of the cult's treacherous plot, and we are investigating with all our might to find out who this person is. Just like that, the cult of Diablos was inexplicably saddled with the blame. I see. It's good that there were no casualties. Everyone get up, you must find out who this person is, and hand them over to me to solve personally. Now, I will talk about the structural adjustment of Shadow Garden. As you wish. Lord Shadow. Everyone echoed in unison, but they knew this person would never appear. After everyone was present, Yuxing began to talk about his ideas. To deal with the cult organization, I have decided to adjust the garden's structure. The 7 shadows will add 5 seats, changing to the 12 shadows, and at the same time, the 12 months will be newly established, each led by one of the 12 shadows. Chapter 19, Birthday Banquet. The 12 months is derived from the elegant names for the 12 months in folk traditional culture. The spring months are Luiwe, silver willow in a vase, and Yue, apricot blossoms over the wall, and Tao, peach blossoms in full bloom. The summer months are Huaiwe, sephora blossoms hanging from branches, Luiwe, pomegranate blossoms like fire, and Heyue, lotus flowers standing tall. The autumn months are Lanue, orchids blooming, Gueyue, sweet osmanthus fragrance, and Kikuya, chrysanthemums braving the frost. The winter months are Yangwe, little spring, Jiayue, reed grass turning green, and Leu, year-end sacrifice. After arranging the names for the 12 months, Yuxing did not leave immediately. Having experienced the sorrowful atmosphere just moments ago, he felt it was better to sit for a while longer. The remaining matters could be left to Alpha to arrange. As for Qianlong, his status was equal to Yuxing's, so he was naturally not included among them. The conference hall had shed its previous atmosphere of despair, and everyone was actively participating in the discussion. The candidates for the 5 new seats and the 12 months were not decided now, but would be determined through ranking battles. The sequence numbers would now start from 25, and members could obtain others' numbers by challenging those ranked higher. Ranking did not affect one's treatment within the garden. Apart from being proof of strength, it meant easier access to guidance from the 12 shadows, or even Yuxing himself, and more importantly, Yuxing's personal items. Of course, Yuxing himself was unaware of this. This also led to him frequently losing his own things. The bedding was fine, but his worn clothes, and even his underwear, would go missing from time to time. By the way, in terms of the quantity saved, Claire couldn't compare to Alpha, followed by Gamma and Beta. The most outrageous one was Eta, who even had spirit solution. After the meeting, all garden members began training, more actively and diligently than ever before. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was Yuxing's 18th coming-of-age ceremony. Born in the 3rd month, Yuxing also held his coming-of-age ceremony in the 3rd month. How are the preparations going? Reporting to Lord Alpha. The dance troupe of 30 people is conducting its 20th rehearsal to ensure every movement is flawless. The cooking team of 50 is carefully selecting ingredients for the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The dessert team of 20 is preparing the portions for the birthday cake to ensure everyone can have some. The fireworks team of 100 is rushing to make fireworks. The rest have prepared some performances to put on at the birthday party. The person reporting was the chief of the 12 months, Luiwe, Alpha's direct unit, a silver-blue long-haired elf with golden eyes, whose strength had been assessed by Alpha. Good, keep a close watch and ensure perfection. We must give Lord Yuxing an unforgettable birthday party and coming-of-age ceremony. Everything for Lord Shadow. Luiwe replied fanatically. On the day she became the chief of the 12 months, Yuxing had personally come to name her and provide private guidance, and she had also fulfilled her wish to obtain one of Yuxing's pairs of underwear stolen. Unlike the preparations in the base which were in full swing, the Lord's manner seemed a bit more plain. This was Yuxing's request, a meal at home was enough. With the secret support of the Mitsugoshi Company, the territory had already shed the poverty label, but at the same time, it had also attracted the covetous eyes of some nobles. Therefore, Yuxing planned to keep a low profile, plus he couldn't handle those nobles anyway. 18 years old, crisp and crunchy. 1.80 m tall, a masculine and handsome face. I give myself 9 points. The 1 point is missing because I'm not as good as the readers. Yuxing hummed a song while looking in the mirror. Young master. Lunch is ready, and Miss Claire has returned. Good, I'm coming. Putting on a suit produced by Shadow Garden, he arrived at the dining room. Little brother. You look handsome today. Claire, who was far away at the Royal Academy, disregarded her teacher's obstruction, approved her own leave, and rushed back to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Yuxing, after the coming-of-age ceremony, it's time to consider continuing the Kajina family line. You said you'd wait until 18 when you were 15. Claire and her mother glared at their bald old father. The mother meant there was no rush, while Claire carried a dangerous aura. All right, let's eat. The family was happy and harmonious. Claire even blurted out the heaven-defying statement, I won't marry, I'll just stay with my little brother. Although their parents were used to it, they were still worried about Claire's lifelong affairs. After lunch, helping the drunk Claire to rest, he prepared to go to Alexandria, as the 7 Shadows would also celebrate with him according to previous years. However, he was stopped by Beta, who was disguised as a maid. Lord Yuxing, it's not ready yet. Ah, keep it simple, no need for anything grand. No matter what Yuxing said, Beta insisted on waiting a while longer. By dinner time, Yuxing had eaten a little, and only then did Beta say they could set off. As soon as they arrived at the base, 10 fireworks instantly launched to form the Chinese characters, Happy Birthday, Lord Yuxing. Subsequently, a group of members stood on both sides and said in unison, Happy Birthday. All garden members were wearing clothes invented by Yuxing to welcome him. There were Cheongsams, office ladies, nurses, JK uniforms. And of course, all kinds of stockings. The bold ones even wore see-through clothes. The members of Shadow Garden also wish all readers, happy birthday. May everything go as you wish, may your studies be successful, and may your wealth grow. The dazzling array left Yusheng stunned, his eyes not knowing where to look, but finally, they settled on Alpha. She was wearing a black strapless gown with a long train. Under the moonlight, the gown sparkled, as if stars had been carved into it. Black high heels elongated the curves of Alpha's calves, making her beautiful feet appear even more taut. The snowy, smooth skin and clear skin texture made the exquisite curves of her feet even more alluring and pleasing to the eye. Alpha walked up to Yusheng, gently raised her right hand, her fingertips lightly brushing through her golden hair. The strands slid slowly between her slender fingers, and finally landed softly behind her ear. Happy birthday. The other 11 shadows also tactfully did not steal Alpha's thunder. After all, she was the first member of the garden, and they knew she had made preparations. Humph. I want to be the second one. Yuki, the last of the 12 shadows, didn't fight for first place, but intended to fight for second. It wasn't just her who had this thought, the other members were all aiming for second place. Although according to the hierarchy, it was the 12 shadows first, then the 12 months, and finally the numbered members. But who can say for sure? As long as you serve by Lord Shadow's side, you have a chance at any time. This was the thought of the numbered members. Thank you, Alpha. There's more. Alpha took Yusheng's hand and led him to the head table. Let's begin. As the dishes were served, the banquet officially began. On the stage, the members began to perform, dancing, crosstalk, skits. Yusheng praised and laughed repeatedly. And for once, Yusheng didn't use magic to suppress the alcohol. The garden members took turns offering toasts, and taking advantage of Yusheng being drunk, everyone openly took advantage of him. Alpha didn't stop them from the side. Finally, the banquet ended with fireworks. Alpha helped Yusheng to a room deep in the castle. This was the room reserved for the king. She gently placed him on the bed and injected magic to help him sober up. She didn't want the first time to be while Yusheng was drunk. Sobering up a bit, Yusheng stroked Alpha's flushed face. You are beautiful. Alpha couldn't hold back anymore. She took off her extra clothes, leaving only black lace, and mounted him. Do you like it? I wore it especially for you to see. There was no man who wouldn't like it. I like it. Alpha pressed her upper body down and whispered in Yusheng's ear, Tonight, teach me the stories from the romance of the 3 kingdoms, okay? Okay. Yusheng flipped over and pinned Alpha underneath him, transforming into a serious lecturer. He recounted the story of Zhao Zilong fighting through the enemy lines 7 times in the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Enemy shamed, I go to take off his clothes. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, Claire suddenly had an uneasy feeling. It was the feeling of her beloved item being tainted by someone else. Chapter 20, Heading to the Royal Capital Academy. A few days had passed since that ingenious birthday banquet, and Shadow Garden and Yusheng had returned to their daily routines. If there was any change, it was that the members of the garden were much bolder than before. They dared to make a move directly. Yusheng began visiting Alexandria more frequently, and if Yusheng didn't go, Alpha would come instead. And those members who wanted to launch an offensive obediently held back during Alpha's guarding period. Alpha was well aware that as the king of Shadow Garden, Yusheng could not be monopolized by her alone. Lord Yusheng. Once I have taken down the tower and established a foothold in Lawless City, I shall definitely sweep the bed and welcome you. Yuki stepped forward, wrapped her 6 tails around Yusheng, and whispered in his ear, This little fox cub of yours, along with 4 other little fox cubs, is waiting for you to explore the secret path. Yusheng shivered, You are so flirtatious. And me. I will also be waiting for you in Lawless City to discuss art. Epsilon puffed out her chest. Under Yusheng's meticulous care, her genes had finally been repaired, and now they were beginning to form the scale of a small hill. The 2 of them knew well that Lawless City was at a critical juncture, so they didn't linger. They led their respective subordinates and set off, preparing to become one of the towers in one fell swoop. Well then, Lord Yusheng, I must go too. See you at the academy. Once at the academy, I hope to have some time alone with you, just like Lady Alpha. Sherry's natural, straightforward approach made even Alpha blush. Her mother, Lucretia, had no choice but to pull Sherry aside. After saying a few words, Sherry turned red like a lychee. You. Sheng. Lord. Alpha. I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. She couldn't even finish her sentence and hurried to catch up with Yuki and the others. Subsequently, Zeta, Gamma, and Delta also bid farewell to Yusheng one after another. Originally there were 570 people, but suddenly nearly half were gone, and the lively base became much quieter. Incidentally, the 5 newly added shadow members were 8th seat, Lambda, responsible for base training. Gray hair, dark skin, always keeping one eye closed. 9th seat, Nu, a former Marquis's daughter, long brown hair, responsible for assisting the company and gathering intelligence among the nobility. 10th seat, Kai, short blonde-haired elf. 11th seat, Omega, black-haired, heterochromatic half-elf, assisting the company and responsible for proxy wars. 12th seat, Yuki, responsible for Lawless City. Although they were equal in status to the original 7 shadows, they would largely follow the orders of the 7 shadows. Yo, now that you've left the Greenhorn stage, you seem even more popular. Chen-Long came over to tease him a bit. Yusheng's mouth twitched, he didn't know where she had learned that. Yeah, they definitely don't want to become old spinsters for 10,000 years. You brat. Veins popped on Chen-Long's forehead. Knowing she couldn't out-talk Yusheng, she had no choice but to go back to reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Yusheng went to his room to unwrap his gifts, treating every gesture of affection with sincerity. Time flew by and in the midst of the monotony, Yusheng waited for the day to set off for the Midgar Royal Capital Academy. Why did he wait? Because that was the opening of a grand stage. Son, be careful on the road. It's not shameful if you can't win a fight. If you don't like the academy, just come back, our territory isn't short on money. His parents tearfully saw Yusheng off. This was a first-time experience for him. With great reluctance, he boarded a carriage and set off on his journey. But after traveling for a long time, he suddenly remembered, damn it, why are there no trains? The carriage goes clatter, clatter, clatter. It's so uncomfortable. Meanwhile, upon learning that Yusheng had already set off for the Royal Capital Academy, Alpha also began a series of preparations. She sent the remaining members of the garden to the Royal Capital, some to infiltrate the academy, and others to assist the company. Through Gamma's efforts, the Mitsugoshi Company already had significant influence in the Royal Capital. Alpha planned to turn the company headquarters into the second base of the garden to facilitate assisting Yusheng at any time. Alpha had a premonition that with Yusheng's arrival in the Royal Capital, the world would surely be stirred into a storm. The gears of the world are about to turn. Hurrying and rushing, it took about 10 days, and Yusheng finally arrived at the Royal Capital 2 days before school started. Why not just use magic to move at high speed? It was simply because he didn't want to waste his family's well wishes. Ugh! I never want to ride a carriage again. Through the connections of his parents and Claire, as well as the secret help of the company, Yusheng's student dormitory was a detached 2-story villa. Lord Yusheng, please let us serve you. As he dragged his luggage and prepared to open the door, 4 maids appeared inside to welcome him. The 4 were none other than Luyue, Enyue, Tao, and Kikuya from the 12 months. 2 elves and 2 humans. It wasn't fixed that these 4 were always the ones, they took turns serving as maids. When Yusheng was present, they were responsible for taking care of his daily life and meals, attending to every detail. When he was away, they went on missions. Rotating weekly was a perk of Shadow Garden. Oh, okay. Yusheng didn't care about people saying, how can a baron from a remote area afford 4 beautiful maids? being conspicuous, or having an identity mismatch. To hell with that. Not enjoying the blessings available to you is just being an idiot. 2 days later, served by the 4 maids, he put on his academy uniform and arrived at the academy gate. He didn't rush to enter but instead began to brew his emotions. Hee. Yushin covered his face with his left hand, revealing only his right eye. Is this the place? My heart is pounding, my blood is boiling. The beginning of the legend shall be written by me. There is no need for me in the light, but in the darkness there must be me. Ha ha ha. The passing students suddenly got goosebumps and rolled their eyes, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Is this the Baron from the remote area? Let's get away quickly. I'm dying of embarrassment. Yushin ignored the gazes of the crowd entirely. Putting aside his speech, he was well aware that the cult had already infiltrated every aspect. How pitiful. You birds in a cage woven by lies, how could you glimpse the stars that we reach? No need to understand, just look up. This is the distance between you and me. Having said that, Yushin put his hands in his pockets and walked away coolly, leaving only a silhouette for them to chase. Damn, I've never seen someone so arrogant and pretentious in all my life. I want to challenge him to a duel. Forget it. No need to bicker with a mere baron. Exactly, it's beneath our status. The members of the garden who had already infiltrated the academy were now looking at him with starry eyes. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, they would definitely have shouted, as expected of Lord Yushin. Woohoo! Another thing I wanted to do in my past life is complete. Reborn in this world, Yushin naturally wanted to do things he had never thought of doing before, and having Shinibu during his student days was one of them. Who hasn't had Shinibu fantasies during their student days? Men remain boys until they die, this isn't just a slogan. Men who have entered society and suffered its beatings, men who have shouldered the burden of a family, they also think about saving money to buy the things they couldn't get during their childhood or youth. Perhaps it's a remote-controlled toy, perhaps a miniature racer, perhaps a yo-yo, or perhaps just a lollipop. That's not being childish, that's keeping one's innocence, that's pure joy. Back to the present, while some saw an idiot, naturally, others thought it was incredibly cool. Those people were Yuro and Jaka. They walked up to Yushin and said, that was simply too cool. Chapter 21, Magic. Magical boy. Hey, have you heard? There's a miracle magic that can turn people like us, who have no talent, into a magic swordsman. Yeah, I've heard of it too. I really want to possess this kind of miracle too. Hee, I know where to go to pursue this kind of miracle. Really? Yushin, you bastard. We're all from poor baron families, so why are you so outstanding? Exactly. You actually betrayed us. I hate it, I'm so jealous, please, teach us. Yuro and Jaka were pestering him relentlessly on the side. Because we are all from remote, poor baron territories, that makes us friends. Using this excuse, they forcibly categorized Yushin as the same type of person, forming a small circle of 3. Hey. That's just what you think. As for why the two of them were envious, jealous, and hateful, it was naturally because the beautiful women in the academy were all gravitating toward Yushin, and they were naturally members of the Shadow Garden. Not just those in the same grade, but also upperclassmen. Wool Godfather. I won't fight you for those upperclassmen, I only ask that you introduce your sister to me. Yuro hugged Yushin's thigh and begged. Yushin's mouth twitched, damn it, calling me godfather on one hand, while trying to hit on my sister on the other. Turn around and bend over. Yuro didn't understand why, but he did as he was told. Yushin extended a foot, keep dreaming. Yuro fell flat on his face. In the classroom, the students were used to the 3 sitting in the back row. No one would go and criticize them. It wasn't because they were afraid, but because they looked down on them, country bumpkins, they don't understand aristocratic elegance at all. The Royal Capital Academy is the place where class stratification is most obvious. From princes and princesses down to commoners, everyone studies here. Thus, circles naturally form. Merchants look down on commoners, nobles look down on merchants, and higher-ranking nobles look down on lower-ranking nobles. If you want to survive in this melting pot, you can only cling to the higher social strata. As long as you have a good eye and don't pick the wrong side, even if you don't have a limitless future, you can at least ensure your family's rise. Just as the classroom returned to calm, the appearance of a group of people caused a commotion. A man surrounded by 6 people walked into the classroom, his gaze fixed on Yusheng's position. It's the second son of Marquis Libwitz, what is he doing here? Oh my God, if only I could become his follower. The highest rank in the classroom was only a viscount, a marquis was an existence beyond their reach. The man dressed in luxurious attire glanced at Yusheng, then looked at the man waiting respectfully beside him, and nodded, signaling him to proceed. He walked with confident strides toward Yusheng, stopped at a distance of about 1 meter, took off his glove, and threw it in front of Yusheng. Yusheng Kajanu, I, Ron Faluz, formally challenge you. The loser must obey one condition set by the winner. Do you dare to accept? Oh my God. How could this country bumpkin offend Lord Libwitz? I heard. The circle is only so big. Unless you are a nobody, whatever happens to anyone will spread throughout the entire circle by the next day. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this Ron was initiating the duel on behalf of Libwitz. The cause was that the second son of Libwitz had taken a fancy to a beautiful elven woman at the academy, and had launched a fierce pursuit. And this elven woman was none other than a member of the Shadow Garden with the serial number 30. How could she possibly look favorably upon him? Annoyed to death, number 30 defeated the second son in one move during a practical combat training class. You are too weak. The defeated second son was not discouraged because he saw hope. As long as he could win her over, his status in the family would surely rise. What made him furious with shame was that the elven woman, who ignored him, had actually taken the initiative to get close to a good-for-nothing baron. The second son couldn't accept it. He really wanted to take all kinds of actions through his family to retaliate against Yusheng, but that would make his family disappointed in him. A marquis's second son challenging a baron's son to a duel. That was even more impossible. At this time, a little follower he had always looked down upon offered to share his burden, and thus the current scene unfolded. Those 2 bad friends had long since moved several steps away from Yusheng, as if they wanted to draw a clear line. Yusheng, who had been staring blankly out the window, hadn't looked at the second son's group at all from beginning to end. Only when the glove was thrown in front of him did he look directly at the other party. High-class bullying, huh? What a pain. Yusheng knew from Alba and the Garden's intelligence that their territory had been targeted by someone. Although Yusheng didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. His parents had also written to tell him not to be afraid, as they weren't pushovers either. Fine, I accept. Without waiting for Ron to speak, Yusheng did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Yusheng first stood up, stepped onto the chair, then onto the window, left hand in his pocket, right hand extending his middle finger. Right outside. Don't keep me waiting too long. After saying that, he extended his left foot, and leaped from the 5th floor, landing gently on the ground while maintaining his pose. Everyone rushed to the window. Buddy, would it kill you not to show off? This was the thought on everyone's mind in the classroom. Ron was stunned at first, then his face flushed red. What stunned him was that, according to the rules, both parties should first agree on a date, and then a witness would announce the duel as official. But why aren't you following the script? Now that Yusheng was already in position, Ron naturally couldn't back down. His master was still watching. Since you are in such a hurry to die, then I will grant your wish. Ron had no choice but to climb onto the window and take a leap. If he hadn't received that miracle, he would never have dared to jump from the 5th floor, and would have obediently taken the stairs. No. It should be said that he wouldn't even have proposed a duel. This guy is a bit pathetic. not nearly as calm and elegant as that country bumpkin. The second son was speechless. Do you Baron's sons all like to go through the window? He had to take his lackeys and hurry downstairs. Seeing the second son leave, the students followed as well. This was a rare form of entertainment. After the second son arrived, he announced, "In the name of Libwitz, I will witness and impartially preside over this duel. It now officially begins." As soon as the announcement fell, Ron moved first. Having obtained the miracle, he couldn't wait to shine in this duel. In the past, he had mediocre talent and couldn't become a magic swordsman. His family could only pin their hopes on him clinging to higher-ranking nobles in the academy to gain favor. But how easy is that? He had neither knowledge nor strength. As a background character seen everywhere, what value did he have that was worth investing in? As fellow baron's sons, let me make you my stepping stone. Yusheng yawned and unhurriedly drew the standard iron sword issued by the academy. He raised his sword casually, yet it blocked Ron's sword path. After a few moves, Ron hadn't gained any advantage at all, and had to distance himself again. Is this what a magic swordsman with good talent is like? Hee. I am too. Having obtained the miracle magic, I am favored, and I am different from you. You are just a magic swordsman, while I am called a magical boy. Clang! Yusheng didn't hold the iron sword firmly, and it fell. Ah! This! The vibe is all wrong. I've heard of magical girls plenty of times, but a magical boy? That's unheard of. Is this also a variable? For a moment, Yusheng didn't know where to start complaining. Chapter 22, Must I Be the Boyfriend? Magical boy. Is there a difference from a magic swordsman? Or is it stronger? The onlookers were confused as they didn't know what this miracle Ron spoke of was. But among some students, their hearts were pounding. This was enough to show that a miracle was on par with a magic swordsman. There were both men and women. Their common trait was low strength or absolutely no possibility of becoming a magic swordsman. They had signed a contract with some kind of existence, and although they didn't know what price they paid, the power they gained was real. Some students who hadn't signed a contract yet were restless. They weren't willing to settle either. Hee. What, are you scared? Ron pointed his sword at Yusheng. You. This. Yusheng hadn't yet recovered from Ron's baffling reaction. Forget it, let's just win the duel first. Picking up his iron sword, Yusheng returned to his lazy demeanor. Right. You're right, but the one who will win is me. Ron launched another attack. Yet, no matter what, he couldn't hurt Yusheng in the slightest. He didn't even notice that Yusheng had blocked all attacks with just one hand. Hiss, I remember now. This Ron was once declared unsuitable to be a magic swordsman by the Academy's magic swordsman instructor. Then it seems the miracle he spoke of helped him out. Look at that bumpkin. From the beginning until now, he hasn't moved an inch. My God, he's even using his other hand to brush the dust off his clothes while under Ron's attack. TCH. I could do that too. Lord Yusheng is so cool. This was naturally what the members of the garden watching were thinking. The onlookers chatted amongst themselves, and the second son naturally heard them. As a magic swordsman, he naturally understood what Yusheng standing perfectly still meant. Ron wasn't even on the same level as an opponent. TSK, trash is just trash. Even if he obtained some miracle, he's still trash. Thinking about Ron losing, his face darkened. He had already lost enough face. After a dozen rounds, having just mastered the miracle, Ron began to tire. Ron stepped back a few paces, gasping for air. What, at first you were on par with the servants at my house, and now you're not even as good as an old lady. Blinded by the miracle, how could Ron stand this insult? Ah! Don't look down on me. Ron mobilized his remaining magic power, and charged desperately at Yusheng, determined to decide the outcome with this one strike. However, Ron's so-called full strength was too slow in Yusheng's eyes. Clang! With a casual wave, Yuxing knocked Ron's sword into the air, where it spun dozens of times before landing next to Ron. And he himself was now having his throat pointed at by Yuxing's sword. The outcome is decided, the winner is Yuxing Kajanu. After the second son finished speaking, he left with his lackeys without looking back. He even abandoned his duty as a witness to ensure the loser fulfilled the terms of the bet. So much for a miracle. No, I bet it's because he hasn't fully mastered the miracle. As long as he grows, he'll definitely beat that bumpkin. Seeing the outcome decided, the audience left. As for fulfilling the bet, they had no interest in a wager of this level. It would spread by the next day anyway. I lost. How could this be? Yuxing didn't care about Ron's current state. He was no longer lazy, instead erupting with the aura of a superior. Fulfill the terms. If you can speak of it, tell me about that miracle of yours. Yuxing was afraid of being placed under a restriction like last time. Ron, pressed until he couldn't breathe, finally recognized reality. There's nothing I can't say. One night, when I was thinking about how to gain the attention of the upper nobility, a voice suddenly rang out. Maybe it was in my head, maybe it was hidden somewhere, but either way, I didn't see anyone in my room. It asked if I wanted power, a magic called miracle. As long as I signed a contract, I could become a magical boy. Yuxing frowned. This script sounded a bit familiar. He was afraid this might be that creature that everyone wanted to kill. To confirm his further thoughts, he pointed at the ring and asked, "This green gem of yours, did you have it before signing, or only after?" Only after signing. Oh my god, how could that damn QB appear in this world, and what does it have to do with the cult? With its theory, it seems there really is a common point in cooperating with the cult. Ron looked at the pensive Yuxing and realized the second son of Leibovitz wouldn't pay attention to him anymore. Hardening his heart, he knelt on both knees. "My lord, please, teach me how to become strong." Interrupted from his thoughts, Yuxing didn't answer directly but continued to ask, "After signing, did it say anything else?" Ron thought carefully, "Yes. It said that as long as I keep hunting magical beasts or magic users, the miracle will become stronger." What is a magic user? I was too busy feeling the miracle at the time, so. Speechless. Yuxing turned around, thought about his wording, then go train by killing magical beasts, hold on to your original intention, and possess the capacity that matches it. According to QB's methods, it wouldn't tell a lie. As for only telling half the truth, that was a matter of opinion. After saying this, Yuxing left, leaving Ron alone in the open space to think. The members of the garden also left, just in the same direction as Yuxing. After walking some distance, Yuxing said in a low voice, "Monitor him, find out the range of the miracle's spread, its source, and its relationship with the cult." There was no one around him, but the members of the garden heard it, and they nodded in unison. Those two bad friends, upon learning that Yuxing had won the duel, ran out to put their arms around his shoulders. "I knew you could win, Yuxing. A mere second son of a marquis, nothing special. Get lost. Why didn't you say that in front of him?" A few days after the duel incident, the bad friends continued to pester Yuxing as they wandered around the academy. The students didn't change their views just because he won the duel, they continued to despise him. It was all because Yuxing had too many vicious incidents. For example, in the cafeteria, a noble young lady hoped Yuxing would show gentlemanly manners and give up his seat because there were no seats left. How could Yuxing indulge her? "I don't have gentlemanly manners, so there's no need to give up my seat." There were too many similar things. Look quickly, someone is confessing to Princess Alexia again. One look and you know it's doomed to fail. I only need to make a slight move to win the princess's heart. Euro said narcissistically. "I refuse." Alexia had already rejected 10 people's confessions in the past few days. She was tired of these men who only wanted to cling to the royal family. Just then, she saw Yuxing and the other two on the campus path. To be precise, she saw Yuxing. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she thought of how to drive away these annoying flies. Ignoring the rejected noble, she walked straight toward Yusheng. The bad friends saw the princess walking over and their bodies stiffened instantly, unable to even speak properly. What do we do, is it? Spring. Pr. Princess. Alexia ignored everyone's gazes, walked to Yusheng's side, and very naturally took his arm. Darling, you're here. I've already rejected the other person. The princess said in a cutesy voice, then looked at the crowd. Everyone, this is my boyfriend. Please don't confess to me anymore, my boyfriend will get jealous. I can't take it, I really can't take it. The voice like coriander was one thing, but she was deliberately pitching it up. Damn it. Must I really be the boyfriend? Chapter 23, Are you actually my sister? Ah. That damn country bumpkin. Thanks to Alexia's outrageous maneuvers, Yusheng unwittingly attracted another wave of hatred. Knowing the plot, Yusheng never intended to fake a confession to Princess Alexia, nor was it necessary. If he had to choose among the three princesses, Yusheng would definitely prefer Rose Oriana. Although Rose is just as love-struck as her mother, who could hate a love-struck girl who likes them? The only annoying thing is when they are love-struck for someone else. As for the two Midgar princesses, if he had any thoughts about them, it was only to enlist their help in dealing with the cult, since they possessed the bloodline of heroes. In Yusheng's plan, Shadow Garden would gradually make contact with the two princesses and develop them into two nails in the Midgar kingdom. Alexia had the highest degree of bloodline atavism. As for Iris, she was a genius killed by excessive praise, a pitiful person bet by the king on the cult. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Yusheng hadn't even confessed, yet Alexia had actively sought him out. Ah, my beautiful princess, when did I become your boyfriend? Oh my darling, you're so forgetful. You confessed to me right here after school yesterday. The way you were so nervous you started stuttering was so cute. What the hell? How can you say something that never happened so naturally? This is just like the anime, isn't it? Except now it was Alexia who had imagined it all. Play along with me. He, if you delivered yourself to my door, then don't blame me. Oh my, it seems I was too nervous and thought it was a dream. Watching Yusheng, a baron's son from the countryside, looking so intimate with the princess, the male nobles were burning with jealousy. Their eyes were filled with rage, like molten lava, ready to erupt at any moment. If looks could kill, Yusheng would have died 1,000 times over. Country bumpkin, what right do you have? Your Highness. Don't be fooled by him, he only has his eyes on your status. Duel. I want a duel. You country bumpkin aren't worthy of Her Highness. Alexia wanted to say, what the hell does that have to do with you? Aren't you all just after my status? What a bunch of hypocrites. But Yusheng was faster than her. He pulled his arm out from where she was holding it, and wrapped it around her waist. Although Alexia's delicate body stiffened for a moment, she still played along. It's fine to talk usually, but do they really think he's a pushover? Yusheng gave a universal friendly gesture to the crowd, not convinced. Deal with it. Her Highness chose me, and you bunch of losers are just barking like dogs here. Ah! I'm going to kill you. They shouted thunderously, but not a single person dared to step up. The princess's status was right there, and they had no titles of their own, only throwing their weight around in the name of their families. His two bad friends had long since hidden away. Yusheng ignored their impotent rage and left with the princess. After walking for a while, they arrived at a deserted place. Hey, how long are you going to keep holding me? First of all, my name isn't Hey, call me Yusheng. Secondly, you used me as a shield, can't I collect some interest? Yusheng also sensibly let go. Yo, you're quite honest. Congratulations, you've discovered one of my many virtues. The princess had black lines all over her forehead. Could they even have a pleasant conversation? The two fell into an eerie silence. Finally, the princess broke the silence. Since I've already admitted it in public, I'll have to trouble you to be my boyfriend for this period of time, until I graduate. That really is a lot of trouble. You. The princess was so angry her chest hurt. Isn't it? You're a princess, and I'm just a country baron's son. Openly or secretly, they'll definitely come for me. Then what do you want? Knowing she was in the wrong, the princess's tone couldn't help but soften. First, I need a squad of kingdom knights to guard me. Secondly, although I'm only a boyfriend, my treatment should be that of a prince. Finally, compensate me for my emotional distress, labor fees, this fee, that fee. As for money, with Gamma around, Yuxing naturally wasn't lacking. But business is business, who would complain about free money? Although the princess didn't understand all those fees, just the first 2 points. Pos. Cybele. Does the princess want a free ride? Goddess above, this poor, weak man. Blue veins popped out on the princess's forehead. Has no one told you that your acting is terrible? Really? Looks like I need to read an actor prepares when I get back. 1 second crying to heaven and earth, the next second he changed completely. The first 2 points are impossible. As for the third, it's just money, I'll pay it. The princess thought of something, and her expression suddenly became sad. Yuxing saw the princess change and naturally knew why. Wasn't it because she had been arranged with a much older fiancé? Fine, I'll reluctantly agree then. But it's a deal, if anyone gives me trouble, you have to stand up for me. Pfft. The princess suddenly laughed. You're counting on a girl to protect you. Look at what you're saying. Boyfriend and girlfriend are supposed to face difficulties together. Yuxing's answer made the princess freeze. She had never thought about what the relationship between a boyfriend and girlfriend was like. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that. My sin, my sin. Ha ha ha, you're so thick-skinned. Congratulations, you've discovered another one of my virtues. The princess was amused to the point of holding her stomach in laughter by Yuxing. All right, I'm going back. Goodbye, girlfriend. Yuxing said, walking forward. You're really interesting, much more real than that bunch of people. The princess stood there, watching his back for a while before leaving. At this time, the news of Yuxing becoming Princess Alexia's boyfriend spread quickly not only in the academy but also in Shadow Garden. Why is no one here? No, wait. Why did my sister come here? Her aura seems a bit dangerous. Did it reach her ears so quickly? Yuxing didn't even need to think. Claire's BrotherCon attribute had exploded, even evolving into Yandra. But he could hide for a moment, not for a lifetime. Yuxing came to Claire's side and sat down. What's wrong, sis? Suddenly, Claire pushed Yuxing down and straddled him. Her hollow pupils were glowing slightly red. What is going on? How did my good-for-nothing, lazy, slacker, idle brother become the boyfriend of that slutty princess? Is she so desperate for a man that she came after you? Am I right? Huh? Is that it? Claire leaned down and questioned Yuxing, their faces only a hair's breadth apart. For a moment, there were so many things to complain about that Yuxing didn't even know where to start. Degrading me as worthless, are you even my real sister? We are just children of a baron, wouldn't it be too hurtful to talk about the princess like that? Who taught you that string of idioms? And can you tone down your BrotherCon power? Sister, just take a look. Ahem, look, sis, calm down. There's a reason for this. What reason? It's just that she's a slut looking for you, right? Yuxing rambled on a bunch of things, the overall meaning being that it was fake, and just a favor. Also, sis, don't talk about the princess like that. I don't care about her, I care about you. If you get charged with lèse-majesté, I'll only be able to see you in prison. My brother has me in his heart. Having said so much, this was all Claire concluded. Suddenly, Claire's pupils regained their luster. Chapter 24, Nobles team up to target Yuxing. After much persuasion, Yuxing finally coaxed Claire back to her normal form. Little brother, is everything you said true? True. Truer than pearls. Little brother, that woman is no good. Using you as a human shield is simply going too far. Yes, 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 just as long as you know. Don't go spreading it around. After Yuxing cooked a meal himself, he used the excuse of wanting some private space to see Claire off, otherwise, she would have insisted on replenishing her little brother's energy by taking a bath and sleeping together tonight. Phew. After his shower, Yuxing collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, a gust of evening breeze blew in. Although Yuxing sensed who it was, he still habitually lifted his head to look at the window. Good grief, he didn't realize until he looked, and one look gave him a start. It was Alpha, wearing the Academy's female uniform tonight, but the skirt had been shortened, and she was wearing suspender stockings, the 10D sheer version. She came to the bedside, first tidied up the slippers Yuxing had tossed aside, then undid a button, allowing her already taut, proud breasts to reveal a deep cleavage, ready to burst forth. After crawling onto the bed, she straddled Yuxing again. Why say again? She leaned down, her golden hair hanging down like willow branches, creating a private space for Alpha and Yuxing to lock eyes. Yuxing, are you carrying out some plan by becoming Alexia's boyfriend? Can you tell me? I have always wanted to be of help to you. Alpha, jealous yet afraid to show it, looked like a little girl in this moment, somewhat cute. To Alpha, Shadow Garden was fine, but outsiders were not. Of course you can, Alpha. You have always been helping me, without you. Shadow Garden would not have developed to where it is today. To Yuxing, Alpha was special. She wants to use me as a shield, and I am playing along with her ruse. It is only because the cult has infiltrated the Midgar kingdom too deeply, and both princesses are highly likely to possess hero bloodlines, or even exhibit atavism. Yuxing told Alpha everything that was on his mind. I will arrange for an investigation. I am sorry, Yuxing reached out a finger to stop Alpha. Do not say sorry. In my heart, there is only Shadow Garden, family, and everyone else. Alpha, her heart struck, became intoxicated with emotion. She playfully sucked on Yuxing's finger, then spat it out. I brought many stockings and special outfits, let's battle to our heart's content tonight. After saying this, Alpha didn't just seize the opportunity, she took it a step further. Hiss. Brought many. Where did she hide them? But that wasn't the point. All night long, the entire room became a battlefield, the desk, the sofa, the clothes rack. Everywhere they went, a flood ensued. The next morning, Alpha woke up earlier than Yuxing because she sensed four rotating members of the garden waiting outside. Looking at the messy room, she still let them in to clean up and make breakfast. After a while, Yuxing finally woke up leisurely. After finishing breakfast, Alpha had to go busy herself with the plans regarding the royal capital. As she was leaving, she said meaningfully, the other sisters can't wait either. Yuxing didn't understand and silently prepared to go to the academy. Having experienced the princess's personal admission yesterday, Yuxing, upon arriving at the academy, had already become the public enemy of all the male students. Facing the abuse from the crowd, Yuxing said nothing, only extending a friendly gesture to greet them. This made the group of boys very jealous, yet helpless. Their families were merely viscounts and counts, and since the marquises and dukes above them hadn't taken action, anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't want to be the first bird to stick its head out. You guy. You betrayed us again. Exactly, on what grounds? Just because you're a bit more handsome and a bit taller than us. What do I lack compared to you? We are breaking up. The two clownish best friends blocked Yuxing, intending to break up with tears in their eyes. Fine. Yuxing walked straight past them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Foster father. We kneel before you. Foster father, what we meant by breaking up was that we don't want to be just friends anymore, we want to become your foster sons. Foster father, please teach us how to chase girls. We also want to have a sweet youth. Is your backbone only 6 seconds long? Get lost. The rowdy atmosphere lasted until noon. Upholding the spirit of the diner's soul, Yusheng always arrived at the cafeteria with quick steps to secure a good seat. Only Yusheng had the strength to keep a seat warm. If anyone else encountered a higher-ranking noble, they would have to move their butt. As the crowd poured in, especially from the cafeteria in another area, they also flooded into the area where Yusheng was. One reason was Yusheng himself, and the other was because the princess had appeared of her own accord. Her goal was naturally to find Yusheng to dine together, and behind her was a royal maid pushing a food cart. However, the princess was blocked by a group of marquises and dukes' sons, who were saying nothing more than that the country bumpkin had ill intentions. At the same time, they also arranged for a group of lackeys to find fault with Yusheng, the goal being to make Yusheng reveal his true colors at just the right moment. Yusheng, who was burying his head in his food, happened to have his favorite dish to eat today. He seemed completely unaware that the people around him had been driven away by a group of lackeys, except for those who couldn't be driven away, the members of the garden. The two best friends, relying on their years of survival instincts, saw the clues, but this time they didn't hide. They kept urging Yusheng to eat faster, saying there was an urgent matter he needed to help with, and even reached out with spoons intending to help him eat some of it, all with the goal of getting Yusheng to leave quickly. How could Yusheng, who guarded his food, let them succeed? This was a meal specially prepared for him by the garden members. They could only worry anxiously, watching as a group of people gradually surrounded their table. They had no choice but to bite the bullet, whisper a warning to be careful, and then leave with their bowls. The two leading sons of counts sat down opposite Yusheng. Today, this group of lackeys, following instructions, intended to mess Yusheng up for good. Although the academy had regulations against students fighting amongst themselves, with pressure from numerous families, the academy could only downplay the matter. A poor baron should act like a poor baron. You can only eat what we give you, what we don't give you, you cannot eat. Someone, bring it over. What was brought over was the dish the two friends had been eating. It was obvious they had been robbed, and the food had even been stepped on. Toi. The two sons of viscounts spat into the dish, stood up, came to Yusheng's side, one on the left and one on the right, and placed the dish in front of him. Look, this kind of thing suits you well. After all, you can only eat what we don't want. Do you understand your position now? Ha ha ha. Don't even look at your own background. The group of lackeys chimed in one after another, doing their utmost to insult him. Looking at the ruined food and his two friends who had been beaten, Yusheng couldn't help but recall when he was bullied in his previous life. They would spit directly into his bowl, and no one dared to step forward to help. How did I handle it back then? Yusheng couldn't remember. It seemed he had fought back and broken the other person's head. They bullied him recklessly because he was an orphan, but precisely because he was an orphan, he could be even more uninhibited. Now that Yusheng had family, had Shadow Garden, and had strength, he should naturally be even more uninhibited than they were. Yusheng stood up. What, now you're thinking of begging? Bang. Chapter 25, Conflict Erupts. A deafening, layered crash exploded throughout the cafeteria. It was like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples from the point of impact that rapidly spread outward, even lapping against the shore. No one saw when Yusheng made his move, except for the members of Shadow Garden. The lackeys standing closest merely blinked. When they opened their eyes, they saw the heads of two viscounts' sons in intimate contact with a plate that had been spat upon, blood staining the food they had ruined, and the table split into 3 pieces. No one could see the faces of the two viscounts' sons, they could only see their bodies twitching. They were likely unrecognizable by now. Audacious! You country bumpkin, how dare you lay a hand on them? I shall charge you with the crime of disrespect. Everyone, draw your swords. This madman has committed the crime of insulting nobles, let us take him down. The lackeys, having reacted, shouted loudly. They had finally found a charge against Yusheng, though the price was a bit steep enough that their families behind them could not withstand the wrath of a viscount. Meanwhile, the students watching from the outside understood what had happened, though they wore somewhat complex expressions. Move aside. Hearing the commotion, Alexia hurriedly bypassed the stunned sons of marquises and dukes. She also realized that Yusheng had caused a huge disaster, and she had to get to his side as quickly as possible. They had only just promised yesterday to face difficulties together, but this time, she was unsure if she could resolve it with her status as a princess. In aristocratic society, insubordination against one's superiors is the most serious offense. Alexia arrived at Yusheng's side. She didn't look at the Viscount's sons lying on the ground, wanting to say something, but Yusheng stopped her with a wave of his hand. He first looked around, and with a voice that could just reach outside the cafeteria, he displayed a heartbroken expression. As the son of a baron from a remote and barren region, I know deeply that food, as the cornerstone of the nation, is something that commoners cultivate bit by bit with their own hands under the scorching sun. Many commoners in this academy are here because their parents spent years tilling the fields with their own hands to earn this qualification for enrollment. Yet you, a group of noble scions living in luxury, who don't even know that food grows from the soil, trample and waste it so casually. You trample on the dignity of their parents and destroy their hard work. Your sins are the heaviest of all. How passionate was Yusheng? He was as passionate as who one debating with Lu Zi about how many bowls of jelly noodles he had eaten. His speech resonated with the students outside the cafeteria. Before the lackeys could react, Yusheng turned to the students outside the cafeteria and continued his passionate speech. You are also students, simply wanting to sit in the cafeteria and eat the food your parents cultivated with their own hands. Not for any other reason, but to remember how your parents rose early and worked late, braving the scorching sun and the biting cold of winter. Yet these noble scions, using class privilege, drive you out of the cafeteria. Only after they have finished eating can you eat their leftovers. Even if they show a moment of mercy and allow you to enter the cafeteria, because of that damned class system, they sit while you have to stand. For ridiculous reasons, like the glare from a seat or a bad view, they wantonly seize the spots that were originally yours. If you don't comply, they beat you or even dump your food. The principal once said that there is no hierarchy within the academy, only students seeking knowledge. Yet these noble scions still apply that aristocratic theory within the academy. Is this fair? Isn't this just bullying honest people? Yusheng's highly inflammatory words deeply pierced the hearts of merchants, commoners, and low-ranking nobles. The members of Shadow Garden hiding among the students also knew how to cooperate. It's not fair. Why should they? Their blood is red and our blood is red. Why should they sit while we stand? Why should we have to kneel when they stand? Yeah, why should they? The members of Shadow Garden kept changing positions, constantly coordinating the agitation. These sentences kept stimulating the why and what for buried deep in their hearts. They clenched their hands and memories of the various wanton insults from noble scions surfaced in their minds. That fire was burning fiercely. A word from a lackey was like adding a gasoline-soaked log to a fire that wasn't burning hot enough, causing it to explode completely. Shut up. Because we were born noble and you were born lowly. Fine, then I'll see if you, born noble, have blood that is the same red as ours. Conflict erupted. The one leading the charge was none other than Ron, who had been defeated by Yusheng. That day, Ron was still holding on to hope, finding the second son of the Libwitz family, requesting another chance. The second son beat him up, bluntly stating that a loser is a loser, and that is a fact that can never be changed. Now, leading a group of magical girls and boys favored by miracles, he stormed into the cafeteria to challenge the noble scions. Merchants and commoners joined the fray. Yusheng, the center of the incident, stood to the side. A bunch of little punks want to play with me. I'm just going to flip the table. Although Yusheng felt it was a bit underhanded, and that he had used some sleight of hand in his words. You did this on purpose? Alexia asked from the side. Half intentional, half real. You should also know that the things I said happen every day. The princess certainly knew about these things, which is why she rarely appeared in this cafeteria area. Even so, there were many things she couldn't do and couldn't change. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Someone has to do it. I can't control or change things outside the academy, but at least inside, I can change a little bit where I can. Besides, since this group likes causing trouble so much, it's not too much for me to cause them some trouble, right? The princess stared at Yusheng and suddenly laughed. I hate hypocritical, sanctimonious people the most, but somehow I don't hate your hypocrisy. Yusheng ignored the princess's inexplicable words and watched the conflict scene. He knew that the academy's higher-ups would intervene soon. He had also secretly issued instructions for Shadow Garden to look after those who dared to start the fight, at least ensuring there were no casualties. Those who carry firewood for the masses must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. News of the conflict erupted and spread rapidly to the academy's higher-ups and the various great families. The various great families originally thought it was just a small scuffle in the academy, and that as long as the ringleaders were punished, nothing would happen. However, a sudden retaliation changed their minds. At the top floor of the Mitsugoshi Company, Alpha was listening to a full report from a member. Yusheng-sama spoke so well. We who lurk in the shadows have instead let the light shine into the shadows. Yes. As expected of Yusheng-sama. Pass the order. Have Beta, Guy, and Omega lead teams to warn the various great families. Remember, leave no traces, let them live in fear. Understood. Since they targeted the king of Shadow Garden, they must be prepared to be retaliated against. The secrets and pasts of the various great families, including their servants, had long been thoroughly investigated by Shadow Garden. Initially, it was just to investigate whether they were related to the cult, but now the timing was just right for retaliation. Having received Alpha's order and learning what had happened to Yusheng, the three shadows led their respective subordinates and launched a frantic retaliation. Chapter 26, The Aftermath of the Disturbance. Duke Aldrich held an extremely high status in the Midgar Kingdom, and his family wielded immense power. Even the lowest-ranking servants of his family walked with their heads held high outside, and even some viscounts would show them a modicum of respect upon seeing them. This was all because Duke Aldrich was notoriously protective of his own, holding the sentiment, I may be able to beat my own servants, but outsiders certainly cannot. As for the steward, who was around 50 years old, even some nobles had to bow to him upon meeting. Some minor nobles even went to great lengths to curry favor with him, satisfying his perverted obsession, children. Today, the steward was dealing with a matter where one of the family's servants had forcibly taken a commoner's wife. As for how he handled it, he simply had the other party killed, and then berated the servant for being sloppy in his work. After handling these trivial matters, the steward intended to return to his room to start fondling his newly acquired toys. However, halfway there, he saw a black shadow blocking his path. Before he could even open his mouth, his throat was crushed. He did not die immediately, instead, he endured endless torture before finally gasping his last breath, his state of death being absolutely horrific. The member of the garden responsible for this steward did not actually enjoy torturing others, but after learning about the children who had met such a tragic fate, she could no longer restrain herself. Similar situations were unfolding in various major noble families. There was even a family that loved eating fresh internal organs. Hannibal would be a joke in their eyes, he ate frozen ones, while they ate them freshly prepared on the spot. The core members of these families were not all present, but for those who were lucky enough to be there, Shadow Garden eliminated them altogether. Those who had not committed serious crimes, or were merely petty thieves, were not among the targets of retaliation. In the end, Shadow Garden would hang the corpses in their respective family mansions and post the evidence of their crimes. Then, they would eliminate all traces, leaving no way to trace them. Just as Shadow Garden's retaliation was underway, the conflict in the academy subsided under the intervention of the principal, the student council, and the Royal Capital Knights. Fortunately, not a single student had died. The principal stood on the stage, mediating the conflict between the students. Internally, however, he was thinking, a bunch of ants who don't know what the peak is, only capable of fighting over trivial matters. It's irritating. I really want to kill them all with one sword strike. Yet, on the surface, he still had to maintain a benevolent appearance. Among the students, a gaze was scrutinizing the principal and the teachers on the podium. This student was none other than Sherry. She sidled up to Yusheng and whispered, "Lord Yusheng, Ruslan hasn't appeared." "Indeed, where did this old man hide?" "With something like this happening, he isn't even putting up a facade." Ever since Yusheng arrived at the academy, he had been investigating Ruslan's whereabouts. However, the strange thing was that Ruslan was not in the academy, and there wasn't even a trace of him in the royal capital. The other teachers' answers were always just that Vice Principal Ruslan was feeling unwell and resting at home. But they didn't know where his home was. What Yusheng was most curious about, besides the teleportation, was how Eye of Avarice could be researched without Sherry's help. Without this artifact, would Ruslan still orchestrate the academy attack incident? "Don't worry, I have a premonition that he will appear soon." "Thank you, Lord Yusheng." Sherry's eyes were brimming with tears. "Silly girl. You are a member of Shadow Garden, so that makes it my business." Yusheng stroked her pink hair. "I understand everyone's demands." The principal maintained his benevolent appearance, patiently playing the role of the vice principal. But Yusheng could tell that he was struggling to suppress his irritation. The principal kept rambling on. During this time, people kept whispering things in his ear, and various major families also sent servants to confirm the status of their descendants, saying something to him. On the other side, the heads of the various major families, or rather, the newly ascended heads, gathered together immediately after learning that their estates or mansions had been massacred. "Have you found out who did this?" "No. It was very clean. I mean, there wasn't even a single hair left behind. It's as if the perpetrator even helped clean up my house while they were at it. The survivors didn't even know anyone had attacked. If it weren't for the bodies hanging there, they would have thought everyone had just gone out." After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Could it be Shadow Garden? After all, being clean is a common trait. Unlikely. The garden only opposes the cult. But we are with the cult. Shut up. Watch your tongue. Very few people know about these matters, and we have kept it very well hidden. There is no way Shadow Garden could know. They perfectly missed the correct answer. It's not this, it's not that, then who is it? A marquis became agitated. This retaliation coincides too perfectly with the academy conflict. Are you saying that Bumpkin, Yusheng Kajanu, did it? According to the information, he doesn't have the capability. Then could it be that old bald donkey, the head of the Kajanu family? That also seems unlikely. Their tone was full of denial. To these high-ranking marquises and dukes, the Kajanu territory was merely a place that happened to be lucky enough to produce a few capable people who created goods. "Everyone, we have suffered heavy losses. First, we must assess the damages, second, confirm the status of our descendants in the academy, and finally, let's stop targeting the relationship between Alexia and Yusheng Kajanu for now." "I second that. We must reach a consensus. This retaliation is definitely related to that bumpkin." "Right. We'll investigate later, and if he was the one behind it, we won't just sit idly by." Thus, Yusheng was temporarily free from trouble finding him. Back at the academy, the principal finally decided to expand the cafeteria and issue minor, inconsequential disciplinary marks to some of the noble students, turning a big issue into a small one and a small one into nothing. As for who led it, he didn't say a word. Even if it were brought up, no one would speak out. The noble students were ordered to keep quiet, and the magical girls and boys led by Ron were even more grateful to Yusheng for giving them a stage to showcase themselves. For the commoners, the result was not important. What mattered was that the seed called resistance had been sown. The crowd dispersed, and the principal and teachers also stepped down from the stage and walked toward the faculty building. Yusheng did not disperse with them but instead watched the principal's receding figure. Although he and the garden members standing still seemed conspicuous, it appeared no one paid attention to them, everything seemed so natural. Have you investigated the principal? Yes, Lord Yusheng. It's just that there is very little information about him, and he himself rarely shows his face in the academy. Focus on investigating him. This principal seems to know something about miracles. Understood. Yusheng observed the principal for a long time, and noticed that the principal always looked at the magical girls and boys led by Ron. After giving the instructions, he had only walked a few steps when he was tucked under Claire's arm. You guy. Why couldn't I find you during the fight in the cafeteria just now? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I was just standing to the side. I'm telling you, stay as far away from these things as you can. These noble students are used to being arrogant and finally got beaten up, don't you dare learn from them. All right. Just how thick is this sister filter of hers? Although everyone stopped talking about the conflict, it wasn't as if no one could recount that the cause of the incident was the trouble initiated by the noble students. In fact, his sister Claire really didn't believe that Yusheng could have said those inflammatory words in the cafeteria. She believed that the conflict was triggered because the noble students had provoked public anger. As the siblings passed by three young girls while bickering, the girls stopped as if they had felt something, and looked at the boy being tucked under an arm. Did you feel it? Yes, I felt it too. We should have found the hero. Chapter 27, Supreme Member. Half a month had passed since the cafeteria incident, and the students seemed to have completely forgotten about it, returning to a daily life slightly different from before. The noble children seemed to have become well-behaved, and no longer took the initiative to provoke Yusheng. Alexia also sought out Yusheng more and more frequently to fulfill their role as boyfriend and girlfriend, even linking arms with Yusheng right in front of her fiancé candidate, Gino. Hiss, I didn't expect you to be into this. Gino is a very hypocritical man. I want to see how long he can hold it in. That's simple. Right in front of him, give me a kiss, and then do this and that. Are you looking for death? One day, after Yusheng finished his practical combat class, his two bad friends dragged him to go take a look at the Mitsugoshi company. Thanks to Yusheng, Yuro and Jaka had landed safely during the cafeteria conflict, and didn't have to take the blame. Let me, Lord Yuro, take you to the Mitsugoshi company to see the world. That's right, and me, Lord Jaka. Let me tell you, I've actually bought something in there once. The bad friends bragged to Yusheng about their experience shopping at Mitsugoshi. Is this mother f*** even worth bragging about? Don't I know how the Mitsugoshi company came to be better than you do? However, Yusheng didn't interrupt their bragging. He decided to act cool later, and just endure them for a while. Although he was mentally prepared, the scale of the line at the entrance really shocked Yusheng. A modern commercial center that integrates shopping, leisure, and entertainment into one comprehensive venue was simply a dimensional strike in the Middle Ages. Not to mention that the Mitsugoshi company, relying on Yusheng's shadow wisdom, had many exclusive products that made other chambers of commerce extremely jealous. Come over and line up, little brother Yusheng. Let me see where the end of the line is. Damn it, when they were begging me they called me foster father, now it's little brother. Fine, I'll scare you to death later. Yuro skillfully found the end of the line. For them, this was also something worth bragging about. Let me tell you, you have to follow the rules. Once you're caught cutting in line, the company will blacklist you immediately. They have ordinary members, deluxe members, super members, and supreme members here. Yusheng didn't listen to his bad friend's explanation because he noticed someone incredible maintaining order here. She was scolding the customers in line, and the customers actually looked like they were enjoying it. You saw that big sister too, right? How about it? Isn't she beautiful? Those legs, simply lethal. That big sister is an employee here. Look, she's scolding people. If only she would scold me, it would be so satisfying, I'm so envious. Yusheng's mouth twitched and he silently prayed, If you knew her true form was a magic dragon, would you still dare to talk nonsense? He was very surprised that this ancient female dragon wasn't staying at the base, but had come here to maintain the queue order. What's up? Bored and coming here to play at being a waitress? The bad friends brought Yuxing to the end of the line, and when passing by Qianlong, they couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here?" Qianlong looked at Yuxing, who was wearing his academy uniform, and a playful mood struck her. "Who are you? You haven't even grown your hair out yet, and you're coming to hit on me. At least wait until you're a deluxe member before talking, get lost and line up. You motherf asterisk cur. Has your dragon persona collapsed?" Yuxing's fists clenched. The customers in line, as well as his two bad friends, all showed expressions of extreme satisfaction, as if they had awakened some incredible fetish. "Fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Membership card, right? I have one." The people around were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Where did this bumpkin come from?" The Mitsugoshi Company's membership card, even at the ordinary level, already blocks quite a lot of people. I don't know where this kid gets the courage. Stop embarrassing yourself and go back to line up. Except for his bad friends, the surrounding customers were all mocking Yuxing. If any random student could take out a membership card, wouldn't they become a joke? After all, the Mitsugoshi Company membership card was a symbol of status in high society. First, it was proof of financial power. Only those who could spend a certain amount at the Mitsugoshi Company were eligible to step over the threshold of membership. Second, it was the priority to obtain limited products from the company according to the level, such as special tea, porcelain, spices, and so on. The higher the level, the more precious, priceless. Most importantly, it was the priority right of cooperation. For new products or industries launched by the company, members could act as agents or invest. The Mitsugoshi Company's ability to attract money was obvious to all in high society. Others, such as exclusive customer service, were enough to make capable people flock to it. Yuxing was stunned for a moment listening to their mockery, inexplicably feeling that the current plot development was very familiar. When he took out a card with a black background, inlaid with gold edges, and the card face featuring extremely detailed gilded craftsmanship, the people in line around him, as well as his bad friends, were dumbfounded. It really is a membership card. If I'm not mistaken, that is. No way, that's a Supreme member. How is that possible? The customers' commotion attracted the people queuing in front to come over and watch. When they heard Supreme member, they desperately wanted to get close to see if it was real. I want to verify the card. It's fake, it must be fake. 1 second they were laughing at Yuxing, the next second they became clowns. The point was, taking out a membership card was one thing, but what was up with taking out a Supreme card? And among them were troublemakers who even wanted to snatch it. Shut up. Qianlong released her aura, pressing the noisy customers to the ground. Whether it's fake or not, I will naturally verify it. It's not your place to point fingers. The card-making process was naturally the work of Shadow Garden, and could not be imitated. In fact, Qianlong wouldn't even verify it. Could what Yuxing took out possibly be fake? Just kidding, the fake ones are real. Even without a card, if he showed his face, which employee of the company would stop him? And now, besides the customers who were clowns, the most confused person was Yuxing. No, I just took out a membership card. How did this become a Dragon King face-slapping plot? Is the reaction really that big? Although the membership card system was proposed by Yuxing, he didn't know the benefits brought by each level of membership. After Qianlong pretended to inspect it, she took the initiative to link arms with Yuxing. Oh my! Respected Supreme Member, let me become your exclusive attendant and take you into the store. With Qianlong's cutesy voice, Yuxing shuddered all over, goosebumps falling everywhere. The surrounding customers saw this scene, and their hearts shattered. The card was real, and their goddess had become someone else's exclusive. Goddess, no. My goddess, don't leave. The petrified bad friends finally reacted. Foster father. Don't leave. Foster father, take us with you. Get lost, go line up. In the envious eyes of everyone, Yusheng was led by Qianlong to another entrance. Had enough fun? Ha ha ha. Qianlong bent over. Perhaps because the clothes were a bit loose, or perhaps because she didn't need to be reserved in front of Yusheng, her plump white half-cup breasts were exposed to view. Yusheng had to turn his head away. Is this the king of cool face slapping everyone plot? It's too funny, Beta has some talent. Oh, it's alright. Yusheng's mind was full of the scene from just now. How about it, was my cooperation good? Qianlong was still bending over, looking up and asking. A bit exaggerated. Qianlong was a bit curious about why Yusheng turned his head away. When she caught a glimpse of her neckline wide open, Qianlong finally understood what a wardrobe malfunction was. Yo, you've already lost your virginity, seen plenty, sucked plenty, and you're still shy. Can you King act normal? Chapter 28, Gamma's Teaching. Qianlong led Yusheng to the top floor, moving with the ease of someone familiar with the route. Mitsugoshi Company was located in the most prosperous area of the royal capital, in the transition zone between the noble and commoner residential districts, covering about 600 square meters across 5 floors, 3 of which were open to customers. All of this was designed by Gamma, referencing Yusheng's shadow wisdom. You're quite familiar with this place, it seems you come here often when you're free. Of course, I am very curious about these novelties. I'm also curious about how your brain is wired, you're smarter than any human I've ever met. One moment she was a pervert, the next she became mature and steady. Hajalong, you fellow. Yusheng didn't feel much about Qianlong's praise, mainly because she would suddenly act up from time to time. And your vision is quite friendly to the interests of humans living at the bottom. Qianlong stood by the walkway, looking down at the noisy bustle below. Yusheng followed her gaze. It was just like a popular tourist attraction from his past life, with a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Based on Yusheng's wisdom, Gamma designed the center of the company to be hollowed out up to the 3rd floor, which greatly satisfied some people's vanity. I thought the company you founded was limited to products produced by the garden itself. I didn't expect you to set aside an area divided into small stalls and invite outside street vendors to move in. It's truly an eye-opener. Yusheng was a bit shy, rubbing his nose with his index finger without responding. These were just references to commercial centers from his past life, so he reluctantly accepted the praise. With this alone, and just in this place, I can say it is more prosperous than the Alexandria of the past. All of this was achieved through Lord Yusheng's wisdom. When Yusheng arrived at Mitsugoshi Company, Gamma naturally received the news immediately. She took some time to tidy her appearance before going out to greet him. The efforts of Gamma and the members of Shadow Garden also played an important role. With Yusheng's affirmation, Gamma and her subordinates were overjoyed. Haha. I should get back to work now, so I won't disturb your time together, Gamma. I'm rooting for you. Try to seal the deal today. Qianlong's words made Gamma blush instantly. Get the hell out. You're just a dirty old woman. Gamma led the way for the rest of the journey. It wasn't that Yusheng hadn't been here before, but he had only taken a few glances, and hadn't yet visited the Shadow's chamber Gamma had specially built for him. Arriving at the room at the deepest part of the 5th floor, the 2 girls guarding the door respectfully opened it. What met his eyes was extremely luxurious decoration. Hanging on both sides were artworks that high society would spare no expense to acquire if they ever leaked out. Of course, most of them originated from things left behind at strongholds when Yusheng and Shadow Garden cleared out bandits in the early years. Unable to find the owners, they had no choice but to tearfully accept them. A gilded carpet was laid from the entrance to the high throne. Lord Yusheng, please take your seat, this position can only and will only be yours to sit in. Standing on both sides of the carpet were 12 garden members, with Tao of the 12 months at the very front. They bowed slightly, waiting for Yusheng to sit on the throne. Just ask, what man could withstand such a test? What man wouldn't feel dazed seeing this? whose vanity wouldn't be immensely satisfied. Money. Beauties. A throne. Everything was tangibly presented in the Shadow's chamber. Yusheng was walking on air. Stepping up the stairs, he sat on the throne, crossing his legs, with his right hand on the armrest and his left hand supporting his head. Led by Gamma, they knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to the King of Shadow Garden." Everyone shouted in unison. "Arise, you've all worked hard." Yusheng condensed magic in his right hand, which rose high and split into small orbs of light, flying toward the girls present. Ah! Gamma couldn't help but recall the time she became a demon-possessed. She had once been extremely desperate and disgusted, knowing she had been abandoned by the world. But she doesn't think that way anymore. On the contrary, she is grateful to have become a demon-possessed. Because of that experience, she was able to meet Yusheng, her only hope, who taught her shadow wisdom and allowed her to become his aide. Not just Gamma, all the girls present felt the same way. It was Yusheng who saved them, Yusheng who told them the truth, and Yusheng who taught them power so they wouldn't die in ignorance. They had a home, a goal, a dream, and like-minded companions. In life, what could be more joyful than this? I wonder if Lord Yusheng has come today with any important orders for us. Nothing important, just checking on you, and asking how the company is developing, and what difficulties you've encountered. We are honored by Lord Yusheng's concern. The girls present all got heart-shaped eyes, wishing they could have their way with Yusheng right then and there. Eyes shouldn't change like that. Gamma began reporting on the company's recent status. Under Ada's efforts, the internal combustion engine has been tinkered out, and the train has run for hundreds of hours, ready to be officially launched. Gamma is also negotiating land acquisition, train routes, profit sharing, and a series of other issues with the capital's high-level officials. If there are any difficulties, it's naturally touching the interests of some nobles and companies. They use every means to suppress Mitsugoshi Company and every method to spy on its secrets. In just the last half-month, an average of 2 groups of people have infiltrated the company every day, and even transportation has been sabotaged. It couldn't be helped, Mitsugoshi Company's money-making ability was too strong, causing several companies backed by nobles to go bankrupt. But these are all minor issues that don't require Yusheng to solve. The only thing to worry about is whether the cult will discover the connection between Shadow Garden and Mitsugoshi Company. Gamma is also discussing countermeasures for this issue with Alpha. Shifting focus to Lawless City is the current idea, but the method for doing so still needs further planning. Oh, about that. I'll handle it when the time comes. I'll tell you the specific plan then. Yusheng naturally knew what method to use. Simply put, it was to destroy and then rebuild, taking the opportunity to wipe out the rival companies and pull the rug out from under the cult's foundation. Yusheng would certainly explain the plan clearly to them. He didn't want the members of Shadow Garden to cry their eyes out. After saying this, Gamma dismissed her subordinates to return to their posts. "Lord Yusheng, there's a cockroach in my room, can you help me check?" Gamma, wearing a deep purple dress, twisted her delicate body shyly as she asked. "A cockroach?" Yusheng naturally didn't believe it, but he wouldn't refuse. If the company lacked anything, it was a room for Yusheng, but that wasn't important. Gamma's room had a very girly vibe, with a pink theme, and Yusheng plushies all over the bed. After entering, Gamma locked the door behind her. But after just a few steps, Gamma's flat ground trip skill activated. Yusheng was quick, catching Gamma in his arms, and then carrying her in a princess carry. "Oh? Why lock the door?" Yusheng asked knowingly. Gamma wrapped her arms around him. "Lord Yusheng, what is the friendship of Guan and Bao? Can you teach me? A girl's blush is the best aphrodisiac." How could Yusheng take it any more? "Today, I'll also teach you the origin of the idiom lining the streets to welcome." Omitted 10,000 words. Chapter 29, Beast Horde Outbreak. How could Gamma, who was both unskilled and eager to play, handle the magically trained diamond drill? So she called over Tao to study Chinese idioms together. This made Tao, who was of human origin, overjoyed, and she repaid the kindness with even more fervor. Fortunately, Yusheng had solid skills. The next day at school, his two good-for-nothing friends wouldn't stop pestering Yusheng. "Quick, tell us, what on earth is going on? How could you be a member of the Mitsugoshi Company, and a supreme one at that?" Annoyed to death, Yusheng had no choice but to take out the chocolate specially sold by the company, a product that was extremely popular among women. They even shouted things like, "If you can't even afford Mitsugoshi Company chocolate, you want to hit on me, and I only accept Mitsugoshi Company chocolate as gifts." Whether this set a bad precedent or not had nothing to do with Yusheng. Anyway, if you wanted to pursue a girl, you had to buy Mitsugoshi Company chocolate. "I specifically got these for you to use to pursue girls, whether it works or not is up to you." His friend's attention was diverted by Yusheng, and they stopped pestering him about the membership card. After all, it wasn't cheap, and given their financial resources, they'd have to live on air for the rest of the month otherwise. So they took out their little notebooks, which contained ratings of the girls in the academy, to select the ones they wanted to give gifts to. Yusheng took a peek and saw that it contained detailed records of various data, like height, measurements, and clothing preferences. He was speechless. He didn't know how they had collected all that information. If anyone found out, they would become the public enemy of all the girls in the school. They'd have no chance of pursuing anyone. Of course, given their strength, they were unable to observe data on Shadow Garden members. Once they had picked their targets, it was time to put it into practice. First was Yuro, that blonde guy. He had his eye on a senior student, one grade higher than him. The data was very detailed, but it didn't record her relationship status. So he gave it to the senior right in front of her fiancé. The result? The chocolate was accepted, and then the fiancé beat him up. Then there was Jaka, the round-faced bald guy. He was the funniest. He had his eye on a girl in the same grade, and wanted to pick the best time and atmosphere to give it to her. So he kept following her, either there were too many people, or the atmosphere wasn't right. Anyway, there were all sorts of excuses, the timing was never right. In the end, he was mistaken for a stalker, reported to the student council, and was also beaten up. As for the chocolate, who knows which guy took it, profiting from his efforts. Woo! Why? Don't they feel like they've hurt me too much by doing this? Hurt your ass. 2 more days passed peacefully. The bustling royal capital became quiet, taking on a more grim atmosphere. Residents were ordered not to leave the city unless necessary. The academy was also ordered to forbid students from leaving campus. If they needed to leave, they had to report to the student council. Students living off campus had to report their schedules to the student council when going to and from school. Such orders left many students feeling confused. What do you think happened? I heard that the royal capital is currently only allowing entry, not exit. Could it be that a neighboring country is attacking? But that shouldn't be right. The magic swordsmen of the Midgar Kingdom are the strongest. Originally, the curriculum was packed, but now most of it had been changed to self-study, and the board students gathered together to discuss it. Yusheng also felt it was strange. He thought the plot where the princess gets kidnapped had happened, as Alexia hadn't come to find Yusheng for the past 2 days. But upon reflection, as her nominal boyfriend, why hadn't the Knight's Order come looking for him? The principal has announced that all students are to gather in the square. A member of the student council shouted while running. After hearing this, the students, though confused, still left their classrooms and headed to the square. After sensing a surge of magic power, Yusheng slowed his pace, as did the other Shadow Garden members hiding in the academy. None of the students noticed that people around them were missing. Yusheng arrived at the roof of the teaching building, looking down at the square where the students were gathering at a leisurely pace. Except for Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Yukaim, and Qianlong, everyone else was gathered on the roof. With so many people appearing here, Yusheng's first thought was that it had to do with the martial law in the royal capital, and that things were perhaps quite serious. Yusheng, a large-scale gathering of monsters has appeared outside the royal capital. Preliminary estimates suggest the number is around 200,000. They are currently about 500 kilometers away from the royal capital. Alpha reported in a hurry. A monster gathering. In the original storyline, this never happened. Have you found out the reason? According to intelligence, it turned out that some monsters were originally scattered across the continent. For some unknown reason, these monsters had all headed towards the deep mountains outside the royal capital, where the gathering point was originally over 3,000 kilometers away from the royal capital. Shadow Garden initially didn't pay much attention to the movement of these monsters. After all, it was normal for monsters to migrate elsewhere when they ran out of food. But according to Zeta's observations, monsters living elsewhere also began to move in the same direction. Furthermore, they moved at extremely high speeds, wouldn't stop along the way, and would eat nearby monsters if they got hungry. Zeta arrived at the destination in advance to investigate based on the direction the monsters were moving. She led her troops to carefully search the area, but found nothing unusual, even though the scope had already expanded to a diameter of 10 kilometers. She had carefully searched even the pits, holes, and narrow spaces. As a beastkin, she was very familiar with the living habits of most monsters, and it was absolutely impossible for such a phenomenon to occur. So she called over Delta. Although cats and dogs didn't get along, as long as Yushin was mentioned, Delta would obediently follow Zeta's arrangements. One continued searching on the spot, while the other observed whether there were any changes along the path the monsters were moving. Just as Zeta was searching for anomalies, members of the cult appeared. The members of the garden hid their presence very well, and the cult did not discover them. She saw the leader bringing members of the cult to an open space, saying something unknown, and then taking out an unseen tool and placing it on the ground, after which a huge gate appeared. The leader quickly disappeared. A large number of strange monsters suddenly poured out from the gate. After devouring the members of the cult, the previously extremely violent monsters calmed down, as if waiting for something. Upon returning and seeing this scene, the leader nodded and disappeared again. Zeta saw all of this. She carefully observed this group of monsters, which she called alien monsters. The difference between these alien monsters and native monsters was that the alien monsters had no beastly souls, they only possessed pure killing intent and extreme violence. Also, the shapes of the alien monsters were strange. Having many legs was considered normal, they were more like they were composed of various animals, and some even stood like humans. Zeta originally wanted to let a subordinate go back to report first, but who knew that among the alien monsters, there was one with specialized perception that discovered Zeta and her group. Seeming to think they were strong, it commanded thousands of alien monsters to kill Zeta. She made a prompt decision and commanded her subordinates to lure them away to prevent other monsters from joining in. At first, they were struggling due to the numerical disadvantage, but they could barely manage. Later, with Delta joining them, they managed to annihilate the thousands of alien monsters. It wasn't until morning that the intelligence reached Alpha. How are the casualties? And what about the situation at home? After listening, Yushing asked the question he was most concerned about. No one died, and the injured have returned to the base to recuperate. The Kajana territory is fine, Mom and Dad haven't noticed the monster riot. Given their relationship, calling them Mom and Dad was not wrong. At this moment, all the students had arrived at the square. The principal didn't take roll call but spoke directly. Students. A beast horde has broken out outside the royal capital. Chapter 30, Grief Seed. The royal capital is facing a massive beast stampede, and the common people need your strength. The headmaster was speaking passionately on the podium, but his eyes were fixed on Ron's group of magical girls and boys. Headmaster. May I ask how large the stampede is? One student asked what most people were thinking. Initial estimates suggest about 100,000. Ah. So many. I'm just an average-level magic swordsman. What kind of use would I be if I went there? I don't want to die. The number reported by the headmaster stirred fear among the students. With only a few hundred of them, the beasts could drown them just by spitting. Do not be afraid. The Royal Capital Knights and the Magic Swordsman Guild, totaling 60,000 members, are already standing by on the city walls. See, 60,000, even with us, it's useless. Hearing that there were 60,000 people on the city walls, the fear was reduced significantly, but most students still lacked the courage to resist the beasts. The headmaster's false reporting left Yusheng in awe. Is the 60,000 figure true? Yes, only that part is true. Beta answered Yusheng's question. The headmaster's fabrication refreshed Shadow Garden's understanding of the situation. Is the base arranged? Yes, Lord Chunlong and Ada are guarding the base and the Kajana territory. Yukheim is stationed in the Lawless City, and the three shadows, Delta, Zeta, and Epsilon, are monitoring the beast stampede. Alpha's arrangements were perfect, with no flaws to be found. What do you think of the beast stampede? Based on the combined intelligence, the beast stampede was undoubtedly caused by the cult. Although there is no intelligence pointing to it, I suspect the headmaster. As for the purpose, it may be related to Ron's group. But I cannot think of what exactly it is. Alpha's analysis matched Yusheng's speculation, but he was thinking deeper. According to the setting of Puella Magi Madoka Magica, since Ron's group has already signed the contract and been turned into soul gems, there must be grief seeds. If it were just about letting the magical girls and boys deplete their soul gems and transform into witches, neither QB nor the cult would care about the energy contained within. Only by forming a closed loop of combat consumption, purification, which regeneration would it serve their interests. In the original work, the cult of Diablos sought immortality, but now that self-proclaimed gods or demigods have appeared, their interest is likely this energy. Taking a step back, those who sign the contracts are not fools. If they discovered the secret of the soul gems, they wouldn't sign. Even if the cult could control the other party into signing, the contract likely wouldn't be valid. If it could be valid, QB would have done it long ago, without needing to go to such lengths to induce them. Zeta, during the battle, did you notice if those foreign beasts dropped anything, like something that looks like an egg? Alpha carefully recalled the details, and only after a long while did she give an answer. No. No, there should be. Ron had mentioned before that the entity said killing beast witches would make one stronger. It seems I have no choice but to go to the front lines and kill the foreign beasts. Hear my command. We of Shadow Garden shall mobilize. Hunt the darkness hidden in the shadows. As you wish, Lord Shadow. The headmaster below had just finished his speech again, and this time the students became excited, all shouting that they wanted to kill the beasts. It was nothing more than chicken soup about thinking of their parents and family, followed by the big pie of military merit, advancement, and so on. Of course, not everyone had to go to the front lines. Those who couldn't fight would be responsible for logistics. My brave students. I thank you on behalf of the royal capital and the common people. I am with you, and I will also head to the front lines to fight. Ohu. Shadow Garden watched the headmaster's performance from above, with only one thought in mind: the cult is truly sinful. What a filthy world. The wind carried Yusheng's voice, scattering it in all directions. On the city walls, the first princess of the Midgar kingdom, Iris, was listening to the report from the Knight's Order. Princess Iris scouts at the front report that the beast stampede is slowly advancing, and is expected to reach the city walls before dusk. What is the reason? Has it been investigated? The Knight Captain shook his head. Damn it. How could this happen? The last time a beast stampede of this scale occurred was hundreds of years ago. Could it be that with winter approaching, the beasts are rioting because of a lack of food? The staff officer intentionally guided Iris to think in this direction. Although Iris had always lived under the influence of manipulative praise, she still possessed the critical thinking ability of a princess. This beast stampede was too sudden and too strange, so much so that Iris immediately thought of human causes. But as soon as she brought it up, it was strongly denied by the Knight Captain and the staff officer. This filled her with a sense of powerlessness, and it wasn't the first time she had felt this way. Report. Princess Alexia requests an audience. Without waiting for Iris to respond, her younger sister ran in, fuming. Alexia, it's dangerous here. Why did you run over? You still know it's dangerous. Then I ask you, why let the Academy get involved? Look me in the eye and answer me. Upon learning that Academy students were also heading to participate in repelling the beast stampede, an enraged Alexia came from the palace to the city walls to confront Iris. She didn't notice that the first person she thought of was Yusheng. How is that possible? I didn't intend to let the students participate. What exactly is going on? The knight captain and the staff officer exchanged glances. Lady Iris, children in a greenhouse cannot grow into powerful magic swordsmen. That's right, Lady Iris. With us here, could we possibly let the students get hurt? You must trust our knight's order. The two of them kept muddying the waters, not giving them a chance to pursue the matter further. In the end, Iris let her hands drop helplessly. Seeing this, Alexia understood that this matter had nothing to do with Iris, and her tone softened. I am also a student of the Academy, so I will also participate in the battle. Don't be ridiculous. Little sister. Do you know how dangerous this is? Do you know? I'm worried about you. They also have parents, sisters and brothers. If they can go, I as a princess should go even more. The knight captain and the staff officer remained silent. Their goal had been achieved, and there was no need to get involved. On the contrary, they hoped that the other princess would also participate in the battle so they could obtain her bloodline for research. Iris knew her sister's personality. If she had decided, no one could persuade her otherwise, and she didn't want to worsen her relationship with her sister. I agree, but you must remain within my line of sight, do you understand? Okay. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Lady Iris, we will take our leave first. If there is any latest news, I will report it to you. Iris waved her hand, signaling them to leave. She was left alone in the fortress, and it was so quiet she could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. She slumped into the chair, deeply enveloped by a sense of powerlessness. Why did it turn out like this? Alexia, my little sister. In the past, Alexia actually admired and respected her older sister, Iris. The little sister was always around her older sister. You are so strong, I love your sword. Without dwelling on the past too much, Iris quickly pulled herself together and continued to inspect the defense line. Chapter 31, Beast Siege. As time passed, the atmosphere on the city walls grew increasingly tense. Most of the soldiers had never experienced war or death, yet such a massive beast tide had to break out during their tenure. The arrival of the students did not cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers. On the contrary, it gave them more confidence in repelling the beast tide. Looking across the entire continent, the Magic Swordsman Academy in the Midgar royal capital was second to none. The Elven royal family, the Beastkin Kingdom, and royalty from other nations all came seeking its reputation. Little brother Yusheng, where did you go earlier? How did you get to the city walls faster than us? Exactly. I thought you ran away halfway. The two bad friends had been looking for Yusheng, planning to take him along to keep a low profile, but they hadn't expected Yusheng to be faster than them. Forget it. Stick close to me later. I've already scouted out a super awesome spot. Once we get there, no one will find us. If you asked if Yusheng was touched, he was indeed quite touched that they still thought of him when facing such a major event. But if you asked if he wasn't, damn it, the hiding spot he mentioned was a cesspit. His fist clenched again. Forget it. Saving one's life isn't shameful. You guys go if you want, I'm sticking with my sister. Similarly, his sister Claire had also found Yusheng and told him to stick close to her. However, it wasn't to hide, but to kill beasts while protecting him. Woo, godfather, don't forget your godson. Get lost. If you dare to follow, my sister will slit your throats first. What Yusheng said was the truth. How could Claire possibly worry about the two of them? It would be better to just hide in the cesspit. Bidding farewell to the two troublemakers, Yusheng arrived at a blind spot. Your disguise technique is truly amazing. Without using magic, I wouldn't even know who you were. You flatter me, Master Yusheng. According to information from the front lines, the beast tide is about 20 kilometers away. We have also followed your instructions and hidden nearby. Once the battle begins, the garden will prioritize hunting the humanoid alien beasts. What about the arrangements for my sister? Lambda and Kikuya will secretly protect Lady Claire. What about the headmaster? Guy and Omega will closely monitor his every move. And you? I will be by your side, responsible for the timely transmission of intelligence. That works, stay safe. There was probably nowhere safer than being by Yusheng's side. Thank you for your concern, Master Yusheng. The strong woman, blushed and squirmed. The sister complex was truly too powerful. Yusheng wanted to say something else, but his sister found him. As soon as Claire appeared, vanished. Little brother, what are you doing here? Hurry up and follow me. Listen well, try to land the finishing blows whenever you can. If it counts towards my combat merits, you won't have to worry about your future. Yes, yes, yes. I'm only worried about what will happen to your future. However, Yusheng didn't say it out loud. He was dragged onto the city wall. Students were also allowed up, the purpose being to let these greenhouse flowers witness the terror of the beast tide. All combat personnel were in position. Alexia wanted to find Yusheng, but was forced to stay by Iris. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, roar, roar. At first it was a dull rolling sound from the distance, like a continuous tremor of the earth, or as if countless giant drums were being beaten deep within the mountains, shaking the air and the city walls. Soon after, this sound quickly materialized into the crisp snapping of trees breaking, the muffled thuds of soil being churned, and the roaring of falling rocks, weaving together into a destructive prelude. At the edge of vision, the forest's edge began to twist and boil. As the sky-covering dust clouds dissipated, one could see countless moving black shadows pouring out like a turbid torrent breaking through a dam. The breath of violence and death rushed toward everyone on the city walls. Quite a few students and new recruits were terrified, and a strong smell of urine rose, but no one mocked them. Alexia, dressed in light combat gear, stood beside Iris, her eyes filled with determination. The knight captain and the advisors were secretly smug on the side, calculating how to obtain the princess's bloodline. Would the cult care if the royal capital was destroyed? Yes, after all, this was a territory they had painstakingly managed for many years. If it really couldn't be defended, the cult would intervene, but their priority would be obtaining the experimental results. The headmaster looked at this scene, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was excitement. Claire gripped Yusheng's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, big sister is here. Although she said that, Claire's hand was shaking violently. Yusheng could only pat her hand. I know, sister. With you here, I'm not afraid. For Yusheng, this scene was also a bit scary. The weirdly shaped beasts were truly sanity draining. But that was all. Could they survive in front of a megaton-level force? As for the members of Shadow Garden, they were very calm. Despair. They had already experienced it. Fear. They had already tasted it. The beast surged forward like a black tide, the entire ground trembling continuously, as if the earth itself was groaning in pain under the hooves of the beasts. All troops prepare for battle. Iris shouted, freeing everyone from their stupor. Catapults, fire. Incendiary bombs, fire arrows, throw everything out for me. Order after order was shouted out desperately. The soldiers who received the orders used all their strength. The battle officially began. Shadow Garden also attacked, specifically targeting the humanoid alien beasts for hunting. Lasting from dusk until late at night, the fire outside the city burned as bright as day. The corpses of the beasts had already piled up into mountains outside the city, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of dust and a thick scent of blood. The soldiers dared not stop, constantly transporting fuel and other supplies. There was no more fear on their faces, only exhaustion and numbness. "Ha ha, the beasts are nothing special. Hey, 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 shut up. The beasts' attack hasn't stopped yet." The firmly executed fire attacks meant the Royal Capital Guard didn't suffer too many casualties. Those who were injured or died were mostly those who lost their footing on the city walls and fell. The students wandered continuously on the city walls. If a soldier collapsed from exhaustion, they took over. If a soldier was thirsty, they brought water. Under the high-intensity fire attacks, the students lost their initial weakness and fear. They helped as much as they could, even if it was just drawing bows and firing arrows. In the fortress, Iris, the knight captain, and the advisors discussed the next phase of the battle plan. "Lady Iris, according to this situation, we can conduct ground operations tomorrow." "Yes, supplies are being consumed rapidly, and production cannot keep up. Simply defending probably won't last long." "When will the reinforcements from other lords arrive?" "It is expected that at the earliest, by sunrise tomorrow, reinforcements led by 5 lords will arrive, totaling about 10,000 people." Iris suddenly had a feeling. Everything happening just right tomorrow was too coincidental. From the start of the war until now, the supplies collected in the city can at most last until tomorrow noon. Therefore, Iris had no choice. After sunrise, she could only take the initiative to send troops to clear out the beasts. On the city wall, in a corner where no one noticed, Yusheng was trying to form his 2 fingers into a gun, using his thumb as a trigger to shoot the beasts. For him, this also counted as a part of his training. If one ignored that, he was having a great time playing. "Master Yusheng, you were right, not just the humanoid ones. Basically, after killing the alien beasts, they all drop egg-shaped cores." After receiving the items sent by Shadow Garden, Nu immediately rushed to Yusheng's side to report. "How are they doing?" Yusheng put away his pistol, and, like a Western cowboy, blew on the non-existent smoke. "No casualties, but while competing for the cores, a few partners didn't react in time, and were hit by the alien beasts. Thanks to the magic circulation method you taught, they have already fully recovered." Upon hearing that they were fine, Yusheng took the black egg-shaped core from Nu's hand. It was smaller than a thumb, and tapping it had a metallic texture. "It really is a grief seed." Chapter 32, Speculation and Taking the Initiative. "Lord Yusheng, are you saying that the core of this otherworldly monster is called a grief seed?" "Yes, Nu. Since this thing has appeared, once the sun rises, the students will surely be instigated by the cult to take the initiative and purge the monsters." "Lord Yusheng, could it be that this grief seed is deeply connected to those students who call themselves magical girls and boys?" "You're right. This thing, simply put, is a catalyst that can turn those people into demons or monsters, and it's also an incubator." Nu's eyes widened, and her breathing grew heavy. For a long time, Shadow Garden had been searching for the truth about demon diabolos, spending much time finding only a few clues, but now, were they approaching the truth? Then does it have anything to do with demon diabolos? No, the two have no. They shouldn't have any connection. Yusheng interrupted Nu's conjecture, though his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. He truly hoped there was no connection. The variables in this world were already so numerous that Yusheng couldn't even be bothered to complain about them anymore. Aurora was known as the Calamity Witch in the distant past, and in Madoka Magica, a witch is the final form of a magical girl. Perhaps Aurora had encountered Kyubi due to a tragic past, and then signed a contract. But Aurora eventually learned the truth, so she used some method to delay the process of becoming a witch, only to lose her sanity and go berserk in the end, which this world calls demon diabolos. Who can say for sure? This is a setting, please don't take it too seriously. Madoka Magica predates the Eminence in Shadow by a long time, and according to the lore, Kyubi is a high-dimensional cosmic creature, so it wouldn't be strange for it to travel between different universes. Sometimes Yusheng really wished he had a rule-based skill like Word of Power. If Aurora were truly connected to Kyubi, he might as well wait for Madoka to become a god and solve it. because Aurora, to be precise, is in a state of living death. Thinking of this, Yusheng decided it would be easier to just ask Aurora when the time came, and respond in advance based on her answer. Also, I trust you all wouldn't, but I must emphasize again, forbid anyone from touching the miracle. I will explain the details to you later. I understand, Lord Yusheng. I will pass on your decree. Nu wouldn't ask why, nor would she ask where this knowledge came from. In their hearts, Yusheng was omnipotent. Yusheng put away the grief seed, intending to hide it. What was that about fighting over the core? Did the cult intervene? No, the cult did not intervene. Rather, when the otherworldly monsters see the core, they will desperately fight to snatch and devour it. According to Lady Alpha's observations, after devouring it, the individual becomes stronger, and its intelligence also increases. Killing the otherworldly monsters wasn't difficult for Shadow Garden. What was difficult was that they would go crazy trying to snatch the core when they saw it. They would get stronger after eating it, so it took quite a bit of time. It really fits the setting of the grief seed. Right, Lord Yusheng. There is one more thing Lady Alpha asked me to tell you. Since the otherworldly monsters will devour the core, she has ordered a halt to the hunting, waiting for your further instructions. What is the current situation with the beast tide? According to our count, the number of monsters is now less than 300,000, and the otherworldly monsters are staying quiet for now. At the same time, according to Lady Ada's research, the native monsters are being controlled by parasites, which is why they have gathered here. It seems the cult has quite a variety of methods. Yusheng pondered the arrangements for what was to come. The original plan remains unchanged. Stop hunting the monsters, we shouldn't clean up the cult's mess. Just keep monitoring from the periphery to prevent any other accidents. Also, after sunrise, focus on monitoring the changes in those magical girls and boys as they hunt and purge the monsters, especially the gems on their bodies. Most importantly, take advantage of the time to let them all get some good rest. Understood, Lord Yusheng. I will convey your concern. After Nu left, Yusheng shifted his gaze to the place where Ron and his group were resting, seemingly deep in thought. The monsters' offensive did not stop. Even in a sea of fire, they would not halt their steps. They had only one command: charge the city walls. There was no longer the frantic rushing from the beginning, but they maintained a certain frequency and rhythm. It was like queuing for a roller coaster. After one round finished, the corresponding number of seats were filled. The pattern of the monsters' attack had been tested out. The garrison troops took turns resting, and they had all received orders to take the initiative and purge the monsters after sunrise. Perhaps the fire attack had given the students great confidence and courage. Under the principal's passionate speech, the students did not object to following the army to purge the monsters. They were even somewhat looking forward to it. At dawn, the reinforcements led by the 5 lords finally arrived, which injected a shot of adrenaline into the garrison and the students. At the same time, the monsters' offensive slowed down significantly. The timing was just right. After the reinforcements had rested for a while, Iris stood up on the high platform. Warriors! The number of monsters has decreased significantly, and now is the time for us to take the initiative and slaughter this herd of beasts. In this battle, I will charge with you, and I will never retreat. Ooh! All troops, charge! Iris was the first to mount her horse, leading the army out of the city to purge the monsters. The students followed behind, led by the principal and the teachers. With the army in front, Iris let Alexia go into the academy's ranks. In fact, she preferred her younger sister to stay in the rear. Alexia found Yusheng, and the surrounding students tactfully left, creating a private space for the couple. Yusheng, you must be careful. I always have a feeling that this beast tide reeks of strangeness everywhere. How so? Is this a woman's sixth sense? Yusheng put on a confused expression. Oh, it's just a feeling, a woman's intuition or something. Everything is too coincidental, and... Alexia leaned in close and whispered. I just don't understand why the principal insists on bringing the students into this. You know, I hate those hypocritical, sanctimonious people, and the principal is exactly that kind of person. Is there a possibility that it's because you have to act cold and aloof in front of the students? How does that saying go, people of the same kind tend to dislike each other? Shut up. I'm being serious with you. Anyway, the principal's behavior is very strange. You must be careful. If you can't win, hide. It's not shameful. All right, all right. I cherish my own life very much. If you can just finish off the stragglers in the back to earn some military merit, it will make it easier for you to join the Knight's Order later. Alexia said this very softly. What did you say? Yusheng actually heard it, but he chose to pretend he didn't. I said we've already made contact with the monsters in front, be careful. The army in front was purging efficiently and orderly, and the students also drew their swords and joined in. Yusheng slipped away from Claire, vanished into the crowd, and headed further back. Chapter 33, The Cult's Experiment. Have they made contact? Yes, those students who think they are blessed by miracles have already fought the foreign monsters we released. Remember to record the experimental data completely, understand? Understood, this is a matter of whether we can become demigods. Hee, let us see how far these students can go. Yusheng, wearing a black combat outfit and a mask with the character Sheng on it, arrived at a valley, which was exactly where the foreign monsters were waiting. Are they just waiting like this? Yes, only when the army left the city did these foreign monsters send out hundreds to join the native monsters. Alpha reported the surveillance situation to Yusheng. Yusheng did not speak again. He was observing this group of foreign monsters with his fiery eyes forged from magic power. The magic power source of these foreign monsters was entirely provided by their cores, the grief seed, and their heads were controlled by parasites. However, not all foreign monsters had a grief seed. If one looked closely, one would discover a thread on their bodies connecting them to the main foreign monster. Only Yusheng could see it. Those individuals without cores are driven by the foreign monsters that do possess cores. I call them familiars. I see. As expected of Lord Shadow. My eyes are far inferior to Lord Shadow's. This was also something that Shadow Garden could not understand. And a small portion had become more powerful in magic because they had devoured a grief seed. Lord Yusheng. The foreign monsters have accurately found that group of students, and are engaged in battle. Beta rushed over to report. Interesting. Let's go take a look. A little earlier, when the royal capital's army was clearing out the monsters, under the clever guidance of the dean, and with the cooperation of the captain of the knights, the magical girls and boys led by Ron were precisely separated. Ron, have we been too caught up in the fight and separated from the main force? One of the students noticed that it had become much quieter around them. Upon closer inspection, only their group remained. His words caused unease. We haven't strayed that far. Use those ears of yours that were modified by the miracle to listen. The army is right behind us killing monsters. A bold girl had just swung her sword and killed a native monster. What does this mean? It means we have become stronger. Our clearing speed is much faster than the army's. Another boy chimed in. Why did we accept the miracle's favor? Isn't it just to tell others that we, who lack qualifications, can also be very strong? Another girl stepped forward. She had just slain a few native monsters, and was enjoying the thrill of possessing power. Her words resonated with the group. This companion is right. In the past, because we were mediocre and couldn't even hold a sword, we were unappreciated and called trash. Ron, who hadn't spoken until now, joined the conversation after killing a few monsters. Now, with the miracle's favor, we can stand on equal footing with them and tell them that we can also become strong. Strong to the point where they have to look up to us. Ever since he lost the duel to Yusheng, he had been thinking about what Yusheng meant by sticking to one's original intention. He remembered back in his territory, it had cost a great price to drive away the bandits. He wanted to become stronger, wanted to contribute to his father, and wanted to protect his territory. Thus, his parents sent Ron to the Royal Capital Magic Swordsman Academy. Only after arriving did he realize those ideas were so impractical. Sons of barons were everywhere, because he had no background, he couldn't compare to other sons of barons. His strength was low, and no high-ranking noble would invest in him. Becoming stronger was the only way out. Becoming stronger was his original intention. Yes. We are magical girls and boys, but we can also be magic swordsmen. Ron's words greatly encouraged everyone, and the unease in their hearts from killing too fast and moving away from the army instantly vanished. They threw themselves back into clearing out the monsters, only they didn't notice that the monsters had changed. No, they did notice. Their strange shapes made their scalps tingle with disgust. But so what? The continent is so vast, there are plenty of monsters they haven't seen. Isn't it normal for them to look strange? What the hell, why are these monsters so strong? Don't get distracted, let's gather together. If we can't handle them, we'll retreat to the army and leave it to them. Ron's idea was good, but unfortunately, this was a trap set for them. Although the foreign monster's attack was chaotic, it formed a circle surrounding them. Careful. It's charging at you. One boy couldn't block it and pulled back to dodge, but he didn't expect the foreign monster to charge directly at another girl. Seeing she couldn't avoid it, the girl had to shift the side of her body wearing the ring as much as possible. This was their consensus: the accessories inlaid with gems must not be damaged. Ah! A chunk was bitten out of the girl's other side, her internal organs spilled out, and half of her left arm was severed. Some companions, ignoring the extremely shocking and bloody scene, came to check on her injuries. It's okay, hold on. Ron, we must find a way to break through. She's too badly injured. Ron wanted to as well, but now there were monsters all around, and they couldn't break out at all. Am I going to die? Woo-woo, I am not reconciled. Finally, able to become stronger. The blood on the girl's face was terrifyingly red, and her originally clear tears dripped down continuously along with the blood. Just then, the ring on her right hand glowed slightly, and her mangled side and severed left hand visibly recovered. The miracle has descended again. No. We ourselves are the miracle. The restored girl said happily. With this discovery, they became even crazier, killing monsters at any cost. But none of them noticed that their respective gems had changed. Not far away, Yuxing and the members of Shadow Garden had been observing them for a long time. Watching this scene, there was not the slightest fluctuation in their emotions. Shadow, their gems have all become darker and more turbid. Alpha said calmly. This is the price of the miracle, the truth about the soul gem. These 30 boys and girls are nothing more than shells now, shells driven by soul gems. When they arrived here, Yuxing had explained to them some of the settings from Madoka Magica, omitting the characters and focusing only on the relationships between contracts, soul gems, and grief seeds. The cult's experiments are always full of malicious fun. Zeta said with disgust. Yuxing and Shadow Garden had long discovered that the cult was also watching the experiment they had designed, but the cult had not discovered them. This formed a situation where the cult was watching, and Shadow Garden was watching the cult watch the experiment. Killing familiars can only purify some of the turbidity, but it is far from keeping up with the consumption. Only a grief seed can fully purify it. But a single grief seed shouldn't be able to purify infinitely, right? That's right. This aligns perfectly with what the entity that proposed the contract said. Hunting monsters or magic users allows one to keep getting stronger. When the requirements are met, the cult will harvest these people. It was Alpha who answered Beta. Through Yuxing's explanation, she could quickly deduce the cult's purpose. Chapter 34, Claire is preparing to Yandere again. Come on. You bunch of animals, why are you running away? Your grandpa here hasn't killed enough yet. By sparing no cost, they wiped out quite a few of the monsters that the cult had carefully prepared for them. The remaining 40+ monsters seemed to have received some kind of order and fled together. These monsters are quite strange. Clearly, they were charging recklessly last night, but now they're actually running away. Why bother caring about them so much? Doesn't this just mean these animals have been scared stiff by our killing? This small peculiarity did not attract their attention. This group of boys and girls was sitting slumped on the ground resting, as the exhaustion of having their magic power drained washed over them. Ron, what are you looking at? A boy watched Ron staring blankly at a thumb-sized, black, egg-shaped object and asked with some curiosity. Do you still remember what the existence we signed the contract with said? If you want to become stronger, go kill monsters or demons. Oh, I remember. I think it probably has something to do with this object. This thing dropped from the monsters. It's just that I don't know how to use it. Is that so? Then let's have everyone collect them first before discussing it. Maybe some of our companions know. That works too. Under Ron's call, the group of boys and girls began collecting the egg-shaped objects. The cult's rigid control prevented other foreign monsters from devouring the dropped grief seeds. Not many, not few, exactly 31. Ron, I think we should smash it open. Are you crazy? What if it explodes when you smash it? It's not like that hasn't happened at the academy before. The crowd discussed it noisily, and for a moment, no one knew what to do. How about we try aiming our gems at this pitch-black thing? A girl voiced her idea, and everyone stopped discussing to consider its feasibility. They all discovered that the gems that appeared after signing the contract were no longer clear, but had become murky. Let me try. This girl was the one who had been bitten in half the first time, but then recovered. With such a miracle, she became crazy in battle, having experienced having her limbs severed several times, and her internal organs splattered everywhere. At this moment, her gem was incredibly murky, the most severe case among the 30 people. Yusheng, observing from the side, was also very curious about why she hadn't turned into a demon yet. Logically speaking, it should transform once it's completely murky. Could it be that a catalyst of despair is still missing? The girl picked up a grief seed and placed it on her gem. Everyone stared fixedly, afraid of missing anything. There were no glowing special effects. The incredibly murky gem seemed to turn back time, becoming clear and transparent. Then, the grief seed shattered, turning into ash and dissipating into the air. Oh. It works. Quick, tell us what it feels like. The girl carefully sensed the changes. Magic power, my magic power has been replenished. And I feel like my magic power has increased, and it's also more dense. I feel like I can lift a 1,000-pound monster with one hand now. The girl happily shared her feelings. After hearing this, everyone picked up the grief seeds and followed suit. I can feel it. Me too. But why didn't mine shatter? Hee, you idiot, you really are stupid. Think of the gem as our own magic capacity. The murkiness equals how much we've used, so naturally, it shatters once the seed is used up. Seed? Yeah, I just named it. Doesn't it fit perfectly? Must say, the name this girl came up with actually fits the grief seed to some extent. Yusheng couldn't help but call her a talent. The remaining grief seed was given by Ron to the girl, who was always getting her limbs severed. Originally, they wanted to go deeper to wipe out more monsters to get more, but Ron stopped them, so they stayed where they were to rest, preparing to return. What exactly is this feeling of unease? Ever since discovering that the grief seeds could be absorbed by the gems, Ron had a strong sense of unease in his heart. Do it and also eliminate those foreign monsters that have devoured the grief seeds, don't leave any behind. As you wish. Yusheng, who had watched the whole process, ordered the elimination of the cult observers. Destroying the cult of Diablos had always been the goal of Shadow Garden. As for eliminating the enhanced foreign monsters, it was a decision Yusheng made only after thinking for a long time, and not because he wanted to save this group of magical boys and girls. Respect the destiny of others, and let go of the complex of helping others. Since this group of boys and girls is willing to accept the miracle, they naturally have to bear the cost of the miracle. If he explained the truth to them, would they not accept it? Not necessarily. They would say, "Oh, then after I accept the miracle, I'll just go deal with the cult, or then I'll just use less of the miracle's power, won't that work?" and similar things. Such is the world, the darkness of the cult is far away, but what about the noble class right in front of them? They have no choice but to accept the miracle. It's just like some people saying they have a way to make money, and asking you to join them. For those crazy gamblers and people burdened with various debts, this is undoubtedly a lifeline. Is it dangerous? Is it fake? They know, but they just want to take a gamble. But at least regarding the word hope, Yusheng did not want the cult to trample on it at will. After giving the order, all of Shadow Garden moved out. After Ron and the others left, Yusheng only left after confirming that no grief seeds were left at the scene. On the way back to the main force, Yusheng discovered that Claire, Alexia, and Rose from the student council were surrounded by monsters. "Stinky little brother, where the hell did you go? I told you to stick close to me. It seems I need to use chains, hee hee." Claire complained while slaughtering with her sword, and she was evolving into a Yandere. Claire and Alexia were naturally looking for Yusheng, and Rose and the others discovered the two had fallen behind, so they followed as well. While searching, they got separated from the main force, and were surrounded by a large number of monsters. "Yusheng, where are you? Please don't let anything happen." Alexia discovered Yusheng wasn't in the main force, so she followed Claire. Monsters were naturally no problem for Claire, who was preparing to go Yandere, but the others appeared to be struggling. Just then, the monsters turned to charge at Rose and the others. "President, watch out." Just as they were about to collide, Yusheng made his move. "Animals, where are you running?" Although Yusheng was using very basic sword techniques, they were all aimed at fatal spots. In just a few moves, under Yusheng's clumsy acting, the monsters breathed their last before they could even run a few steps. "Don't space out, President. The Academy can't afford to lose you." Yusheng just didn't want the plot to go off track, but he inadvertently flirted with Rose. Rose wasn't spacing out because of the monster's charge, but because she saw the sword technique Yusheng used overlap with her memories. "Nameless lonely swordsman, could it be you? Yusheng Kajanu. Stinky little brother. Where the hell did you go?" Looking at Claire, who was preparing to go Yandere again, Yusheng desperately tried to think of an excuse. I just had a stomach ache halfway, and then ran off to take care of it." Does a stomach ache require running that far? This is a battlefield, isn't it? Naturally, I had to run further away to be safer. Claire looked at Yusheng suspiciously. "Fine, I believe you. From now on, you cannot leave my side." "No, sister, you actually believe that?" Alexia and Rose were speechless at this excuse. Chapter 35, My brother would never do such a thing. "What did you say? Everyone is dead. What about the records?" "My lord, we couldn't find the records." "Who did this? Have you found out yet?" "My lord, all traces at the scene were wiped completely clean." "I suspect it was Shadow Garden. Damn Shadow Garden, damn it. The cult spent so much preparation on this experiment. They are always ruining the cult's good deeds." The person sitting in the main seat forced themselves to calm down. "Setting aside the matter of Shadow Garden for now, hurry and prepare to conduct the experiment again. Remember, do it more discreetly." "Understood." Just as Claire and the others were bringing Yusheng back to the main force, Ron and his group also returned to the main force, their faces filled with expressions of pride. Since it was already lunchtime, Iris gave the order to return to the city. During the morning's clearing operation, the army did not lose too many soldiers. The number of casualties was around 1,000. For Iris, this was already a very good result. However, she felt that the number of monsters was very wrong. The monsters had attacked all night, and they had been clearing them out non-stop since morning, yet the monsters kept coming endlessly. Over 70,000 people went out in the morning. If each person killed one on average, then the 100,000 should have been wiped out by now. She demanded another verification of the monster count, but was brushed off by the staff officers, who claimed that monsters from other areas had also joined the beast tide. On the Academy's side, there were no casualties, which made Iris breathe a sigh of relief. Yusheng, don't you feel like the number of monsters is very wrong? I have a feeling it's more than 100,000. Alexia finally found an opportunity to be alone with Yusheng. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Could it be your woman's intuition again? Alexia shared her views and doubts. So you suspect someone in the army is deliberately passing on false information? Yes, the only thing I can't understand is why they would do this. The exchange between Yusheng and Alexia was seen by the fiancé candidate Gino Griffey in the distance, who revealed a meaningful smile. After eating lunch and resting for 2 hours, Iris led the army out to clear the area again. There wasn't much difference from the morning's clearing operation. Ron and his group of miracle people were still designed to be led elsewhere. They went deeper than in the morning, and a teacher followed them, under the pretext of protection. But when the foreign monsters appeared, this teacher was conveniently separated. Yusheng had no interest in watching again. By the way, if the soul gem is moved 100 meters away, the person collapses. Would it be the same in this world? After thinking about it, Yusheng dismissed the idea of experimenting. Even if it is the same, it's not something I can do. It's better to let them discover it themselves. Under the cult's deliberate control, there was no difference for Ron and the others from the morning. That crazy girl didn't even care about broken limbs anymore. When the foreign monsters fled, Shadow Garden struck to hunt down the cult. Shadow Garden, as expected. Before the words were finished, they were instantly killed by a numbered member with a single sword strike. The cult was unable to obtain experimental records again. The clearing continued until dusk, and Iris withdrew the troops back to the city. Seeing that there were still a large number of monsters, Iris did not ask the Knight Captain, or the staff officers again. She decided to investigate secretly and establish a Knight's Order under her own command. On the way back, Alexia found Yusheng again to complain. This beast tide reveals strange things everywhere, as if an invisible hand is controlling the progress. Yes, your intuition is right. Hey, why do I feel like you're brushing me off? The two of them were playing around as if no one else was there. When they were about to return to the city, Alexia was called away. Back in the city, the two bad friends finally came out of the cesspit. Get lost, get lost. Don't come near me. Yusheng kicked the two bad friends away. You guys are really something. Was it really necessary? What do you know? This is what I call the way of survival. The bad friends weren't actually soaking in the cesspit but just staying nearby. Even so, it was unparalleled. After nightfall, the frequency of the monster attacks decreased and became sparse, greatly alleviating the defensive pressure. On the new day, the army and the students both had a relatively quiet sleep, even treating the scattered monster roars as a lullaby. Just as Yusheng was enjoying the loving breakfast from Shadow Garden, two knights from the royal capital Knights found Yusheng, their tone extremely impatient. Yusheng Kajanu, right. Come with us. Is there something wrong? Yusheng did not stand up to greet them like his bad friends. Tisk, where did you get so much nonsense? One of the knights just wanted to get away from this smelly place as quickly as possible. Princess Alexia has been kidnapped. You need to come with us for questioning. Kidnapped? Yusheng frowned. A plot point that hadn't happened all this time, choosing to happen at this moment. Fine, if it's just questioning, I'm happy to comply. Led by the two knights, they didn't go to the interrogation place in the royal capital, but instead came to the fortress, where Iris was also present. Before entering, Yusheng heard Gino telling Iris that the kidnapping might be related to Yusheng. Great, I was planning to let the kidnapping plot not happen and spare your miserable life for now, but now you're tired of living. After Yusheng sat down, the other party was still polite, and didn't put handcuffs on him right away. Iris was in charge of the interrogation, and because she was worried about her sister, her tone was a bit harsh. Yusheng recounted the entire events of yesterday, his tone neither humble nor pushy. So you're saying Alexia approached you on her own? Don't joke around. She is a princess of the kingdom, and you are just a baron's son. How could she lower her status to chat with you? Gino mocked. Princess Alexia is my girlfriend. Perhaps the possibility that a fiancé candidate kidnapped her out of jealousy also exists. Yusheng gave no face at all and went straight for the throat. What did you say? I am the kingdom's sword instructor, do I need to kidnap her? Look at you getting anxious again. Are you definitely the candidate? You're just one of them, what are you nervous about? You damn it. Provoked, Gino no longer maintained his usual gentle appearance. Lord Iris. This person must have used some means to force Princess Alexia to become his girlfriend. She wanted to end it, and he held a grudge, which is why he carried out the kidnapping. I suggest torturing Yusheng Kajina directly, and leaving him to me for questioning to see how long he can keep his mouth shut. Enough. Iris was somewhat shaken. Since Yusheng entered, she had been observing him. Throughout the process, Yusheng showed no fear or confusion at all, as if he were recounting an ordinary daily matter. Just then, a quarrel broke out outside the fortress. Let go of me. Let me in. Lord Iris, my brother would never do such a thing. He is usually very timid, he wouldn't even bear to step on an ant. There must be some mistake somewhere. Claire was shouting loudly outside the door, trying desperately to rush in. Rose, several female members of the student council, and several female knights had just managed to hold her back. Claire, calm down. You have to believe that the knight's order can investigate clearly. If you rush in now, you will only harm your brother. Rose said while using all her strength to hold her back. My brother is being subjected to torture and interrogation. How can his weak body endure it? How can you tell me to calm down? Let go of me. Lord Iris, please listen to me. Chapter 36, What if I say no? Yusheng Kajina listened to that fabricated defense, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. No, sis, even if you made it all up, is it really okay to say it out loud in front of everyone? Do I have no reputation to maintain? I really can't deal with this sister anymore. Who is she, Marquis Gino? Claire Kajinu, his older sister. She has excellent grades at the academy, and is currently an intern in the Knight's Order. I see. Let her in. As soon as Iris spoke, Claire rushed in, dragging Rose along with her. Claire first looked at Yusheng Kajinu, and only after confirming that he hadn't been tortured did she heave a sigh of relief. Only then did she look at Iris. Lady Iris. My younger brother would absolutely never do such a thing. He's a coward who fears death, he doesn't even know how to tie a rope. Given his strength, he is simply no match for Princess Alexia. Rose and I can testify, yesterday afternoon, he was beaten by Her Highness the Princess to the point where he couldn't even fight back. You can ask President Rose. Good grief, based on your ability to lie through your teeth, I have to hand it to you, sis. Even Rose could tell that they were just playing around. Why yes, I can also testify. But for some reason, Rose also chose to testify. Iris pressed her temples and waited a good while before speaking. I can understand your feelings. It is precisely to avoid wrongly accusing your brother that we need to ask clearly. Furthermore, the Knight's Order is already conducting a search operation. We have not concluded that your brother is the culprit. If you keep failing to find the culprit, won't my brother just become the scapegoat? The Knight's Order is already in action. We will not execute anyone due to a misjudgment. How can you guarantee that? The more Claire spoke, the angrier she became. She didn't even treat Iris like a princess of the kingdom, showing no courtesy at all. Rose held her tightly, fearing that she might do something rash. Gino, meanwhile, kept his hand on his sword, looking very much like he would draw it if she got any closer. If you continue to speak like that, it will be tantamount to insulting the Midgar royal family and the Knight's Order. Iris did not yield an inch either. Sis. Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense and Claire about to lose control, Yushin spoke up to interrupt. Listen to me. Go back first, I'll be there soon. Looking at Yushin calm and sharp gaze, Claire's anger dissipated quite a bit. Unlike his usual lazy and cynical demeanor, this was the second time she had seen this side of him. The first time was when she took Yushin to hunt bandits. At the moment she blocked an attack for her brother and fainted. With Yushin speaking up, Claire glared fiercely at Gino and Iris. If anything happens to my brother. Rose hurriedly covered Claire's mouth and dragged her outside. Since that's the case, we shall take our leave. We trust the Knight's Order will be able to get to the bottom of this. Iris watched them leave, a complex surge of emotions rising in her heart. It was a bitter feeling. You worry about your brother, but do I not worry about my sister just as much? Alexia, where on earth are you? Just as Rose and the others had finished dragging Claire away, 3 female students were led in by a knight. Your Highness Princess Iris, these 3 students say they saw someone kidnapping Princess Alexia. Who was it? Did you see the culprits clearly? Your Highness Princess Iris, I saw 4 people. They were all masked, male, and moved extremely fast. I am very certain that this male student was not among the culprits, because my companion saw him chatting with others after he returned. The blonde elf among the 3 answered Iris's question. Yushin looked at the 3 female students with a puzzled expression. What the hell, why do these 3 students feel so familiar? It's like I've seen them somewhere before. I've never met them in my life, though. Iris asked a few more things, attempting to gain more information, but unfortunately, they knew very little. I understand. Thank you for the information you provided. As the 3 students were leaving, they took one last look at Yushin as if confirming something. Where on earth have I seen them? It couldn't be people from my past life, could it? But that's impossible. A blonde elf, a short-haired busty girl, and a reddish-brown-haired swordsman. Forget it, let's solve the matter at hand first. Lady Iris, I believe that based solely on the information from these 3 students, it cannot be proven that Yushin is unrelated to the kidnapping. Perhaps the 4 culprits are his accomplices. Further interrogation is still required. Gino said hurriedly. He didn't want to let Yushin go just like that. Iris didn't answer but instead looked at Yushin deep in thought. Yushin had no interest in playing along any further. Since there are now 3 more students' testimonies, are you still going to keep me locked up? Lady Iris. This is a matter of great importance. Princess Alexia might be suffering torture right now. We cannot overlook any suspicion. Therefore he must be detained, and I and the Knight's Order will conduct the interrogation. If it is determined that he is unrelated, I will personally apologize to him. Gino was aggressive. Thinking of her sister possibly being tortured, Iris became flustered. In that case. What if I say no? Yushin crossed his legs, his tone flat. He had no interest in being a background cannon fodder and staying behind to play some interrogation game. That was one reason. The other reason was that Yushin had already sensed that all the members of Shadow Garden were nearby. Once he was detained, the garden would launch an operation and turn this place upside down. Since they had all come, Yushin had even less reason to stay. Shut up. What right does a baron's son like you have to refuse to cooperate with the Royal Capital Knights? Gino placed his hand on his sword and walked towards Yushin wanting to teach him a lesson. However, when he met Yushin eyes, he froze completely, his body trembling uncontrollably. The feeling of fear grew like vines, spreading wildly, wrapping around every nerve in Gino's body, while his heart felt as if it were being gripped by a hand. I'm going to die. Gino broke out in a cold sweat. He foresaw that the moment he drew his sword even an inch, his heart would be crushed, and his entire body would be sliced into countless pieces. Report. Your Highness Princess Iris. The nearby knights order. And the soldiers have all fainted. A patrolling soldier rushed in to report, panicking. Report. Lady Iris, please proceed to the city walls immediately to take command. The magical beasts have launched another large-scale attack. A soldier from the city walls rushed over to report. These two sudden pieces of news caught Iris off guard, leaving her flustered. Does this have anything to do with you? Your Highness Princess Iris, please calm down. First of all, I am just a student. Secondly, all of this might just be the plan of the mastermind behind the scenes to cause chaos. After being told this by Yushin Kajinu, Iris forced herself to calm down. The urgent priority now was to go and direct the response to the magical beast siege. Gino, let him go. The first thing we need to do now is to organize our forces to deal with the beast tide. After saying this, Iris walked away quickly and climbed up to the city walls. Gino remained frozen in place. Since Iris had spoken, Yushin Kajinu also got up to leave. As he passed by Gino, he whispered a sentence. You did this, didn't you, one of the fiancé candidates? After Yushin Kajinu had walked away, Gino's heart began to beat again. His entire body relaxed, and he slumped to the ground. He gasped for air, only then realizing what had happened. Ah! Fear and anger intertwined, causing him to stand up in a wretched state, hitting and smashing things. I will kill you. Yushin Kajinu. Chapter 37, Let the World Know the Name of Shadow Garden. Leaving the fortress, Yushin walked in the direction of Claire. How should we deal with Gino? Alpha came to his side, wearing the Academy's female uniform. If anyone else were to see her, they would surely marvel at her beautiful appearance and proud figure. He's just a clown. Let him live a little longer to squeeze out his final value. Besides Gino, who is a member of the cult, there are also the nobles who targeted you last time behind him. Furthermore, after cross-referencing intelligence, it has been confirmed that the Dean is the vice-head of the first division of the cult's 12 sins, the Wrath Division, named Abel. Is that so? It is time to let the world know the name of Shadow Garden. Understood. Alpha, I've made you all worry. A short while earlier, not far from the gathering place of the foreign monsters, a mountain had been hollowed out to serve as a base, which Gino had established without the cult's knowledge. After being brought here, Alexia woke up to find herself in a dim room. There were no windows, only a lit candle serving as a light source. The walls were made of stone, and there was a heavy door in front of her. It seems I've been kidnapped. It's just as Yushin said, princesses are meant to be kidnapped. Alexia wasn't overly panicked, aside from her royal composure. It was mostly due to the stories Yushin would tell from time to time about princesses being kidnapped and falling in love with the knights who came to rescue them. Are the kidnappers goblins, or some evil cult hiding in the depths? Who will be the person who comes to rescue me? Alexia thought of Yushin's cheeky expression and laughed. Trying to move her body, the sound of metal friction reached her ears, and she discovered that her hands and feet were fixed to a pedestal. They even used magic-suppressing chains. Unable to use magic, the idea of escaping on her own was extinguished. She had no choice but to seriously think about who did this. Was it a hostile faction of nobles? Or a candidate for her fiancé? And for what reason? As she thought about it, Alexia suddenly realized something. Oh no. The last person I was in contact with yesterday afternoon was Yushin. He will definitely be dragged into this. Knowing how those people operate, they will surely frame Yushin. Damn it. Thinking of this, Alexia began to look for a way to escape, and she had to get out as soon as possible. She looked around, searching for more information. Then she discovered a lump in the corner moving. It was breathing. The candle was placed just right, allowing her to clearly see the lump. It was some kind of creature in tattered clothing. Hello, can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying? Alexia tried to communicate, even though the other party was a monster, in order to escape. The monster stirred and looked towards Alexia. On its festering, blackened face, one could barely make out the shapes of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its body was abnormally bloated, its right hand was even longer than Alexia's leg, while its left hand was thinner than hers, clutching something tightly against its body. Yeah. The monster opened its mouth, trying hard to express something, but could only make strange noises. Alexia had no choice but to give up, carefully observing her surroundings again and planning what to do next. Since the other party dared to kidnap a kingdom princess, they must have some demands. After a moment of silence, the iron door in front was opened. He. I've finally obtained it. A thin man wearing a white robe walked in. His cheeks were gaunt, his eye sockets sunken, and his hair was greasy and flat. Royal blood, hero's blood. I can finally have results. The man repeated this sentence as he walked toward Alexia with a syringe. Alexia didn't know what royal blood or hero's blood meant, but she understood that this man wanted to draw her blood. May I know what you are going to use my blood for? Your blood. Demon. I want to resurrect. Only then can I have a position in the cult. Alexia was speechless. She recognized every word, but when put together, she didn't know what it meant, so she had to continue stalling. Resurrection, what a great goal. I'll help you, but I'm locked up, so I can't cooperate. He. You think so too, right? He. My ass. It sounds awful. Alexia endured it, having no choice but to continue cooperating with the man. Yes. Unlock the chains and let me help you achieve a higher position. He, your blood will be able to. The man aimed the syringe at Alexia's hand, preparing to stick it in. The monster in the corner, upon seeing the syringe, reacted with stress and roared loudly. The monster tugged at the chains, making a harsh, screeching sound. This angered the man. He walked over, his speech becoming normal. Stop screaming. What are you screaming for? Screaming. You're so noisy, you monster. If I hadn't stolen you out, you would have been dead long ago. The man kicked it and, seemingly unsatisfied, kicked it again and again, even stomping on it forcefully. The monster just curled up into a ball, not moving at all. Hey! Don't you want to draw my blood? Alexia couldn't bear it and stopped him. Right, your blood, he, your blood is the important thing. The man stopped the violence and turned to walk toward Alexia, sticking the needle in. Alexia knew it was impossible to unlock the chains now, so she had to wait for an opportunity. Don't draw too much, okay? If you drain me to death, no one will help you achieve your position. He, you're right. Still he. If I wasn't locked up, I'd really want to slap you flying. After drawing the blood, the man held the syringe with both hands, a crazy expression on his face. As if thinking of something, he walked toward the monster curled up in a ball. Since you are also an experimental subject of the cult, let me use you to test the effect of the royal blood. The man took a normal-sized syringe from his pocket, which contained a deep red liquid. Ignoring the monster's wails, he stuck it in. After pushing all of the deep red unknown liquid and blood into the monster, the effect was produced very quickly. The monster kept expanding, its magic power becoming berserk, blowing the ceiling right off. It didn't stop reacting until it had expanded into a huge monster about 12 meters tall. Ha. It worked. My research. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was swatted by the monster's bloated hand and turned into meat paste. Thanks to that swat, the pedestal Alexia was on was also damaged, and she was northwest longer fixed in place. The monster didn't look at her, but instead walked toward the gathering place of the foreign monsters, which were also experimental subjects of the cult. At this moment, only endless resentment and slaughter remained. The foreign monsters also sensed it, they likewise became berserk, overpowering the parasites. The local magical beasts had never seen such a spectacle. Their biological instincts and extreme fear also overpowered the parasites, and they fled one after another in the direction of the royal capital. Chapter 38. I could train a dog better than you. Damn it. Gino, that trash. Can't even handle a single task properly. The dean, also known as the vice division head of the Wrath division, Abel, was furious after hearing his subordinate report the cause of the monster riot, just like the Sin division he belonged to. Gino thought he was being secretive, but in reality, Abel knew everything, including his need for royal blood for his research. It was good for subordinates to have ambition, as long as it didn't hinder his experiments, Abel wouldn't interfere. But now that things were spiraling out of control, including Shadow Garden ruining the cult's plans twice, Abel could no longer sit still. My lord, should we continue the experiments? Although Abel was furious, he was still thinking clearly. Continue, why wouldn't we? Since it's chaotic, let's make it even more chaotic. Tell Iris where Alexia has been taken, she will definitely lead a team to rescue her. Won't doing that hurt Gino too much? Abel grabbed a wine glass and hurled it at him. Screw his feelings. Once this is over, I will definitely kill Gino. Understood. Who should I arrange to go to the experiment site this time? I will go personally. I'll meet with Shadow Garden. I will show these mad dogs what cruelty really is. Understood, I'll go make arrangements now. The subordinate immediately retreated to carry out Abel's instructions. No one can stop me. So that my brother Cain can take a seat among the 12 knights of the Round Table. On Gino's side, when he learned the cause of the riot, he didn't have time to figure out how to forge evidence to frame Yusheng for kidnapping the princess. He hurried to the stronghold. Meanwhile, Yusheng stood at the very top of the city wall's watchtower, watching this clown leave. Shadow-sama. Beta and Nu reported the cause of the riot, and the fact that Abel was leading the team personally from behind him, and informed him that the garden members were ready in the royal capital, waiting only for the order to act in full force. Listening to their report, Yusheng glanced at Iris leading the knight's order at full speed to rescue Alexia. Beta knew the sun should be dazzling, yet it is obscured by dark clouds. Yusheng looked up at the overcast sky, and they waited for the king of Shadow Garden to issue his declaration. The time has come, let Shadow swallow everything. As you wish. Ah, Yusheng-sama is so cool. Must record this, must record this. Nu screamed in her heart, while Beta took out her little notebook to sketch rapidly. Silent assassinations were staged inside the city, while monsters wailed outside. After the pedestal was overturned, Alexia was no longer restrained. After vomiting until she had nothing left to throw up, she finally found the key in the gore and unlocked her chains. Finding a suitable iron sword, she prepared to return and find her sister, Iris, to clear Yusheng's name. Yar, if you just run away like this, I'll be very troubled. A calm voice rang out, and Alexia hurriedly raised her sword. It's you. Gino, what are you doing here? She wasn't very surprised, just deeply uneasy about Gino's appearance. This place was built by my own hands, and you are my experimental subject. With such a big incident, of course I have to come. Gino still maintained his gentle demeanor. Humph. Finally stopped pretending, one of the hypocritical fiancé candidates. Shut up. I originally had no interest in you, only your bloodline. Now I've changed my mind. I'm going to break you into my slave, a bitch that only knows how to please me between my legs. And then I'll let Yusheng Kajina see you like that. Gino, who used to look decent and was relatively popular among some women, was now extremely twisted and hideous. For other women, these words might have been frightening, causing them to beg for mercy or become enraged. But Alexia appeared very calm, she had long since seen through Gino's hypocrisy. However, one thing she hadn't anticipated was that if it weren't for the mixed doubles beatdown from Yuxing and her, Gino wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Then let's see if you can actually do it. She gripped her sword and charged at Gino. After all, he was a sword instructor of the Midgar Kingdom. After just a few rounds, Alexia was defeated. Your foundation is solid, but it's too ordinary, completely featureless. You really can't compare to your sister, Iris. The previous insults didn't matter, but being told her swordsmanship couldn't compare to Iris made Alexia lose her composure. Don't you dare compare me to my sister. Alexia charged at Gino with all her might, only to be sent flying by a sword strike from Gino, and kicked several paces away. Ha ha ha. Gino covered his face and laughed. To be honest, your sister is just mediocre. She really thinks she's some kingdom genius. It makes me laugh to death. You who haven't witnessed the pinnacle have no idea what it means to be the strongest. Gino walked toward Alexia while unbuttoning his clothes. Being favored by the future strongest, me, is your blessing. Alexia was kneeling, supporting herself with her hands. She wanted to reach for her sword, but found it shattered. I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry. Yuxing. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The strongest. You? Who's there? Come out. Gino looked around, turning his body in one direction after another, but didn't find anyone, only stone walls and ruins. How is this possible? I can't even sense him with my magic power. Could it be in the sky? He looked up, but there was no one except dark clouds. He lowered his head again, only to suddenly see a person wearing a mask with a strange pattern standing right in front of him, so close. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he immediately pulled back to create distance. The person who arrived was naturally Yuxing. He was standing right in front of Alexia. Black attire, a mask with a strange pattern. Are you the Shadow Garden that has been hounding the cult relentlessly? Correct. Even mere ants know of us. Screw you. I am a candidate for the Vice Division head of the Wrath Division of the 12 Sins. If it weren't for the serious atmosphere, Yuxing would have wanted to point at his nose and laugh. Candidate, why are you always a candidate? Gino brandished his sword and stabbed quickly at Yuxing. If he could kill a member of Shadow Garden here, it would be a great achievement. Unfortunately, Gino was thinking too wishfully. Yuxing blocked Gino's sword tip with just the blade of his sword. The force of the sword wind only rustled Yuxing's robe, while he himself remained unmoved. Is that all? Yuxing gave a light push, and Gino was sent flying back several meters. Still not going to get serious. Future strongest. Heh, I see. No wonder you've been hounding the cult. It seems I underestimated you. Gino frantically raised his magic power, even shaking the air in the area. He raised his sword again and charged at Yuxing. So fast. Alexia couldn't see Gino's movements clearly. Gino flew above Yuxing's head, preparing to strike down. Seeing Yuxing completely undefended, he thought he had succeeded. The next second, Yuxing appeared behind Gino, back to back with him. Too slow. Gino turned to the left and slashed horizontally, the air tracing a beautiful arc. The two went back and forth, and the piercing sound of swords clashing rang out continuously. So strong. Alexia's eyes couldn't keep up with Yuxing's moves. The only thing she could see clearly was that every time Gino fell to the ground, a new wound appeared on his body. After a while, Yuxing punched Gino from the air down to the ground, then quickly returned to the ground and delivered a spinning kick that sent Gino flying. Gino no longer had the strength to recover his stance. He crashed straight into a pile of stones and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuxing rested his sword on his shoulder and said in a calm tone, "If this is the future strongest, then I could train a dog better than you." Chapter 39, Even Devil Fruits Are Here. Gino had never suffered such humiliation before. Since childhood, he had been called a prodigy, and had won first place in countless tournaments. Later, he gained the appreciation of Abel, who personally trained him. Now, however, he was told by Yusheng that even training a dog would be better than him. In his fury, Gino could only seethe for a moment. Hey, in that case, let me show you just how terrifying the power of the cult truly is. Gino reached into his inner lining and pulled out an apple-sized fruit. This was a reward Abel had bestowed upon him for his meritorious service to the cult. He had originally intended to wait until he fused with royal blood before eating it. Yusheng was originally complaining in his heart that nothing had dropped after fighting for so long, yet now it could be pulled out so easily. However, upon seeing the fruit with its strange patterns, he was instantly dumbfounded. If it weren't for maintaining his cool, he would have really wanted to take off his mask and rub his eyes. How did pulling out a pill turn into? This is the devil fruit bestowed upon me by the cult. Be grateful. After speaking, Gino took a bite. Good grief, the cult always manages to come up with new tricks, even devil fruits are here now. However, Yusheng thought about it carefully again. He already had ninjutsu and contracts to become magical girls, so having another devil fruit seemed acceptable too. In just a moment, Gino erupted with powerful magic again, blowing away the surrounding ruins. Yusheng took this opportunity to observe the changes in Gino's magic with his eyes. If it was a useful ability, he would take Gino back for Ada to study. It would be best if it were a Logia type, although it might be a bit troublesome, it could still be dealt with. Oh. Interesting. After swallowing the fruit, it quickly dissolved into his blood, then flowed to his heart, and finally assimilated the magic in Gino's body, transforming it. Gino's muscles bulged all over his body, becoming more defined. Fur began to grow on him, his human head turned into a bull's head, his feet turned into hooves, and his height increased to about 3 meters. A Zoan type, never mind then. Alexia, who was behind him, was also stunned. Is he giving up being human just for power? No, that's not the point. What exactly is the cult? And what is Shadow Garden? Under Gino's control, his hooves turned back into human feet, though his height remained the same. This is the power of a devil. Gino clenched his fists, feeling the changes. With a casual wave, a large hole was punched into a stone wall in the distance. Truly ugly. Yusheng said disdainfully. He could see very clearly that the magic particles in Gino's body were still just magic particles. They had merely been imbued with the attributes of a bull, making no difference in essence. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to hide your fear? Fear of me, this thing named Minotaur? Heh, don't make me laugh. No matter what, a bull is only destined to plow the fields. Yusheng interrupted Gino's bovine snorting tone. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. Gino launched himself from where he stood, creating a large crater in the ground. This explosive power made Alexia involuntarily worry for the masked powerhouse before her. Watch out! As soon as she finished speaking, Gino flew in front of Yusheng, his bullfist ready to strike. However, the expected head-exploding impact did not happen, the bullfist swung through empty air. Gino was incredibly shocked, the speed was already faster than before. Just as he prepared to retreat, a powerful impact force hit his neck. The force was so great that he was slammed heavily into the ground, kissing it, and forming a giant crater even larger than the one from his initial launch. Moo! It was Yusheng, who had flashed above Gino and pinned him down with one foot. Now, I'll add one more thing, training a bull would be better than you. How is that possible? Gino tried to break free using the bull's strength, but he was firmly pinned by Yusheng, as if 10,000 pounds of weight were on his neck. Ah! Enraged to the extreme, Gino concentrated his magic into his fists, trying to smash the ground to break free. But how could Yusheng give him the chance? With a swing of his sword, both of the bull fists were severed. Moo moo, woo woo. Gino couldn't even scream. Just then, Yusheng sensed the same magical fluctuations as Gino's coming from the direction of the royal capital. It's Alpha and the others. It seems they've also cornered their opponent. Let's go over and see what kind of fruit it is. Yusheng stopped pinning Gino, kicked him high into the air, and said to Alexia, "You had better stay here, and wait for rescue. The outside is not a place you can participate in." Without waiting for her reaction, Yusheng leapt into the air, kicked Gino in the direction of Alpha, and stood on top of Gino himself. "Wait, can you tell me your name?" Alexia asked loudly, but unfortunately received no response. She looked at the ruined walls and broken debris around her. Both the cult and Shadow Garden. What on earth has happened to the kingdom? As a princess of the kingdom, I should be protecting it. How can I not participate? Although the fight was fast, Yusheng occasionally slowed down on purpose. This gave Alexia a goal to advance towards. When the basics are solid enough, all styles of swordsmanship can be mastered with ease. After resting for a while, Alexia, having once again firmed her resolve, climbed out of the ruins and walked towards the royal capital, only to witness a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. A little earlier, Iris led the Knight's order to rescue Alexia. The intelligence was obtained at the cost of several lives, according to the captain of the Knights. How could it be such a coincidence? This thought flashed through Iris's mind, but she had no time to dwell on it. Every minute of delay meant another minute of danger for her sister. "Lord Iris, look quickly. That shouldn't be called a magic beast anymore." A knight captain pointed tremblingly at the tall, conspicuous monster ahead. "They are charging at us. Spread out. Don't bunch up." "Ah." The monster led the rioting foreign monsters in a charge towards Iris and her group. Some knights who were too slow or unlucky were either turned into pulp or severed into several pieces. "You all go deal with the other magic beasts, and send someone to notify the garrison. I will kill this monster." Seeing these grotesque magic beasts for the third time, plus the suddenly appeared monster, Iris was convinced that the beast tide was artificially controlled. Iris had the strength. Relying on her outstanding magic and swordsmanship, she inflicted dozens of wounds on the monster and even severed one of its fat legs. Long live Lord Iris. The fall of the monster boosted the morale of the Knight's Order, and the sorrow brought by the death of their companions was diluted quite a bit. Roar. The monster's roar reminded them not to celebrate prematurely. How can this be? The monster still isn't dead after that. Look at the monster's leg, it's a regenerative ability. Iris raised her sword again. "No matter how many times, I will defeat you to save my sister. Princess Iris, I have come to assist you." Abel appeared not far away with a group of boys and girls. Iris found it a bit strange that the headmaster would appear here, but she also knew now was not the time to ask about such things. More people was more to her liking. "Thank you, but be careful of this monster, it has a regenerative ability." Abel's appearance made the monster and the foreign monsters even more violent, crazily charging at the Knight's Order, Abel, and the youths. They had intended to work together to deal with it, but they were separated by the monster and the foreign monsters. This also gave Shadow Garden the opportunity to act. Iris had no choice but to deal with the monster alone, fighting until it could no longer regenerate. "What you are doing is only increasing its pain." A figure knocked Iris's sword away and stood between her and the monster. Chapter 40, Alpha vs. Abel. "Who are you?" Iris demanded of the figure that had suddenly appeared. It was a woman dressed in pitch-black attire, wearing a mask with a strange pattern, and her voice sounded very young. Her eyes kept watch over the dark-clad woman and the monster. "Shadow Garden, Alpha." After answering, Alpha turned her back to Iris. "Shadow Garden? I don't know what you are plotting, but if you are here to help, I welcome it. If you are hostile to the kingdom, I will not let you off." "Hostile?" Alpha interrupted Iris, letting out a soft, mocking laugh at her ignorance while still facing away from her. "What are you laughing at? Isn't a princess living in a cage woven with such precision a laughable matter? You who know nothing, even your decisions are arranged by others." "What do you mean?" Iris erupted with magical power, which spread out like ripples, kicking up clouds of dust. However, Alpha didn't even glance at this level of power eruption. It didn't even blow the hem of her clothes. she was only concerned about whether the dust would get on them. If it were Yusheng, he would intentionally blow his hem up because it looked cool. How cool? It's like the prop team Stephen Chow specifically hired for his entrance in The Lucky Guy. You think you are standing on the stage, shining brightly, but you don't realize it's all carefully choreographed by the audience to please them. I have no interest in joining your stage, and you should not hinder us. With that said, Alpha had offered her advice. If Iris still didn't understand, she would kill her. After regenerating, the monster angrily smashed the spot where Alpha had been standing. Apart from a new crater, there was no sign of Alpha. She had long since leaped above the monster. Milia, you must be in a lot of pain. But don't worry, you won't have to suffer anymore, and you won't have to be sad again. So don't cry anymore. Hearing someone call out that name, Milia, who only wanted to kill, paused for a moment and looked up. Alpha swung her sword down, releasing a powerful wave of light. Milia's huge, incredibly ugly body gradually dissolved, returning to the appearance a young girl should have. Beta appeared and carried Milia away. She still needed further treatment from Yusheng. After searching for many years, Shadow Garden had finally fulfilled Alba's wish regarding Milia. Iris, still pondering the meaning of Alpha's words, stood blankly in place. By the time she reacted, the figures were long gone, and even the monster was gone. Clenching her fists, she shook her head, picked up her sword, and went to find Alexia. She was afraid her sister would die in this conspiracy. After settling the matter with Milia, Alpha went to find the final target, Abel. Thanks to the foreign monsters going berserk, Shadow Garden took the opportunity to knock out and take away that group of magical girls and boys. For Abel, the foreign monsters could be dealt with easily. However, there were too many of them, and they were attacking him like mad, which distracted him for a moment. By the time he was free, Abel could no longer sense them. Did someone intentionally abduct them all? Abel arrived at an open space. It's no wonder they say they look like a couple. Alpha was standing quietly behind Abel, about 5 paces away. For a powerhouse, this distance was neither too far nor too near, it was just right. Alpha was observing Abel, testing the level of the Deputy Division Master of the 12 Sins. For quite a while, Abel didn't notice her, and was even preparing to set off back to the base to mobilize the entire Wrath Division to search for the people. So, the 12 Sins only have this level of ability. Hearing the voice, Abel immediately turned around and backed away at least 10 paces. How is this possible? Someone was actually able to stand behind me without a sound. When did she get here? Thinking that he might have died at least 10 times just now, Abel broke out in a cold sweat. Black attire, strange mask, it seems you are from Shadow Garden. You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. The 12 Sins of the cult are so idle that they run to the academy to become principals and teach students. That's truly a twisted hobby. Alpha said with disgust. You are also right, the prize is that you are going to die. Since the other party already knew his identity, according to the principles of the cult, she had to be executed. Abel moved, his speed was incomparable to Gino's. But even so, Alpha, who was second only to Yusheng, saw Abel's movements clearly. No matter what style of swordsmanship he used, Abel could not hurt Alpha in the slightest. After a dozen rounds, it was Abel's beloved sword that had several notches. If it continued, the sword would snap in two. Damn it. My sword, everything is being seen through. Abel wanted to create distance, but Alpha wouldn't give him the chance. Using a combination of shave and moonwalk, she reached above Abel in an instant. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Abel had to raise his sword to block Alpha's downward slash. Clang! Abel's sword broke, and Alpha followed up with a roundhouse kick, which he had to cross his arms to block. Pfft! Abel was kicked away, not stopping until he crashed into a boulder. It wasn't over yet. Another slash flew at him, and Abel rolled, barely dodging it. It was Alpha using Rankyaku. The 12 Sins, nothing more than this. Abel wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up. He couldn't understand how that slender foot could kick out a slash. My swordsmanship isn't considered outstanding within the cult, but if you think the cult's power is only this much, then you are underestimating the cult. Abel quickly formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them onto the ground. Earth Dragon Bullet. Seeing this, Alpha just shook her head. When the Earth Dragon Bullet was about to reach Alpha, an Earth Dragon condensed in front of her as well, biting Abel's Earth Dragon Bullet to pieces. You still need hand seals, but I don't. How is this possible? How many of the cult's secrets do you actually know? Abel thought it was only because Shadow Garden had stolen the cult's secrets that she could perform it, failing to notice that Alpha hadn't used any hand seals at all. Alpha didn't correct his mistake but continued her attack. However, this time she didn't use Earth Dragon Bullet. Instead, she turned the ground into quicksand, controlling it to attack Abel, intending to bind and strangle him with it. Yusheng, who was toying with Gino, was also watching and commenting. Holy crap! Isn't this Gaara's ninjutsu? Or did Alpha eat the sand fruit? Alpha naturally hadn't eaten any fruit. This was something she had comprehended herself. Of course, it was comprehended based on Yusheng's shadow wisdom. Abel didn't have time to be shocked. He knew deeply that once entangled by the quicksand, his life would be in danger. If he used his trump card, it would be very difficult for his brother, the Master of the Wrath Division, to join the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Abel had to constantly dodge the quicksand attacks. Flying around like a fly is really annoying. Alpha smiled slightly and extended her right hand toward Abel. Bansho Tenon. Abel suddenly felt himself being pulled by a force. What's going on? What is this power? Abel tried to dodge while resisting with magical power. But how could he compare to Alpha's understanding of magical power? Abel was sucked in, his entire body forming a C-shape, towards Alpha's direction, where 4 streams of quicksand were waiting for him on both sides. His entire art style was distorted by the suction, just like Pain when he first fought Naruto. Yusheng, who was watching, exclaimed, "Good grief. If she can even use this move, doesn't that mean she can use Shinra Tensei too?" Abel, with his limbs bound by the quicksand, had no choice but to use that power. P.S. There are settings established at the beginning of the book, please don't take them too seriously, and I hope all readers enjoy it. P.P.S. I'm about to enter the recommendation period, so to prevent misjudgment, updates will temporarily change to 2 to 3 chapters. Please, my patrons, click the update reminder, add to your bookshelf, and if possible, send a free gift and a good review. I thank all the Yenzu and Tianxian on behalf of Shadow Garden. Thank you. Chapter 41, Super Tier Magic and Shinra Tensei. Abel, his limbs bound by sand, felt his hands and feet being pulled as if they were about to be torn off. After the cult had previously obtained and consumed a devil fruit through some method, they began to explore ways to consume more devil fruits. By sacrificing countless lives, the cult found a special method. After consumption, immediately wrapped the power of the first fruit with a certain force. Then, through a special surgery, this power is sutured and fused with a certain organ, and finally, time is left to allow the two to become completely integrated. If this power needs to be used, it can also be actively triggered, with the cost being that one can never consume a second devil fruit for the rest of their life. Now, at this critical moment of life and death, Abel had no choice but to actively activate the devil fruit. He used his magic to force out a pill hidden in his periodontal pocket and swallowed it. The erupting magic blew away the sand binding his limbs, and the surrounding space rippled violently, like huge waves crashing against the nearby trees. After Alpha sensed Abel's change, she immediately retreated and observed. The magic power has been assimilated. It has produced new magic particles with additives. Abel, who originally looked to be in his 40s with a face full of wrinkles, now transformed into a young man in his 20s with brilliant golden hair. 4 pairs of wings grew from his back, emitting a soft light, as if woven from the purest light. He held a cross sword condensed from golden light. Is this the human fruit, mythical Zoan, judgment angel form? Abel examined himself, his limbs, which had been mangled by the sand, had also recovered. This was the first time he had used the power of the devil fruit in the 200+ years since he swallowed it. A rat hiding in the shadows, now draped in a holy cloak, is truly ugly and despicable. The cult's twisted sense of humor always manages to exceed my understanding. Alpha mocked with annoyance. Although Abel had changed, she could see that his essence had not, and Alpha believed that Abel was still no match for her. But in Abel's view, this mild sarcasm was merely a disguise for Alpha's fear. Bursting with self-confidence, he offered a faint smile. If any woman from the royal capital saw it, she would surely fall for him. As a judgment angel, I shall judge the heretic. I now sentence you to death. If you can tell me the secrets of Shadow Garden, I will give you a quick. Before he could finish posturing, he was struck head-on by a black shadow moving at super high speed. The black shadow was none other than Gino, who had been kicked away. The two fell to the ground in a sorry state, and Abel ended up mouth-to-mouth with the bull's head. A 3-meter-tall minotaur and a normal-sized human formed quite the contrast. Gino, you trash. Are you fucking sick or what? Can't you just travel properly? I'm gonna. Abel, who was not interested in women, spewed out all the few curse words he knew. He had completely lost his composure. His first kiss was still intact after all. Damn it, I need to wash my eyes, that was absolutely eye-searing. Look, the way he curses sounds like he's acting coquettish. Yuxing took on the role of commentator beside Alpha, making Alpha and the members of the garden watching from the shadows burst into laughter. They were observing from the shadows to learn from the combat experience between Alpha and Abel. Initially, Alpha had stepped out to ensure nothing went wrong. Now it seemed the 12 sins were nothing special. Gino, you trash, you're dead. My lord, please, give me another chance. While the two were still arguing, Yuxing told them about the devil fruit, asking them to record it for other members to read. Likewise, Yuxing was beating around the bush, asking how to use Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. For example, Alpha, your Bansho Tenin is good, but there's room for improvement. Tell me your thoughts. Or, Alpha, to what extent have you mastered your magic control now? Let me see. Getting stronger is nothing to be ashamed of. No matter how he tried to pry, Alpha's answers were either irrelevant or missed the point. It wasn't that Alpha didn't want to say, but that this theory had been proposed by Yuxing in the first place, so she assumed Yuxing knew it, and was even better than her. So however Yuxing asked, Alpha answered accordingly. Later, it was only when Yuxing heard the members discussing it that he instantly grasped it. Hey, how do you think Lord Alpha does it? I really want to learn to pull Lord Shadow over. You just don't pay attention in class. Lady Ada even did an experiment to show us. Tell me. With yourself as the center, imagine the surroundings as a piece of stretched cloth, then add weight to yourself, the surroundings will curve, and the people and things around you will be attracted to you. One-on-one, it's the same, you and the opponent are on the same cloth. As for repulsion, I don't really understand positive or negative loads anyway, just do the opposite, understand? Setting, please don't take it too seriously. Happy reading, my foster fathers. Damn, Ada is awesome. Now that you put it that way, I get it. Thinking it, he did it. He experimented on Abel and the other. Bansho Tenin. It worked on the first try, even better than Alpha. Abel could only resist for a few seconds, and now he was directly sucked over, completely unable to fight back. As the two were sucked over, Yuxing and Alpha each gave them a kick. Alpha, the Zoan type is yours, he's a decent punching bag, suitable for practice. Understood. Hearing himself being dismissed so easily, Gino was infuriated, and hurriedly swallowed the level 3 awakened pill he had begged from Abel. It had been developed by the cult through Demon Diabolos. Devil Fruit plus level 3 awakening. I will make you regret looking down on me. Gino launched himself again, sprinting toward Yuxing. Don't get in his way. Alpha was faster than Gino, and kicked him away again. With only Abel and Yuxing left on the field, he had to treat the situation with caution. Having been suddenly sucked over and unable to resist, Abel, who had served the cult for many years, had never seen such a thing and couldn't understand it. Where does your power actually come from? Where it comes from is none of your business. I am quite clear about your devil fruit power. It was obtained from a world full of pirates and diverse weather, or rather, the demon realm, am I right? Ho, how is that possible? How? How could you know? Abel was once again shocked by the capabilities of Shadow Garden. They even knew one of the core secrets of the cult, and could accurately name the demon realm that the cult was currently developing. I know far more than you, just like the Wrath division you belong to, and the Pride division, the Greed division. Yusheng listed the 7 deadly sins. He didn't know where the cult had gotten the other 5. Shut up. You must die. Shadow Garden must be exterminated. With every sin division Yusheng named, Abel's face turned a shade paler. For him, this was a serious dereliction of duty. If investigated, his brother might be implicated, which was the last thing Abel wanted to happen. If you want me to shut up, let me see how strong your wrath is. Yusheng recalled which anime it was. The 7 deadly sins were 7 skills, and the wrath skill grew stronger the angrier you got. Radiant Judgment. Abel swung his cross sword, and a beam of light shot toward Yusheng. Yusheng responded with a beam of light as well. Excalibur. In terms of both quality and quantity, Abel could not surpass Yusheng. You're not very good at this, are you? Or is your wrath not enough? Yusheng instantly closed the distance to Abel, and gave him a big slap on both sides of his face. You motherfucker. He was certainly angry now, but after just a few moves, Abel was knocked to the ground again. This time, Yusheng ramped up the intensity, stepping directly on Abel's back and plucking out his feathers. While plucking, he observed the changes in Abel. The magic power fluctuations caused by emotional changes were a normal phenomenon, and did not bring about a qualitative change. Am I overthinking it? Just in the moment Yusheng was lost in thought, Abel transformed himself into a giant, estimated to be about 20 meters tall. This was the ability of the fruit. I'm going to stomp you to death. Idiot, turning into a giant just makes you a bigger target. Just as Yusheng said, Abel was merely increasing his own wounds. Ninjutsu, slashes, fists, he beat Abel right back to his original form. Spitting blood, he finally realized that with his own strength alone, he could not defeat his opponent and might even die. No. I cannot die. I still have to help my brother become a god. I cannot end here. Abel's eyes became frantic and persistent. As long as he lived, he was willing to sacrifice his last trump card. Oh, are you planning to pull out a teleportation item and run away like Ruslan? Although he couldn't seal the space, Yusheng could still prevent it from activating for that split second. As expected of you, but unfortunately, such items are extremely rare even in the cult. Mine is something that can kill you. Activate. Super tier magic, fallen down. Abel poured his remaining magic into 2 crystals, one for the super tier magic and the other for a shield of the same rank. Instantly, a multi-layered magic circle appeared above them, vast in range, incredibly complex in pattern, stacked layer upon layer, seemingly reaching up to the sky, with several smaller magic circles rotating around it. God damn it. I thought Wrath was a skill, but he pulls out Ain's super tier magic on me. Yusheng looked up and observed the magic circle, calculating how to neutralize it. When the magic circle appeared, everyone and every magical beast looked up, those on the city walls stopped shooting arrows, and the magical beasts stopped biting. But one thing happened simultaneously. Their instincts were screaming, you will die. Run. That is not a power you can contend with. They scrambled to run, their bodies trembling as they fled. The garrison retreated from the walls in a hurry, and the magical beasts fell into chaos, charging wildly. Sister, what is that? Are we going to die? Iris found Alexia and was supporting her, preparing to return to the royal capital, when she saw the magic circle that had suddenly risen. No one knew what it was, only that if they didn't run, they would die. The sisters couldn't escape any more. Having found her target, Alexia finally reconciled with Iris. Perhaps because it was before death, Iris didn't want to leave any regrets. Sister, I'm sorry. Everyone in Shadow Garden was calm because Yuxing's presence there was the best reassurance. Lady Alpha, are we just going to stand here and watch? Yes, right here. With him here. Yuxing was also ready. He reached his hand up into the air and spread his fingers. Ha ha ha. You? Wanting to block the cult's strongest power. Keep dreaming. Abel mocked Yuxing's overestimation of his own abilities. Yuxing ignored him, timing the moment the super tier magic activated. Super Shinra Tensei. Chapter 42, Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. The super tier magic, Skyfall, creates an ultra-high temperature heat source upon activation, burning everything within its coverage to ashes. Visually, it manifests as an incredibly tall and massive pillar of light, with heat intense enough to crystallize the earth. While Yuxing observed, he was also gathering magic power. After all, this was his first time using this technique, and he had to neutralize it. Super Shinra Tensei. Yuxing held his palm upward, aiming at the center of the magic circle. A powerful and precisely controlled repulsive force emitted from his palm, counteracting the pillar of light from the magic circle. The two forces collided, neither giving way, and a shockwave radiated outward with Yuxing at the center. The spot where he stood had already turned into a small crater. Humph. Mere child's play. Yuxing clenched his other fist, focused his energy, and unleashed a rising dragon fist. That repulsive force, as if equipped with hundreds of rocket boosters, shot straight upward, intending to repel the surrounding pillar of light, and the magic circle entirely. It did not stop until it reached the cloud-covered sky. Boom! A thunderous roar in the sky caused the desperate, fleeing guards, the royal capital knights, and the chaotic monsters and foreign monsters to freeze. The residents of the royal capital, even the king, and the gathered nobles, all looked up at the sky. They were desperate to know what had happened, had that power ended, or had it been stopped. So blinding. Look. The dark clouds, they've all been scattered. The sky, previously thick with dark clouds, was now completely clear. What kind of power is that? Iris looked at the sky in disbelief. Could it be that person? Alexia thought of that jet-black, masked figure. How is this possible? Impossible. Who on earth are you? This power, no, it's impossible. The cult's strongest power. As one of the observers at close range, Abel could not believe what was happening before his eyes. He suddenly felt that the power the cult had possessed for so long might be insignificant in front of this person. Ha ha ha. Yuxing flew in the air using moonwalk, laughing loudly, mocking Abel for being like a frog in a well. His hearty laughter reached everyone's ears. Abel, the students, the royal capital knights, the guards, and even the king and nobles in the palace heard it. My name is Shadow. Yuxing pointed his sword toward the heavens. Instantly, all members of Shadow Garden flew into the air and stood behind Yuxing. We are those who lurk in the shadows and hunt the shadows. The members of Shadow Garden echoed in unison. Strongest. I will let you witness what true strength is. As he finished speaking, Yuxing expanded a magic field from the tip of his sword, enveloping the foreign monsters, Abel and Gino, who had been beaten into a half-pig, half-cow state. The radius was about 600 or 700 meters, extending right up to where Iris and Alexia stood, close enough to touch. Yuxing extended his hand, condensed a nuke from the Dongfeng series in his memory, and tossed it upward. Gentlemen. Yuxing pressed his hand down. Listen to the dragon's roar, 500 kiloton yield. The arrow-shaped concentrated magic mass quickly fell into the magic barrier and detonated in the air. Abel and Gino didn't even have time to feel the fear of death. Before melting away, they only sighed, is this the sun? There were no more roars from the foreign monsters, only a world-shaking boom that assaulted everyone's ears, forcing them to cover them. After the airburst, a violent storm of destruction formed, raging within the barrier without a single bit leaking out. This guy has gotten stronger again. Qianlong, who had been watching from afar, rushed over to investigate after sensing a power that didn't belong to this world. Job done. After confirming there were no living things left inside the barrier, Yuxing vanished with Shadow Garden. The two princesses only then came to their senses and moved away from the barrier. It took 3 days and 3 nights for the storm of destruction to subside. After the barrier disappeared, the royal capital knights still dared not enter to investigate, only daring to observe from afar. After confirming that the monsters were completely wiped out, the royal capital began the work of repairing and rebuilding the city walls. The source of funding was naturally the nobles assassinated by Shadow Garden, and the tallied wealth truly replenished the national treasury. The students returned to the academy to resume their normal school lives. Fortunately, there were no casualties during this beast tide, except for that group of reckless magical girls and boys. They had originally intended to go into the giant crater to look for seeds, but the royal capital knights strictly forbade it and even placed them in confinement. The headmaster was presumed to have sacrificed himself in the beast tide, and the vice-headmaster, Ruslin, had not appeared, so other experienced teachers had to take over. After returning to the royal family, Alexia immediately issued a public clarification that the kidnapping incident had been carried out by Gino Griffi in collusion with other nobles and had nothing to do with Yuxing Kajanu. The cult hadn't had time to deal with Gino's situation before Iris, acting swiftly and decisively, seized their family's assets in time. They might have been able to find some clues about the cult, but before they could see much, everything was destroyed in a large fire. This made her extremely distrustful of the current royal capital knights. She was using the seized assets to form a new knights order, and was currently selecting members. Lord Yuxing. That is the intelligence from the royal capital over the past few days. Yuxing and a disguised Nu sat on a bench in the academy, surrounded by other garden members disguised as students. They weren't even pretending anymore, surrounding Yuxing and flirting with him. This made the other boys even more jealous. Why? Everyone knows he's the princess's boyfriend, so why are my goddesses still clinging to him? I worked so hard to kill monsters, yet it can't compare to a single "be careful" from him. I refuse to accept this. You said you liked the rain, it turns out the person you liked already had you in his name. Oh, what a painful realization. The members disguised as students had immense popularity in the academy, they were both strong and beautiful. Whether for the sake of one's family or to live off a woman, they were the perfect choices. However, their hearts were already with Yuxing. Milia is still in a deep sleep. After your personal treatment, many of the aftereffects have disappeared, and we are currently researching the remaining ones. To show his gratitude, Alba hopes you can visit his territory, saying he has thought of some ways to deal with the cult. As for Alba, we'll talk about it when there's time. When you're free, take turns guiding his cultivation, it doesn't need to be much. His strength can no longer keep up with the pace of Shadow Garden. Understood. By the way, have there been any results from the investigation I asked for regarding those 3? The 3 people Yuxing was referring to were, naturally, the 3 women who had come forward to testify that Yuxing had not committed the kidnapping. Although they only had that one interaction, when Yuxing thought about it carefully, this trio was always looking at him from time to time, and they even followed him. This situation had been happening even before the beast tide erupted. Oh, you mean those 3? I happen to know them. Philia Hyora, Tiani Lusheim, and the elf Rush, those are the names of the 3. According to the intelligence, their pasts are completely blank, without a single trace, as if they just suddenly appeared. The one answering Yuxing was a numbered member who was in the same class as the trio. Yuxing lay on Nu's lap, looking at the sky. Philia, Tiani, Rush, 2 humans and 1 elf. I feel like I've seen this combination somewhere before. He searched his memory carefully, and when he realized who those 3 were, Yuxing suddenly sprang up. Holy crap! It's actually those 3. Awesome! Chapter 43, Black Rose. I can't believe it's the original trio from Otherworld Harem Story. Oh my god. We've even reached the world of doujinshi, and the anime already has 4 episodes out. By the way, Teacher Tachibana is the best. The story follows a demon king descending upon another world, where 3 girls form a party to hunt monsters in a dungeon but run into trouble, leading them to summon a hero to save the world by doing it day and night. I am now issuing the highest order. Once these words were spoken, Nu and the other members stopped playing around, became serious, and knocked out the students who were peeking and eavesdropping nearby. Student, that's too much. I just wanted to feel involved. Invite those 3 women to the trading company. They hold a major secret regarding the cult of Diablos. Do you understand? Understood. Nu and the members dispersed to carry out the order issued by Yusheng. In Shadow Garden, having the highest priority, and coupled with the connection to the cult of Diablos, they had to use all their strength to accomplish it. Yusheng was looking for them simply to ask how they got here, and if there was a way to return. The most important point was whether they had summoned a hero. If they hadn't, then he. If they had already summoned one, then after using them, everyone could go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Rush, aren't you going to chat with your kin? Aren't they all from the elf race like you? Philia, with her reddish-brown hair, was the swordsman of the party, and the one who adapted to this world the fastest. She was originally a swordsman in her original world, and had gained a lot since arriving here. Forget it. Even though everyone has pointy ears, there are actually differences. Elves can tell, but you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Tiani. Can you still cast magic or not? Rush was the archer of the party, with strong ranged abilities. She wasn't used to using a sword and often felt out of place at the academy because she couldn't use one. Although it's quite difficult, it's still possible, but the level isn't as good as in our world. By the way, I've confirmed that person's name. It's Yusheng Kajinu, the son of a baron. You felt it too, right? He is the hero we are looking for. Tiani was the one with the most impressive figure among the 3, liked wearing suspender stockings, and was the mage of the party, capable of both healing and attacking. Unfortunately, the rules of this world were a bit different, causing her to have trouble casting magic. The moment the hero was mentioned, the 3 of them became flushed. They had also spent quite a bit of time confirming that Yusheng was the hero. According to the legends of their world, summoning a hero and obtaining the hero's white fluid would allow them to become stronger. So, during one dungeon raid, the 3 were defeated and wanted to summon a hero according to the legend but were sucked in instead. Every time I see his handsome appearance, my body gets so hot. Do you think I'll scare him if I just give myself to him? The forthright Philia was already thinking about how to capture the hero, Yusheng. What kind of posture do you think he likes? Should I go and learn one? Tiani held her face, twisting left and right. She looked innocent on the outside but was quite repressed on the inside. Can you two have some self-respect? We've only just met, this will scare him. The Tsundere Rush said it so nicely, but if there were a chance, she would definitely be the first to eat him. Heh, stop pretending. Why don't you look at yourself? You're probably already soaked. Philia exposed her without hesitation. That's right. He was the hero we summoned in the first place. If someone hadn't interfered, we wouldn't have been sucked over. And isn't our body's reaction the best proof? Philia, we aren't bringing her to the night raid tonight. The 3 were messing around, completely failing to notice that the classmates around them had all disappeared. The 3 of you. Our Lord Shadow has requested your presence, so please come with us. It wasn't until Nu spoke up that the 3 realized they were surrounded by people in pitch-black attire wearing strange masks. Who are you? As the leader, Philia naturally had to stand up bravely. Shadow Garden. Please. Nu made a gesture of invitation. I don't think we have anything worth the attention of Shadow Garden. The 3 had only been in this world for 2.5 years, and apart from finding the hero, they had never offended anyone. Our king, Lord Shadow, has a message for you. You are not from this world. New's answer made the three look at each other. This was their biggest secret. Fine, we'll go with you. Thank you for your cooperation. Without waiting for them to react, New separated some slime to put a bracelet on them, sealing their senses, and then took them to the trading company headquarters. In the shadow chamber, Yusheng sat on a high seat, crossing his legs, supporting his head with one hand, wearing a mask. On both sides were the 12 shadows, and on the steps below were the 12 months. The hall was filled with members with higher serial numbers. Upon hearing that Yusheng had discovered the core secret of the cult of Diablos, everyone gathered. Even Long Yi came, and Lucretia and Sherry also came. Lord Shadow, the people have been brought. Nu said and returned to her position among the 12 shadows. The three, having had their senses restored, were watched by a group of black-clad figures in masks, and they were terrified. This is Shadow Garden. So terrifying. My name is Shadow. The three were drawn to the voice from the high seat. The moment their gazes lingered, they reacted. Trembling, heating up, getting wet. I invited you here because I wanted to understand how you arrived in this world. You're Yusheng Kajanu, right? Our Lord Hero. Ignoring the atmosphere, Tianyi excitedly shouted Yusheng's name. It must be said that they didn't understand social etiquette. Who goes to someone else's lair, where the other party specifically hides to avoid being identified, and then just reveals everything? With her shout, the temperature in the entire shadow chamber plummeted. Unstoppable magic power was deliberately leaked, pressing down on the three until they couldn't breathe. Tianyi, stop shouting, look around. Realizing this, Tianyi immediately covered her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. To apologize, they had already shouted the person's name. If it were wrong, that would be one thing, but they happened to get it right. To beg for mercy, looking at the atmosphere, they weren't going to walk out alive. Damn, are you guys dogs? Your noses are so sharp. Where did I mess up? The scent. That shouldn't be it, the slime battle suit should be able to isolate it. Magic power. They aren't that strong either. No matter how Yusheng thought about it, he wouldn't have guessed that the three of them recognized him just by their body's reaction. Whatever, I won't dwell on it. Where exactly is it? Yusheng took off his mask, revealing that handsome face that was 1 point away from being as good-looking as the reader. It really is him. Rush was so scared by the atmosphere that she was trembling when she spoke. All right, stop scaring them. Yusheng snapped his fingers, and the suffocating magic power was dispelled. They are not from this world. The reason they appeared here, I suspect it has to do with the Black Rose. You guys explain how you came to this world first. Hee, the hero is the hero. It really couldn't be hidden from you. The situation is like this. Philia explained in detail how they encountered danger and planned to summon. When we were sucked in, we did catch a glimpse of a group of people dressed strangely doing something, saying things like the Black Rose had reacted and the passage was opening again. Tianyi added from the side. During this time, Ada and Lucretia asked very detailed questions, such as how to summon, whether they remembered the magic circle, what they felt, and a series of other questions. In other words, the cult of Diablos has mastered methods or items to connect worlds, and your summoning of the hero actually activated the formation of a passage, which is why you were sucked over. Alpha summarized the story of the three. Wait. You said the cult of Diablos. It can't be that much of a coincidence. In my hometown, in my world, there was intelligence proposing an emerging organization that didn't belong to any faction, and they were called the cult of Diablos. Hearing Alpha mention the cult, Rush remembered that there was an organization with the same name in their world. Chapter 44, Battle in the Shadows Chamber. Now that you mention it, I remember too. The Restia Kingdom also issued a wanted order. Philia and Tianyi nodded. Is there any more information? Hearing that Diablos might have already taken root in another world, Beta quickly followed up with questions. Sorry. This group hides too deeply, and there isn't much information. After you came to this world, has anyone looked for you, or have you felt like you were being watched? Epsilon asked the most important question. Other than you guys proactively seeking us out today, there hasn't been anyone. We rarely interact with others. As for being watched, I don't think so. Philia looked at Tiani and Rush first before speaking with certainty. Have you thought about going back? Ada and Lucretia were very curious about how to connect to another world. Of course we have. There's magic power here too, but the rules seem a bit different from our side, which means we don't have enough power to open a reverse summoning array. Another thing is the lack of an anchor. According to those people, it's called the Black Rose. Tiani, who was responsible for the summoning, explained the conditions. The Black Rose was easy enough. As long as Shadow Garden kept destroying the cult's strongholds, they would eventually find it. However, the issue of their insufficient power due to the world's rules was a bit tricky. Haven't you summoned a hero before? Are you sure the hero summoned this time is me? Yuxing took the opportunity to ask a question he was curious about. No, though it seems the past kings of Restia have summoned some. You are the hero I personally summoned, so of course I'm sure it's you. So, when will the hero help us become stronger? According to the legends, the heroes can make us stronger. After Tiani finished speaking, she covered her face with her hands and squirmed. Philia also looked at Yuxing expectantly. Although Rush remained calm, a faint dripping sound could be heard if one listened closely. Everyone present was female, so how could they not know? It was one thing to be thirsty, but doing it right in front of them. Did they really think they didn't exist? I propose we explain the existence of the cult to them and bring them to the base for supervision. Seconded. After bringing them to the base, we must also teach them how to cultivate, so they don't have time for stray thoughts. Seconded. The suggestions made by the numbered member were approved by most of the women present. I approve. Bring them back to the base to avoid discovery by the cult, and simultaneously teach them how to survive in this world. Alpha made the decision, naturally prioritizing her own sisters. What do you think, Yuxing? It sounded like a question, but it was actually an unquestionable statement. Yuxing didn't know why they had suddenly become so united against a common enemy. However, he also thought they had a point. With the three of them wandering around aimlessly, it would indeed be easy for the cult to find them. They're right. It's reasonable. Then have someone take them there directly. All right. Hero, remember to come find us. We need your. The three were taken away, shouting their innermost thoughts as they left. As expected of people from a Dojin world, they really are bold and uninhibited. Cough. The key objective now is to find the item named Black Rose. It could be a key, or something else. The history of the Oriana Kingdom once mentioned the Black Rose. We cannot overlook anything related to it. As you wish. Yuxing broke the slightly agitated atmosphere, and made finding the Black Rose a priority goal. The cult had repeatedly pulled out powers from other worlds, which gave Yuxing a sense of crisis. Although Yuxing could still crush the cult currently, what if they produced something that could fight him on equal terms? Like this super-tier magic, what if the cult launched a sneak attack? Don't forget that in Overlord, Papa Bones has 20 world-class items. It's currently unclear what cooperation terms the cult reached with Papa Bones, but the mere fact they could provide a crystal for super-tier magic must be taken seriously, let alone ninjutsu and devil fruits. Yuxing didn't like 50-50 battles, he only wanted to crush his opponents, ensuring that no one from Shadow Garden or his family would suffer even a scratch. The people of the garden also realized the importance of this matter. They left the Shadow's chamber to devote themselves to searching for the Black Rose. Zeta dragged Delta along to find more information. She couldn't stand Delta idling around all day. Beta and Epsilon took Guy and Omega to search through the history of the Oriana Kingdom. Ada, Lucretia, and Qianlong returned to the base. They were extremely interested in the other world. Lambda went back to formulate a new training plan. Yuki flirted with Yuxing as usual before returning to oversee the lawless city, a place that also had numerous channels for gathering intelligence. Most of the 12 months left with their respective shadows, but 4 people remained. Could it be? After most people had left, Alpha became much bolder. She sat on Yuxing's lap, wrapping her arms around him. This time, why don't you tell the story of the 3 heroes combat Lu Bu from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? Alpha leaned close to Yuxing's ear. Her slime combat suit disappeared, leaving only the clothes she had put on beforehand. Yuxing looked at the eager Gamma, the knuckle-cracking Nu, and the nearby Luiyue, Tao, and Kikuya, who were also itching to start. Right here. This didn't seem like Alpha's usual character, though Gamma would certainly do it, as would Nu and the others. What, are you scared? Or are you saying you aren't as valiant as Lu Bu? This could not be tolerated. Yuxing immediately flipped her over. Not just Alpha but Gamma, Nu, and Liuyue's trio were all swept up by Yuxing at high speed, and lined up next to the throne. 3 heroes combat Lu Bu. Let me show you how the Fong Tian painted halberd fights 1 against 6. The eyes of the 6 women held a hint of lingering desire. In that case, let me explain the structure of Hulao Pass once more. According to Kikuya's intentionally lost diary, this matter didn't stop until dawn. Afterward, because the Shadow's chamber was a mess, they were too embarrassed and had to clean it up themselves. I regret it so much. Why didn't I confess before they took their leave of absence? I had my eye on that auburn-haired magic swordsman. That short-haired girl would have been fine too. Exactly. The elf girl I liked also took a leave of absence. Why didn't I get a chance to confess? Early in the morning, the 2 troublesome friends were pouring out their grievances to Yuxing. The reason was that the news of Philia, and the other 2 taking a temporary leave of absence for health reasons had spread among the male students, who were all cursing themselves for not confessing. These were among the few girls who ostensibly had no connection to Yuxing, and were both beautiful and possessed a certain level of strength, or so they thought. Beat it, don't bother me. It's your own problem, who else is there to blame? The 2 friends remained depressed until lunchtime, only making way when Alexia appeared. It's really strange taking a leave of absence at a time like this. Has something happened again? What's so strange about it? They said it was for health reasons. Since Gina was clarified to be the main culprit, the king had also ended the requests from other fiancé candidates, letting Alexia choose for herself. She had thought about finding Yuxing to ask if they could continue their relationship like this, but she couldn't bring herself to say it once she was in front of him. So Alexia thought that continuing to maintain the fake couple status was also not bad. Whenever Yuxing brought up the subject, Alexia would either say she was busy, or avoid the topic entirely. Yuxing could naturally see that she wanted to continue, waiting for an opportunity to make it real. Jia, since you are interested. Chapter 45, Academy Selection Tournament. Alexia was probing Yuxing's attitude towards the 3 students on leave. She had heard that these 3 were quite popular among the boys. Try the food exclusively for royalty. I heard the chef specifically went to the Mitsugoshi company to learn. Alexia pushed the royal special meal in front of Yuxing. Then I won't hold back. Yuxing wanted to see if the royal chef had made any improvements, but after a few bites, it wasn't as good as the Mitsugoshi company's food. However, sticking to the principle of not wasting food, he finished it all. Alexia watched Yuxing's unreserved manner and didn't mind. On the contrary, she liked Yuxing's lack of pretension the most. Watching Yuxing eat from up close, she suddenly realized he was quite handsome. Our status and standing don't match. It seems I need to find a way for him to obtain a title. I remember my royal sister is forming a new knight's order. By the way, Yuxing, the Bushin festival is about to begin, and the Academy is starting to select outstanding candidates to participate. I believe in you. Try to get into the top 3 in this afternoon's selection tournament. The Bushin Festival is a sword-fighting tournament held every 2 years. In addition to domestic participants, famous magic swordsmen from abroad also come to compete. Considering the great fame of the royal capital's Magic Swordsman Academy, the Bushin Festival granted them 5 slots. Therefore, the Academy used a selection tournament to determine who would take them. The reason Alexia hoped Yushin would place in the top 3 was that Iris intended to use the selection tournament to pick members for her new Knight's Order, and the top 3 was her baseline. Selection tournament. I didn't sign up. I'd rather go back to sleep. Wait. Did you sign me up? His chopsticks stopped in front of his mouth, ready to gobble down a piece of juicy fried chicken. It wasn't me. Your friend Euro signed you up. Speaking of which, Alexia felt a bit angry. She decided to mess with Euro later. This was supposed to be a girlfriend's business. Why was a guy like him getting involved? Damn those 2 brats. What's wrong? Do you not want to participate, or is there another reason? Alexia looked puzzled. Logically speaking, this was a great opportunity to make a name for himself. If he achieved good results in this selection tournament, his future would be much smoother. Did he not want to participate? Yushing actually didn't really want to. He'd rather lie on their laps, which would be more comfortable. But thinking about it, this was the plot where Rose's love-struck brain would begin, and he couldn't withdraw anymore. He still had to participate. Mainly because of those 2 idiots. It's not a question of wanting to or not, it's that those 2 idiots made the decision for me without even asking for my opinion. If they mess up and cause trouble later, they'll hide again. I really want to punch them. Alright, don't be angry anymore. Let's eat. This is carrot and corn pork rib soup, it's very sweet and refreshing. Since Yushing had said so, Alexia was definitely going to mess with those 2. Seeming to sense Yushing's resentment, Euro and Jaka didn't appear until the opening of the selection tournament, with their heads wrapped in several layers of bandages. Damn it. Why is that guy Yushing popular with girls, while nobody cares about us? Exactly. We're all sons of barons, we're all losers, and we agreed to stay single together. Yushing had never said that, they just unilaterally believed it. Exactly, that's why I signed him up. As long as he makes a fool of himself and loses in the selection tournament, he. By the way, that guy Yushing has already won several matches, are we still betting on him to lose? Don't worry. In the next match, Yushing is up against Ron, he's bound to lose. Ron really showed off during the Beast Stampede. I've already bet my remaining living expenses on Ron. I'm with you, big brother. The students Yushing faced were all knocked down by him in just a few moves. Those garden members disguised as students even held up banners that read, "Yushing will win," and chanted, Yushing, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Once Yushing wasn't on stage, this cheering squad would leave immediately. When it was his turn to fight, they would start chanting slogans from far away. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. If there was anything worth watching in the selection tournament, it was the students who usually kept a low profile facing off against that group of young magic swordsmen. There were wins and losses on both sides, and Rose was even stronger than them. Yushing believed that without any interference, Rose would sooner or later be stronger than Iris. This match, Yushing Kajina vs Ron Fallows. Please take your positions. The referee loudly called out their names. Hey, this match is worth watching in every sense. They dueled before and now they're facing each other again. One showed off during the Beast Stampede, the other is a well-known figure in the Academy. Interesting, I bet on Ron to win. Latest odds. Ron 1.05, Yushing 250. If it weren't for Yushing's cheering squad only betting on him, the odds would be even higher. Damn it, if I don't win, I'll be letting down these odds. The two arrived on the stage. Stop when the point is made. If one side refuses to concede, the referee has the right to intervene. Now begin. After speaking, the referee stepped aside. The two didn't make a move immediately. Lord Yusheng, ever since then, I have been doing as you said. Now please witness the strength of my perseverance. Whether Ron's strength had improved was something Yusheng couldn't tell. He was no different from the previous contestants. However, Yusheng gave him enough face. At least he didn't defeat him in one move, but used 3 strikes. Hee hee. Everyone says you're unserious. I never imagined your sword would be this strong. But I have a reason I must win. Knocked down by 2 strikes, Ron decided to go all out, mobilizing all his magic power to decide the outcome in the next move. The moment he charged at Yusheng, Ron intended to use a feint to deceive him, and circle behind to deliver the decisive blow. Yusheng was faster. On the path where Ron was circling around, Yusheng was already waiting there, holding up his wooden sword and waiting for him to run into it. Winner, Yusheng Kajanu. Damn it. The outcome was decided in just a moment. My living expenses. Rigged. Definitely rigged, they're acting. I want to check the cards. Sob sob sob. I'm going to have to sell my ass this month. Quite a few students who participated in the betting wailed, but there were some exceptions. Holy crap. I won. I accidentally bet on the wrong one earlier, but I ended up winning. I have to go catch the bookie before he runs away. The 2 princesses sitting on the podium were discussing Yusheng's swordsmanship. Royal sister, what do you think of his swordsmanship? Not bad, his level can keep up with mine. Although Iris said that, she was actually very surprised inside. So this is your confidence? To still be able to face the Knight's order calmly. Then, royal sister, do you think the Crimson Knights can recruit him? You're scheming against me for your boyfriend's future. However, let's see the final rankings first. So that means you agree. Under Alexia's aggressive questioning, Iris admitted it. After this match, the other duels didn't have much suspense, and Claire had already locked in a spot. The only highlight was the fast-advancing Rose and Yusheng, whom the students hoped would lose. This match, Rose Oriana vs Yusheng Kajanu. Now begin. Chapter 46, as expected of a love brain. President. Please defeat this enemy of the Academy and restore the dreams of us boys. Princess. Please humiliate him thoroughly, and let him understand that gay love is true love. Something very strange had mixed into the crowd. Rose enjoyed immense popularity in the Academy. However, Yusheng's support was not lacking either. Besides the garden members, some girls had spontaneously joined his cheering squad. With his impressive strength, handsome looks, and the fact that Yusheng had unintentionally helped them before, his cheering squad had grown quite large. Hee hee, you're quite famous, aren't you? Rose covered her mouth and giggled. Although the referee had already signaled the start, Rose was in no hurry to decide the match. She had certainly heard many rumors about Claire's younger brother, especially since there was a huge discrepancy between what Claire said and what she saw with her own eyes, which piqued her curiosity. As the saying goes, curiosity is the prelude to a woman falling in love. His sister Claire never would have imagined that her protective remarks would make a foreign princess curious about her brother. Isn't it? They're just jealous that I'm standing here competing on the same stage as you, princess. Yusheng had been thinking earlier that he couldn't perform the act of being knocked down and standing up countless times here. The garden members would go berserk if he did. Considering her father was being controlled, Yusheng planned to use this duel to guide her moves, so that before Rose joined Shadow Garden, she could at least save her father and discover the truth. Oh, it seems you've prepared a lot for this duel then. Yes. What kind of logic is that? What does their jealousy have to do with me preparing a lot? Yusheng complained silently. In that case, I will give it my all. As you should. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Rose remembered these words of Yusheng's, and she remembered them deeply. Originally, Yuxing meant that Rose's original trajectory was too tragic, her father drugged, her mother having an affair with Rose's own fiancé, and being spat upon by the entire nation. Now that he was here, he wanted to change that trajectory. That's why he said he had been waiting for a long time. Rose took her starting stance, and Yuxing did the same. After a tacit exchange of looks, the two moved. Although Rose's country focused on the arts, it still had some sword styles passed down. Not only that, she remembered clearly the swordsmanship used by the person who rescued her when she was kidnapped as a child. Thus, building on that foundation, when she came to the Midgar Royal Academy for Magic Swordsmen to study, she didn't stick to a single school but instead integrated various strengths to form her own swordsmanship. A bit green, unfortunately. And some of those techniques are so awkward, forced together. Wait, this move is the swordsmanship I used as a kid. So I really did save her back then. The scummy Yuxing had saved so many people in his frantic attempt not to miss any plot characters that he couldn't even remember who was who. This is too incredible. Isn't Yuxing just the son of a baron? How can he keep up with Princess Rose? Huh? I can't even see Princess Oriana's movements clearly, and you're saying Yuxing is keeping up. You're kidding me. Does that mean Yuxing is actually strong? Bro, that's not funny. He sleeps in class and finds ways to slack off during practicals. How is it possible? The students marveled at Rose's strength, and were even more shocked that Yuxing could keep up. That's how it looked to the students, but Rose thought differently. Phew, so strong. Am I dueling a mirror? From the initial attack, in just a few rounds, it felt as if she were fighting another Rose. No, that's not it. Yuxing is using my swordsmanship and even surpassing it. He's teaching me, demonstrating, pointing out my flaws and shortcomings. Is this what you prepared? Although Rose wondered why he was doing this, learning was more important right now. She couldn't miss this chance to improve herself. The duel had turned into Yuxing guiding Rose's swordsmanship, but the audience couldn't tell, and even Iris couldn't see it. They thought it was a brilliant, hard-fought battle. Except for the garden members, they were very envious that this princess of Oriana could receive personal guidance from Yuxing. This move is the person who rescued me as a child. Rose stopped, pulled back a short distance, and lowered her sword. She didn't want to point a sword at Yuxing, even a wooden one. Is it you? Nameless solitary swordsman. Do you remember? You saved me when I was little. I was deeply captivated by your sword, yet you asked for nothing in return. All the students tilted their heads, finding the title impressive even if they didn't quite understand it. Hiss. I actually think that title is kind of cool. Cool my ass. From the sound of it, the goddess has a history with Yuxing. Yuxing, you deserve to die. Yuxing scratched his cheek. This was one of the many personas he had used as a child. To make it to all his gigs as a kid, he had come up with many personas. Now that one had been seen through, and by a beautiful princess no less, of course he would admit to it, it wasn't embarrassing at all. If it were a man or someone unattractive, sorry. You've got the wrong person. It's me. Seeing that your sword is now strong enough to protect you, I can rest easy. However, this alone is not enough. Yuxing began the instruction once more. Rest easy. Why say rest easy? As she parried, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Rose's mind. I see, I understand. I'm so stupid, really. Yuxing has been protecting me in secret all this time. He said he'd been waiting for this day for a long time, just so he could teach me this swordsmanship and make me strong. Just how much effort did Yuxing put in? How many days and nights did he spend improving it? At the thought of Yuxing practicing day and night just to improve the swordsmanship for her, Rose's beautiful eyes grew watery with emotion. The dutiful Yuxing didn't notice at this moment. Despite our difference in status, you still protect me without asking for anything in return. Even during the beast tide, knowing I might not recognize you, you still saved me immediately. Even your agreement to be Princess Alexia's fake boyfriend must have been for my sake. Because you missed me too much, you had to find a substitute and face everyone's opposition. Rose had heard about this and a series of hostile actions from Claire. It must be difficulties you can't bear that forced you to hide your feelings again, and made you decide not to see me after this. No. Since you've chosen this path, then I must respond to your feelings. As a princess, Rose naturally never lacked suitors. Being in a high position, she knew these people all came with ulterior motives. But a man like Yusheng, who asked for nothing in return, was a first. After a full round of mental gymnastics, Rose was smitten. Referee, I am no match for him. I forfeit. Rose took the initiative to end Yusheng's instruction early because she understood that once the teaching was over, Yusheng would forfeit and disappear from her world. This was unacceptable to Rose. She couldn't let Yusheng leave again. Since she was going to respond to this affection, she had to pave the way for him. Ha! President. What are you saying? No. I don't want to sell my ass. The referee on the side was also stunned. In his eyes, it was nowhere near time to decide the winner. Princess Rose Oriana, are you serious? Yes, I forfeit. Ignoring the referee, Rose walked straight up to Yusheng, took his hand, and held it tightly. Yusheng, I've felt your feelings. I will stand by your side through thick and thin. I won't let your love go to waste. Let me see, are you hurt anywhere? Yusheng leaned his upper body back slightly. Looking at that gaze so intense it could spin silk, how could he not understand? Holy crap, what kind of tragic story did she just cook up in her head? I only saved her twice and flirted a bit along the way. Cough, I'm not hurt. Let's head down first. A love brain that overthinks things is truly terrifying. Oh, the target is me. Then it's fine. She's so cute. Chapter 47, Shadow Garden Random Killings. Yusheng, I am irreconcilable with you. Damned Yusheng, how many more goddesses are you going to ruin? Please, I beg of you, leave some soup for me to drink. Rose supported Yusheng to the lounge, looking exactly like a girlfriend caring for her boyfriend, provoking verbal attacks from the academy's boys. Yusheng remained silent, merely extending a friendly gesture in a circle. What does this mean? Don't move around, it wouldn't be good if you got hurt somewhere. It's nothing, I'm just greeting them. Upon arriving at the lounge, Rose insisted on a full-body check before she would let it go. The school doctor rushed over. It was Luiwe in a temporary disguise, urgently needing to report an emergency to Yusheng. Before Luiwe could speak, Alexia also rushed over, immediately clashing with Rose. Oh, Princess Rose Oriana, thank you for taking care of my boyfriend. You can leave the rest to me. Alexia snatched Yusheng's hand from Rose's support and said with a smile. A woman's intuition is very sharp. Seeing Rose supporting him, she realized there was a problem. Rose didn't back down either and immediately snapped back. Princess Alexia, you're just a fake, please mind yourself. Heh. You have a fiancé, so what happens between Yusheng and me is none of your concern. For a moment, the lounge was filled with the smell of gunpowder as the two princesses faced off, neither willing to yield. Luiwe, standing to the side, planned to use force to invite them both out. Yusheng sensed Claire was also rushing over. Seeing things were going south, he had no choice but to make a small cut on his index finger. Why not the middle finger? Because the hand of Kato Taka must not be injured. Ah! It hurts so much, I'm bleeding. Bandage it quickly, if you don't, the wound will heal. Yusheng immediately put on his pretty boy acting skills. Your Highnesses, please leave. The patient needs quiet rest. Hearing about the injury, Rose immediately became obedient and left the lounge as the school doctor instructed. Yusheng, rest well and listen to the doctor. I'll be right outside. Seeing this, Alexia stopped arguing and could only follow her out. Humph. It'd be best if you died from the pain. Student, I understand your concern for your brother, but I need to check his injury now. Please wait a moment. Louis blocked Claire at the door, preventing her from entering, and then closed the door, leaving the three of them outside, staring at each other. What's wrong, Louis? What happened? Yusheng knew the situation was urgent and stopped teasing Louis. Lord Yusheng. A group of people disguised as Shadow Garden is randomly killing people in the royal capital. Did you find out who's behind it? Not yet. Those who were caught immediately committed suicide by poison, or a seal was triggered. Based on the methods, Lord Alpha believes it's the work of the cult. Yusheng didn't ask further, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered the cult's involvement. According to the original trajectory, this was all orchestrated by Vice Principal Russlin, and had nothing to do with the cult. But now the changes are so great. Russlin hasn't appeared since that time, and he shouldn't be able to find anyone to study artifacts for him, so what reason would he have to plan this? According to what Abel said before he died, teleportation items are extremely rare in the cult. Russlin should have been taken back by the cult. Wait, Abel. Where is Iris now? She heard about several murders in the city, and led the Crimson Knights away from the academy. It seems the master of the Wrath Division can't sit still, wanting to use this opportunity to force Shadow Garden to act. Go back and tell Alpha to hunt down those pretending to be Shadow Garden with all our strength, and force the division master out. On the other side, a manor in the noble residential area of the royal capital. Unlike other luxurious residences, this manor was a paradise surrounded by lush green lawns, blooming flowers and dense woods. The owner of the manor seemed to prefer the scent of nature. In a room deep inside, the person sitting in the main seat looked to be about 50 years old, exuding handsomeness from the inside out, every gesture full of grace. Master, I have followed your instructions, and had the children of Diablos disguise themselves as Shadow Garden to kill people everywhere in the royal capital, but what? Shadow Garden is killing too fast, and they have informants all over the city. We even risk being exposed. The division master listened to the report without getting angry. No matter. The cult has plenty of these third and second class children, and that little girl Iris should have gone to investigate, right? Yes, master, just as you said. In that case, appropriately reduce the number of people sent out and let them clash. Our true target is the academy. Isn't Iris selecting candidates for the Knight's Order? Kill them all and frame Shadow Garden. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. After the person left, the division master took out a grief seed from his robe and examined it carefully. Brother, I will definitely become a god and then resurrect you. If this world won't do, I'll go to other demon realms to find a way. This grief seed was specifically designed to absorb the soul gems of those magical girls and boys. When they grow to a certain extent, it will be time to harvest. At night, after Alexia made sure Yusheng was okay, she went out alone to investigate the murders. She had an intuition that this incident was not the work of Shadow Garden. Since the Beast Tide incident, Alexia knew that although the royal capital seemed calm on the surface, there were actually undercurrents surging. What is the cult of Diablos, what is Shadow Garden, what is the relationship between them, and what is their relationship with the royal capital? Alexia thought for a long time, wanting to investigate, but having no place to start. Talking with her sister Iris yielded no useful information. As the princess of the kingdom, she didn't want the kingdom to become their battlefield, and even more, she didn't want anything to happen to Yusheng. So upon hearing that Shadow Garden was randomly killing people in the royal capital, she intended to investigate. However, she walked many paths without encountering anything and planned to head back. As the saying goes, when you want to encounter something, it doesn't appear, but when you give up, it shows up. On her way back, she heard screams coming from an alley. Stop! Alexia rushed over immediately, only to see two men in black holding swords, having just killed a drunkard, blood still dripping from their blades. Who are you? We are Shadow Garden. The two men in black mechanically repeated these words. It seems you only know how to say this one sentence. Alexia had no choice but to draw her sword to subdue them, and hand them over to Iris for interrogation. Clang. It seems you aren't actually from Shadow Garden. Your swordsmanship isn't like his. Could it be your people from the cult? Alexia originally wanted to test them, but unexpectedly, the men in black seemed to have heard a keyword and became frantic, with only one command in their minds: kill her. With her solid basic skills, she was still able to handle two men in black. Just as she was about to subdue the other men in black, two more appeared behind her. Reacting quickly, Alexia turned to dodge but was slashed by the men in black in front of her. Slash! With her back against the wall, Alexia looked at the men in black who had suddenly appeared and mocked, "Hey, hey, hey. So many people surrounding a young and cute beauty in the middle of the night, isn't that inappropriate?" Chapter 48, How did the plot change? Look, it's the Knight's order. Can't you guys just cooperate for a second? Alexia had intended to bluff these three men in black, but she hadn't expected them to not fall for it at all. She had no choice but to hold out until the Knight's order could discover this location. Just as Alexia was planning to take on the three of them while injured, a figure suddenly appeared behind the men in black, also wearing black attire, except the men in black had their faces covered with cloth, while the person behind them wore a mask. Yo, the real deal is here. The three men in black believed it this time, but by the time they turned their heads, two of them had already been decapitated. The remaining men in black, being a level 2 child of Diablo's, still retained some normal reasoning. Seeing that he was outmatched, he immediately jumped onto the roof to escape. Wait. Are you Shadow? What exactly is your goal? Anua wanted to give chase, but was stopped by Alexia. Shadow is our king. We exist only to hunt those who lurk in the shadows. After saying this, Anua didn't wait for Alexia to ask further questions, and stepped on the moonwalk to pursue the men in black. What is even going on? And how do you guys manage to step on air to ascend to the sky? Not long after, Iris arrived with Guren, the vice-captain of the Crimson Knights, and Marco, also of the Knight's Order, to find Alexia. Sister, are you all right? I'm fine, just a scratch on my arm. Seeing that there was no life-threatening danger, Iris breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately adopted a lecturing tone. Who told you to run out and investigate this matter, huh? Do you have any idea? Alexia quickly interrupted Iris's reprimand. Let's not talk about that, royal sister. How did you find this place? Did someone notify you? You always like this. As soon as I start lecturing, you change the subject. Yes, someone notified me that you were here. Iris felt helpless and had no choice but to stop lecturing, helping Alexia into the carriage and bandaging her wound. Royal sister, do you think this random killing incident could be the work of Shadow Garden? Could someone be framing them? Sister, this isn't something you can handle. Royal sister. Alexia interrupted Iris. I am also a princess of the Midgar Kingdom. Why can't I be involved? Is your current situation not bad enough already? You want to form a knight's order, but more than half the nobles stop you. You want to investigate the cult, and again, a whole bunch of people stop you. Her words hit the bullseye for Iris. After the Beast-Tide incident, no matter what she wanted to do, it would always be halted for various reasons. She wanted to investigate the cult, but every day someone would be by her side saying it was fictional, non-existent, and so on. Investigating Shadow Garden, however, always resulted in everyone saying that organization did it. Those nobles tried their best to prove that one exists, while the other does not. I don't want you to be implicated. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? I understand, royal sister. But at this point, it's not something that can be avoided just because you don't want me implicated. We are already on the chessboard. Let us face it together, okay? Iris finally abandoned that naive thought, and voiced her own opinion. This incident. I suspect it is the cult framing Shadow Garden, with the goal of making me focus solely on them and stop investigating the cult. If Yusheng were here, he would definitely praise Iris for escaping the flattery trap. Even her thinking had become sharper. Royal sister, my view is the same as yours. Just now, I ran into people from Shadow Garden, and their target seems to be only the cult. What? Was it the woman called Alpha or the person who calls himself Shadow? She didn't say. I couldn't see through her power, it was just like shadows. Iris fell silent. She had witnessed the power of Shadow and Alpha, and after hearing her sister say this, the overall strength of Shadow Garden was above that of the royal capital. In any case, I cannot let the cult and Shadow Garden run amok in the royal capital. Royal sister, I think perhaps we could cooperate with Shadow Garden. The next day, the bodies of the men in black were hung outside the east gate of the royal capital. This gate was the closest to the noble residential area. Each of these men in black had a sign hanging on them, "Trespassers will die." Although this gave those noble lords a fright at first, afterwards they acted as if nothing had happened. Yusheng was forced under Claire's care all night yesterday, and she even drove Rose away. Seeing that lingering gaze, Yusheng couldn't help but feel his heart soften. A love-struck girl who likes me, how cute. Sitting in the classroom, Yusheng was thinking about random things. Spill it, what's going on? You traitor, what is your relationship with Princess Rose? Exactly. And when did you get stronger behind our backs? You made us lose all our living expenses, woo-woo. Euro and Jaka were pestering Yusheng as usual. Get lost. You deserve to lose. Signing me up was one thing, but betting against me? Go cool off somewhere else. The classroom was buzzing with small groups chatting away. When the classroom door opened, the class went quiet. The people who entered were Rose and members of the student council. They were there to campaign for Rose. The Academy's student council president is elected once a year, and can only be re-elected if they win. However, at this moment, Rose's heart was entirely on Yusheng. She just watched Yusheng staring blankly out the window. He must be thinking of a way for our future. He's so amazing, I'm dying of tears. Rose had no choice but to pinch her own thigh to prevent herself from suddenly bursting into tears. At this moment, Yusheng was wondering when the terrorist attack would happen. He was actually looking forward to it. Most students should have fantasized about this during their school days, right? Fantasizing about a sudden terrorist attack at school, and then capturing the terrorists through wits or combat, finally becoming a school hero. Of course, there's also the thought that school would be closed. Just at this moment, Yusheng suddenly felt that the flow or concentration of magic power in his body was somewhat obstructed. It was only for a moment, and under Yusheng's control, it became smooth again. Looks like a passionate, blood-pumping youth is about to unfold. I've got goosebumps. What's about to unfold? Jaka asked. Let's not talk about that, look. Princess Rose is looking at me, could my chance be coming? Euro said narcissistically. Bang. The classroom door was kicked open. We are Shadow Garden. If you don't want to die, behave and do as you're told. 6 men in black rushed in, shouting their name, afraid that others wouldn't know it was Shadow Garden. How dare you hijack the Magic Swordsman Academy, it seems you're tired of living. As student council president, she naturally had to step forward. If she hadn't met Yusheng, protecting the students would naturally be the top priority, but at this moment, it was ranked second. Because Yusheng was in this classroom. Magic power. I can't use magic power. Rose had intended to mobilize her magic power to deal with the men in black, but she couldn't feel her magic power. What have you done? Hee, behave and don't move around. Where is Yusheng Kajanu? Seeing that the classroom was under control, the men in black shouted for their target. The students in the class were always so consistent, looking at the back row together. Oh? Coming for me. Yusheng didn't blame the students, this was very common in his past life. When everyone is studying seriously, if someone suddenly comes to the door and calls a student's name, others will naturally look over. After finding Yusheng's location, two men in black drew their swords and rushed over. Yusheng was very calm, but Rose was not. Yusheng! Rose rushed over with all her might, wanting to block it for Yusheng. WTF, how did the plot turn into her blocking the sword for me? This won't do. Chapter 49, Slapping Himself Twice. On how to make a girl feel guilty for a lifetime. Yusheng was very certain, he definitely didn't have such thoughts. First, he didn't want Rose to get hurt. Second, he decided to play along with their scheme, faking his death to investigate why these men in black were targeting him. Based on these reasons, Yusheng moved. He pulled Rose into his embrace, and used a clever displacement to create the illusion of being stabbed through. As for the blood, that was simple, he just used slime mimicry. You must live on. Thud, his hand fell limp after a final squeeze. With that, combined with Oscar-worthy acting, the art was complete. Ah. No. Rose held Yusheng, pulling him tightly against her chest, as if she could only feel his warmth that way. Why did you have to block it for me? Sob. You've already given so much, couldn't you let me give something for once? Sob. Yusheng sob, I hate myself for not meeting you sooner. Endless tears streamed down Rose's cheeks. The man in black ignored the melodrama. He needed to confirm if Yusheng was dead, as that was one of the objectives. After confirming the death, the man in black held his sword to Rose's neck and shouted, "Everyone, gather in the auditorium. For those who don't listen, this person is your example." The students, who had been screaming because of the death, had no choice but to quiet down and head to the auditorium upon hearing this. Refusing a polite offer, are we? What, do you want to join him in death? Seeing Rose not moving, the man in black spoke impatiently. He didn't mind killing one more person. Rose bit her lower lip hard, and looked up at the man in black with resentment. I can't let his sacrifice be in vain. I must avenge him. Rose bowed her head and followed the students out of the classroom. As she left, she took one last look at Yusheng, praying in her heart that if he ever came back to life, she would give everything to him. Once the teaching building was empty, Yusheng performed a kip-up and retracted all the mimicked slime blood. Yusheng couldn't stop his heart or hold his breath for long. He only needed to mimic a layer on the outside to fool them. I'm really such a damn bastard. Yusheng gave himself a slap. Damn you to hell, sect master of the Wrath Division, right? Just wait until I slap the life out of you for daring to make my woman cry. Yusheng blamed everything on the sect master, and then moved to the rooftop. Shadow Garden was here. Only some members had followed the students to the auditorium. Lord Yusheng. This time, the cult not only wants to kill you but also plans to kill over a dozen students. The common factor is that they are all recruits selected by Iris for the Knight's Order. Thanks to our intervention, these students have only fainted. Beta and Nu were leading the team this time, while Alpha and the others were blocking the cult outside as Yusheng had ordered. It seems the Wrath Division is quite calculating, trying to make Iris our mortal enemy so she'll be under their control. I recall there were some in Claire's upperclassmen group too, right? What about them? This was something Yusheng hadn't expected. He thought the sect master was just seeking revenge for his younger brother while observing the magical boys and girls, but he hadn't realized there was this additional layer. Claire's upperclassmen group wasn't at the academy because of a special project. They were also attacked by men in black when the school was raided. Miss Claire is fine. The recruits selected by Iris only sustained minor injuries. Additionally, because the sect master was so eager for revenge, we finally found his name or codename, Cain. It's highly likely he's already among the men in black, observing his brother's legacy. A name from the Bible. Are those magical girls and boys being controlled too? Yes. In this magic sealing field formed by the artifacts, they are also unable to use their magic power, and are gathered in the auditorium. Sherry is collecting items to break it, but it's expected to take some time. In that case, take this time to deal with those men in black and find the sect master. We'll launch a counterattack the moment Sherry is finished. Yushin gave the order, and everyone dispersed to silently assassinate the men in black on the perimeter. Meanwhile, he stayed on the rooftop playing Sniper Elite. At the same time, after the academy was attacked, Iris immediately led the knights' order to surround the campus inside and out. Alexia also rushed over out of concern for Yushin, but with her injured hand, she couldn't offer much help. "Sister, what's the situation now? Have you identified the mastermind?" "It's a stalemate. Teachers and students have been taken hostage, and there's a magic sealing field, so we can't force our way in. They call themselves Shadow Garden." Alexia frowned. First random killings, and now hijacking the academy. "By the way, sister, where are your vice-captain and that knight?" At the mention of those two, Iris also clenched her fists. "They were previously lured into the academy by a forged order from me to investigate a certain artifact." Forged? At a time like this? At this point, how could the sisters not realize that someone was deliberately sending the knight's order Iris had worked so hard to build to their deaths? "I hope the students are all right." Meanwhile, Guren, the vice-captain of the Crimson Knights formed by Iris, and the knight Marco happened to encounter two men in black right outside Sherry's research lab. Sherry wasn't worried at all. The reason she could focus on breaking the magic sealing field was that Yushin was right beside her. His interest was currently on Sherry's research. The fight outside the door didn't hinder Sherry's research. "Shadow whatever. Forget it, I'm no good at pretending. I am Lord Rex of Game of Betrayal. For you who are about to die, remember it well." One of the men in black laughed behind his mask. "TCH, this thing is so annoying." As he spoke, Rex took off his disguise. The man had grayish-red hair and a frivolous appearance, with a smile in his eyes that resembled a hungry stray dog. The other man in black agreed that the disguise was annoying and shed his as well. You're Vice Principal Russlyn Barnett. Why are you people here? Was the academy attack you're doing?" Guren questioned loudly. When the attack occurred, unable to use their magic, they had no choice but to find ways to evacuate the students. Upon learning that the research lab was working on breaking the magic sealing field, they stayed behind to guard it. "Please don't lump me in with this lunatic. I'm under orders to cooperate with the sect master." Vice Captain Guren. "As for the rest, since you're both as good as dead, there's no need for you to know." Hey, you old geezer, who are you calling a lunatic?" Even if they had magic, Guren and Marco would be no match for these two. In just a short while, Guren was gravely injured with only a breath left, and Marco was knocked unconscious. Just as the two were about to deliver the finishing blows, a voice rang out behind them, making them break into a cold sweat. "Russlyn Barnett, after hiding for so long, are you finally willing to show yourself?" The newcomers were none other than Nu and Kikuya. "The price for impersonating Shadow Garden is death." Kikuya pronounced their sentence. "The real deal is here. I hope you can give me some pleasure." Rex charged at Kikuya with a cruel smile. As a named child of the cult, he had long since been driven mad by experiments. His mind was no longer normal, and he had become bloodthirsty. Precisely because of this, Rex couldn't gauge his opponent's strength, which was likely why he could charge forward without a second thought. Sure enough, with just one strike of her sword, Kikuya severed Rex's head. Even in death, he maintained that cruel smile. Chapter 50, Nu personally ends the past. Russlyn was not mindless like Rex, charging in blindly. Someone who could appear behind him without a sound, how could they possibly be weak? Furthermore, they had fought the Shadow Garden before. Now that a few years had passed, they were likely only stronger. "Are you the one who fought me once before?" "No, but I am enough to deal with you." "Heh. Are you kidding me?" Even so, Russlyn had no choice but to attack. If he failed to complete the task he was given here, he would truly be executed by the cult. Ever since he used that extremely rare teleportation artifact last time, Ruslan had been imprisoned. It was only due to his hard work and the influence of the higher-ups that he was spared. This time, someone recommended him to the Wrath Division. If he did the job well, his past mistakes would be forgiven, and he could even obtain an artifact to restore his body. So, Ruslan had to give it his all this time. Ruslan's combat experience was very rich, which allowed him to hold out against Nu for at least 5 rounds. Clang! Nu flicked Ruslan's sword away and pierced his left knee with her blade, but she did not kill him. This was to be left for Sherry to take revenge personally. After neutralizing Ruslan, Kikuya opened the door. Sherry's research was also complete. Nu dragged Ruslan inside and knelt on one knee to the side without speaking. Yusheng knew why, but now was Sherry's time. Ruslan looked up. He was initially curious why a male student was here, but when he saw Sherry, he became furious. Sherry. It's you. You already joined the Shadow Garden back then, didn't you? That's why they appeared. I think I treated you and your mother well. If not for me, you would have been begging on the streets long ago. Hearing this, Yusheng couldn't help but call him out in his mind. Old man, if you hadn't insisted on stabbing her mother to death, Sherry would still be grateful to you. He, ha ha ha. I once treated you like a father, but what about you? Because my mother was unwilling to research for you, you tortured her to death. What right do you have to be angry? That was your mother's value. I invested in you because I valued your abilities. You should have given everything for me. Sherry no longer listened to his sophistry. She picked up a sword conveniently placed nearby and stabbed down, following the order of the limbs. Sherry, who had outstanding research abilities, was a mess when it came to combat, though she would be forced to train for a period of time as physical exercise. First the limbs, then to the center of the body, and finally piercing the heart before twisting the blade. That's how you treated my mother back then, right? Ugh. Aya. Sherry stabbed very slowly, wanting to vent all her resentment. Scream louder. My mother screamed much louder than you. Scream. Sherry thought Ruslan was enduring the pain, so she sped up, constantly pulling out and stabbing. She didn't notice at all that Ruslan had already stopped breathing. Enough, Sherry. He's already dead. It's all over. Yusheng gently took the sword from Sherry's hand and pulled her into his arms to comfort her. Wah, that's great. I finally got my revenge. Sherry did not linger in Yusheng's embrace for too long because there were more important things to do now. Lord Yusheng, I'm fine now. Let's deal with this magic sealing field. Yusheng patted Sherry's head and walked over to crouch in front of Nu. What's wrong, Nu? What happened? This isn't like you. Lord Yusheng. I must confess that when I was a marquis's daughter, I had a fiancé. But I didn't like him at all, it was all arranged. That person is Marco of the Crimson Knights. Please let me handle it. I want to make an end of it. Nu spoke very seriously, for fear that Yusheng would misunderstand and not want her anymore. So that's how it is. I believe you, Nu. I've felt your feelings, haven't you felt mine? Yusheng helped Nu up. Nu thought of the madness in the Shadow's chamber, and her face turned bright red. How could she not feel his feelings? She was filled up every time. No. Nu's shy appearance formed an extreme contrast with her battle against Ruslan just now. All right, Nu. I understand. I'll leave it to you to handle. As for Glenn, leave him alive so Iris owes Shadow Garden a favor. Let's go, Sherry, Kikuya. Yusheng led the 2 girls out of the research room. He had a feeling that the Marco from the original trajectory would die this time. After the 3 of them had walked far away, Nu walked up to Marco and looked down at him from above. Azure hair, handsome features, and as a magic swordsman, his strength was also quite high. Marco Granger, did I ever tell you? Your face makes me feel disgusted. In the past, as a noble daughter, Nu had almost no will of her own. A life decided by others, a partner decided by others, a future decided by others. Nu looked back and realized it was truly a suffocating way to live. Looking at his face, Nu remembered participating in balls in the past, being dragged around by Marco to show off that his fiancée was a marquis's daughter. This made Nu feel uncomfortable. He didn't care about her feelings at all. Until she became a demon-possessed and was betrayed by her family. Her fiancé even wanted to burn her to death personally. Even if you weren't arranged by the family, I never liked you. Now my body and soul are already shaped by Lord Yusheng. He might not mind, but I do. So I must personally end the past. After Nu finished speaking, she waved her hand, leaving a wound on Marco's neck, and disguised the scene to look like he had died together with the men in black. After giving Glenn some minor treatment, she left without looking back, her footsteps lighter than ever before. Yusheng took Sherry and Kikuya to the roof of the auditorium. The center of the roof was designed with a glass pane about 4 meters by 4 meters. Looking down, one could see the entire interior of the auditorium. And the cult master on the auditorium stage, Kane, was fuming with rage, completely unaware that the roof was already full of people. Damn trash. You're telling me all the personnel in the academy have been assassinated? Ruslin and those 2 pigs, Rex, still can't be found. You suspect they're dead? Kane had originally planned to set up an experiment in the school to observe his younger brother's magical girls and boys, but nothing was going right. First of the Knight's Order recruits he wanted to kill, only Yusheng died, the others were only injured or had other issues. Secondly, not a single person sent to kill those capable of researching artifacts had returned. Now, even the subordinates guarding various parts of the academy had been assassinated. Are you a pig? Did you check if the magic sealing field is running normally? Do I have to teach you? I checked, Cult Master. The suppression is working. Then you fucking mean someone dealt with our people while resisting the magic sealing field. It can only be like that, Cult Master. I suspect it was done by Shadow Garden. At the mention of Shadow Garden, Kane had no choice but to calm down and consider if Shadow Garden could achieve this. The cult's biggest enemy now was Shadow Garden, but there was too little information, and it was all provided by Alba. Isn't Shadow Garden being pinned down by the Royal Capital Knights? They shouldn't have that much manpower. Even if it's them, how would they deal with the magic sealing field? This. Faced with Kane's counter-question, the subordinate didn't know how to answer. Move out. Let the name of Shadow be carved into their fear. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.